Oh, can't see me. There we go, everybody. Alright, guys, give me just a second to set everything up, you know, like we normally do. And I will be right with you guys, so give me 1 minute here. You know what, I'll just do this here. 1 second. There we go. There we go. Alright. How is everyone doing? Hopefully you guys have some fun weekend plans. I myself am thinking of returning to the Shire. Not to meet others of my kind, but simply to be alone from others of my kind. Us hobbits are hermits by nature, you know. Okay, where are we? There we go. We got 3 watching here. Awesome, we got everybody here. Perfect. There's Nina. Awesome. Hola, Nina. Let me do this. Let me get rid of that. There we go. All right. Actually, let me do it this way. And I'll start getting names written down, guys, and we'll start kicking its ass. Yep, Trixie was out. Trixie was, well, she's... Hey there, Solid as a Rock, you are new. Awesome, happy to have you here. How's your day going, my friend? And your Yoshi Bear, there he is. There he is. He's, he knows what's up. He knows what is up. Okay, so, let me get this, I'm gonna say, actually, let me do that really quick. Did you have a question, Nina, since you're a member? Just getting everything going here, guys. Give me 1 second. I've got a list I keep track of that I write on my iPad. I'm just getting rid of yesterday's list to add the new energy here. Okay, because we had one person. You do, perfect. Okay, Nina, let me know what your question is. Right now, I'm basically, I'm trying to find this. I'm trying to move stuff, basically. Because we had one person who came on here. Okay, keep it simple. Sounds good. Okay. Almost there, guys. Almost there. And then I'm going to start writing down names. I'm going to do Nina's question first. And then whoever else is up. I kind of messed my list up a little bit, so it took a second. I'm doing well. Your financial boost. Awesome. I'm doing well. The future. We'll see what we can do for you, okay? I'm going to put down Nina. She's going to be the first. And then I'll put down, yeah, you're going to be added. Cynthia's going to be the first on the free list. Okay, and then we have, thank you, Annie. And then we have Heavenly Kizzy Tips will be second. Alrighty. And then we have, Solid as a Rock will be number 3 on the free list. And we have The Future is Bright. And then we have Annie. Yep, that should be it. Okay. Awesome. So I'll just say this, Annie. We can answer that question right off the bat. Guides don't, like my guides, right? I have no idea what the name of my guides are, but I work with them almost daily. Naming is a human convention. Naming is something that I feel like some guides will give you their name if you really need it, but honestly, guides want you to have an energy signature that you feel from them, the name isn't important. The name is what humans use to categorize or to describe or to differentiate. But in the spirit world, the soul's energy is basically like the fingerprint of the spirit, right? And so that's how a guide would want you to know them, is by the way their energy feels to you. They call it a calling card, right? And so one of my guides makes me feel tingly up here and then kind of around the shoulders. Another one of my guides kind of makes me feel like I have a hand on my back. But I know which guide it is because of the way I can differentiate between them. But names aren't important when it comes to the spirit world. Hey there, Charlene and Ling. How are you guys doing? Okay. So let's do this here. Nina said, when to expect your financial boost? Hey there, Christina Lamont. How are you doing? It's 8 a.m. here. Awesome. Starting off the morning right, coming to me. I do too. I love it that we're getting people coming in here. All right. So, I've got some other people to add here. Let's see. And then I'll go to... Let's do... So we have Nina, and then we'll have Ling, and then we'll have Charlene. So Nina, Ling, Charlene, and then I'll be able to go to the free list from there because the members come on, they get access first. I'm doing good, Christina. I'm doing really good. Just getting things started here, and no, not yet. Hey there, Samuel Clemens. How are you doing? I haven't sent the emails out yet. Yes, Christina, I can add you here. But I'm going to send them out here in a minute. Yeah, Nina, Ling, Charlotte. Yep, that's what we got. And then I'm going to do Christina's name here. You're number 6 on the free list, Christina. You'll have to wait for a minute, but I promise we'll get you there. And Samuel Clemens, were you wanting another reading? Let's see. Oh, I know, Charlene. I need to get on that. What I'll do is I'll either, because we're doing it later tomorrow, I'm either going to send it tonight or I'll send it tomorrow. Either way, though, you'll get access to it. And if for some reason, and this isn't going to happen, but if for some reason I'm not able to do it, there's something unforeseen, I'll just give you a refund because one person already dropped out and I just gave him a refund. So, but I'm planning on this happening and moving forward. Sometimes though things can be unexpected, but yeah, so don't worry too much about that. Okay, so let's see what we got going on here, guys. I'm gonna go to Nina. When can you expect the financial boost? Let's take a look at that and see what we can come up with here. What is it, Nina? Why is there a frowny face? Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you, Samuel. Okay, but yeah, I'm thinking of doing it tomorrow, and we'll get it all ready to go. Thank you, Ling. Thank you guys so much. You've been very kind. But I basically have everything ready to go. I'm just going to go over some course material tonight and make some final corrections. Okay. Let's do this here. When will Nina receive her financial boost? Awesome, Charlene. Thank you. Thank you for the thumbs up. Yoshi's your spirit animal. All right, Nina. All right, I'll let you have him. As your spirit animal. Again, it reveals a lot about your personality. A little bit crabby in the morning, crabby in the evening, crabby in the afternoon. I'm going to say you're an angry person, Nina. I'm just going to throw that out there. If Yoshi is your spirit animal, and maybe a bit bossy too, because we definitely have that with the Yoshmeister there. All right, I'll stop. This is really interesting. So we got this for Nina, right? We've got... I'll carry on. Trust me, you can't stop me from carrying on. It's damn near impossible. It's hard to do. I'm talking like this even when I'm sleeping, guys, so don't worry about it. We have the Emperor. We have the Six of Wands. Okay? And then we have the Empress. Having the Emperor and the Empress and the Six of Wands, I'm hoping this is soon because this is a good reading. This is one of the better ones I've seen. You got the Divine Masculine, which is the Emperor, which is Aries. The Six of Wands, which is a celebration card, like that's literally what it represents. And then the Empress, which is going to be the Divine Feminine, which is Taurus. And so, yeah, there's a lot of power here. There's a lot of power here. I'm wondering if your financial, shall we say, boost will be here before you know it, because this is looking good right here. I am a full-time tarot reader, solid as a rock. I'm a full-time tarot reader, and half of the time, I'm somewhat of a person. But most of the time, I'm a tarot reader. My mom was a tarot reader. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, it's my full-time gig. Do you do tarot, solid as a rock? So hold on, I'll see if I can. Oh man. But convert it to love. Oh. I do classes too. If anyone's interested in if anyone's interested to do my classes, I'm doing $24.99 for the price, hour and a half, 7:30 Mountain Standard Time tomorrow. And you can see that. You can see the classes I'm doing. It's a psychic introduction. Look at this and tell me what you think. You got a packet of cards? Well, that's how we start. So take a look at that, and I'm going to say within 2 to 3 weeks, Nina. It feels like something's going to happen within 2 to 3 weeks. And yeah, the pricing of the reading's in the description. Depending on what you would want to do, 1 question is $4.99, 2 questions is $7.99. I'm just offering a class here, so Jewel, if you want, 1 question is $4.99, 2 questions is $7.99, and you can look at the list in the description for all the other price information. But I'll get rid of this here. Just let me know if you guys are interested in the class. It's going to be tomorrow, a little bit later on at night if you're in the U.S., 7:30 or so. Okay. Yeah, so I would say 2 to 3 weeks, maybe 4, but I'm not gonna say it's more than that. It feels to me like it's gonna be a fairly quick situation. Hopefully it's sooner too, right? We could all use a financial boost sooner rather than later, I would say. All right, so now we've got Ling. What's your question? You're in Arizona. Oh, okay. Awesome, Jewel. Awesome. I'm in Utah. These are good. Hey there, I Speak. How are you doing? Super Chai Fuel. Super Chat can work. I mean, if you do have PayPal or Cashapp, that would be great because Super Chat takes 30% of whatever you guys put down, and my prices are already pretty cheap, and so 1 question for $3.50 for me seems a little cheap. But if that's all you guys can do is Super Chat, I'll take it. Oh, it's good. It's good. It's got hemp hearts in it, cardamom. Okay, let's see here. It should be in the description as well, but I can go on and look for it. Okay. Nope. There we go. Okay, you found it. Good, good, good. Okay. Awesome. So you and JP are talking. Perfect. Okay. I love that. I love that that's going on for you. Hopefully it's working out really well. Subscribe. Yes, guys. Subscribe if you don't mind. I'd appreciate it. You know, Yoshi would appreciate it. Everyone here would appreciate the subscription. Oh man, that smells so good. I'm telling you, you guys, this smells like Christmas. You got to get it. It's Remedy Organics Super Chai Fuel. Anyway, I'm gonna go to Ling's question now. Ling says, "How's Gingy's feeling? My dog yesterday, as we talk about maybe doing it." Okay, let's see. Awesome, Samuel. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you to do that. I appreciate that very much. Give me 1 second here as I drink this rather thick drink. It's still good though, but it's rather thick. It's very thick. I might have some to keep in my mustache for later. All right. So, let's see. Just so I can understand, Ling, you said... Okay, so you're wondering how your dog feels about you? Is that what you're saying, Ling? Just so that I get it right. How is your dog feeling about you as an owner? Because it's always awesome, perfect. Okay, it's always interesting to see how the little fur creatures feel about us. You know, to see if we're kind of on the same page. You know, I feel like I love Yoshi, for instance, right? I've drawn cards for him before, and they weren't the best cards, but I think mentally he struggles a little bit with knowing that I love him just a little bit, but he's a good one. He's a good cute boy. I specifically enjoy doing pet readings for people. They're fun, aren't they? They are fun. Yeah, the pet readings they're always interesting because pets have a... Oh, shoot, hold on. Pets have a very interesting soul. Awesome. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Yes, I got it. Thank you so much. So let me do this here. Put you on the list. So our first paid reading is from Jewel there. So I'm going to put Jewel's name here, and you will be coming up right after, well, you'll be coming up right after I do Ling's reading here. And then I'll do Charlene's after yours, so let's do that. Thank you again, my friend. I don't feel like they do. No, I feel like pets, are of a lower, and I don't mean this in like a negative way, but I feel like humans have the ego to protect themselves from predators, and in a way, I don't feel like pets have ego the same way we do. Maybe they do, to an extent. Whenever I've picked up on a pet's energy, though, because I've done mediumship readings for pets, and I've been accurate with them too. And whenever I'm doing that, it's always like, "Oh, I loved that bowl," or "Oh, the food that you used to give me was so good," or "Oh, this or that." Like it was never like that way that you looked at me and hurt my feelings one time. I'll never forget it. To me, they always feel grateful and they always feel happy. And there's not a lot that they hold on to. I don't feel like they hold on to grudges like a human would. You know, that's... Yeah, instinct and soul, yes. Awesome. No, you're solid as a rock, yeah. They can get jealous and fearful, absolutely. Absolutely. Our little dog gets jealous and fearful. But they don't hold it in like a human would. Like a human would get jealous, and then someone would say, "Are you jealous right now?" And then the human would be like, "No, I'm fine, don't worry about it." They don't hold on to things the way humans do, and pets are always honest and in the moment. Humans are always thinking about the past or the future. Yeah, cats get jealous. They do. Oh yeah, some pets definitely get jealous. Yeah, you can talk to plants. You could talk to anything as long as you have a connection with it. I believe energy is everywhere. There's elemental spirits, which are specifically with the earth, fire, wind, and water, and ether, and yeah. Your cat gets jealous of who gets tuned. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, so Ling, here's what I got for you. We have 10 of Wands. Okay. And then we have Page of Coins in reverse. But then we have King of Wands right here. And this one's upright. Ooh, hopefully you're okay, Nina. Hey there, Patty. How are you doing, Patty Cakes? Yeah, it feels like there's some stress. It definitely feels like there's stress. I don't feel like you're doing it, though. I don't feel like you're causing the stress, but maybe this animal has some stress that they deal with, or anxiety, maybe separation anxiety. Page of Coins in reverse, to me, if I'm seeing this, it's like maybe they miss you when you're... Do you take them with you places when you go, or do you leave them at home most of the time? Because I would imagine most of the time you're leaving them... Hey, there's Star Crossing. No, you're not stress. You're not stress. How I'm seeing it is like this. So you're not the stress, right? You're something that is a buffer to the stress that your pet feels. So, awesome, Samuel, awesome. Yeah, patty cakes is my favorite. Only when you go to work, they're alone. Okay, so know this, okay? And it's, like, they'll be fine. When you go to work and you leave them alone, they don't like it. They really don't like it. But he'll be okay. I don't think so. I'm not thinking sickness here, because the only thing here is 10 of Wands can be that the animal feels... Maybe there's a lot of stress that this animal feels. I would, if I could, possibly maybe you could take it to get its blood pressure tested. If you're thinking that there is a stress issue, because that's what I'm seeing. You know, there could be something there. Maybe the blood pressure could be a little bit high. Nothing like being alone in a thunderstorm with tornado watch and watching Chance live. Yeah, eventually, Nina, I'll make those tornadoes and thunderstorms stop, but right now you need to watch me and pay attention. Afterwards, yes, I'll stop them, but... And I'll do it to every single one of you, too, if you're not careful. I hope you're okay. I hope you're okay, Nina. I really do. But the King of Wands is really good. He doesn't sleep if you walk. Yeah, so... I feel like you're giving him a good life. There could just be separation anxiety, which a lot of animals go through. It's not like, resting is good. Some animals just don't have as much of a stress tolerance than others, right? Some animals are really chill and cool. Others are a little more high-strung, and they need a little bit more, right? They need a little bit more time and coaxing into feeling comfortable. I do think as time goes on, this little fur baby here will get more and more comfortable. I'm not seeing it as being a bad reading, just kind of like, don't leave me alone, but you can't take him everywhere, can you? I mean, you could, but it'd be kind of weird, People take their pets into Walmart all the time, at least around here. I think so. I think he'll sleep well. In Malaysia, you can't. Yeah, I can... Oh. Patty Cakes has doubled a pet reading. What does that mean? Yeah, they do. Dogs need to stay at home. Like, pet readings are amazing. I love them. I love doing them. Occasionally, though, I'll have to tell someone it's time to let their pet go, I don't like those ones, but at the same time... Yeah, at the same time, it needs to be done, Because of him, you move and stay in a pet park. You have to. I might be able to do a Friday night collab. That might be something I can do. I need to look at my schedule. Friday nights are when I'm working. Monday would work better for me because I'm working still. I'm getting one day off this week. And so, yeah. It's kind of hard for me to find time. Okay. We are all set to go. Wanted to get that. Gosh. I'm telling you guys, you need to get one of those. Okay, let's go to the next one. Jules' question is next. So let me do this really quick. You're very welcome, Ling. And then after Jewel, it'll be Charlene. So let's do this here. And I'll just go up and look at the next question. So give me a second. Let me do this. She's about to be live later. Well, awesome. I wish her the best. And she does tarot too, right, Casey? Okay, where is it? Sorry if I seem a bit out of sorts. I'm trying to get this. It's that one. Nope. That one. There we go. There we go. Okay, so let's do this, and hopefully you're still there, Jewel. Yeah, I help out a ton on her. A lot on her channel. That's awesome. I love that. I love that we're helping each other. Awesome, Jewel. Okay. So I'm going to go up and read your questions again. Okay, perfect. I'll go up and read your questions again and do it that way. So give me 1 second here. Hold on 1 second. You're listening. Awesome, Jewel. Awesome. Okay. Let me do it. And teaching healing techniques. Ooh. I love that too. The healing techniques are always interesting. Always, always interesting. Okay. Let me go up and look at Jewel's question here. Anyone got anything fun planned for the weekend? Okay, what do you need to be aware of? And will Andre the Scorpio reach out to you? Okay, so what does Jewel need to be aware of? Let's do this here. All right, guys, let's see what we can come up with for Jewel. Gonna get comfortable. What do they need to know? What does Jewel need to know? Okay. What does Jewel need to know? Space Chronicles, how are you doing, my friend? Okay, so here's what I got for you, Jewel. We got this. We got Walking Away in reverse, which is Moonwalking Away, if you were wondering. And then we have 6th Chakra Archangel Metatron. I'll explain that one. I am doing so good, Space Chronicles. And then I've got Angel of Love right here. You're going to get in the tub and watch me live. Awesome. Good. Again, I hope you're going to be safe in that thunderstorm. That looks like a little nasty son of a gun right there. Definitely, I never had such a strong... Awesome. Okay. Okay. So. Oof. Man, that's a weird way for my knuckles to crack. I broke my pinky right here. And so when I pull and I crack my pinky, it cracks 4 times. And the last one is really like a thick, clunkety crack. It sounds like I'm pulling apart, I don't know, like I'm pulling apart some ham or something. It just sounds kind of weird. Feels good though. Anyway. So we have Walking Away in reverse. We have 6th Chakra Archangel Metatron. And then we have Angel of Love right here. Okay. Now, Walking Away in reverse and 6th Chakra Archangel Metatron in reverse, to me, that's possibly staying in a situation where we know we deserve better, or we know we deserve to move on to something. Because as I see this, it's telling me that you have a lot to offer, but maybe we lower ourselves, we lower our light so that others can feel more comfortable around us, or maybe we don't feel like we deserve what we deserve, if that makes any sense. Because walking away in reverse is like we're staying in a situation we should walk away from, but we're not. 6th Chakra Archangel Metatron in reverse is that we're not seeing the truth of what the situation is, like we don't know where we're going. But that's what I'm seeing there. That's what I'm seeing there. And the Angel of Love is good because to me this is showing there's a stronger sense of self-love, or there's a stronger sense of appreciation here. I feel like you're getting better with setting boundaries, Jewel. I feel like you're getting better with doing a lot of the spiritual work. But I don't know if... maybe when it comes to a more intimate connection, maybe that could be something where it's hard for us to put ourselves fully out there. Not because we don't want to, but because of past issues. The Angel of Love, though, being upright, that's a good card. I view that as being good. It's showing that you're valuing yourself more, you're valuing yourself in the situation more. But there needs to be more work that goes into this, but you're doing a good job as of right now. Hold on. Let's do this. Okay. Yeah, so it's looking better. It's looking better. I'm not seeing it as a bad thing. When I do these readings, my job as being a psychic, well, hell, my job as being a human is supposed to be that an interaction you have with me, I at least make you feel a little bit better. I at least make you feel a little bit better that you have let's see. When you speak with me, I want to make it so there's a higher vibration going on than when you come here. Because a lot of times people are confused, and sometimes we make it worse for somebody instead of better. So I want you to know there is improvement going on. There is something going on. But I am going to look at the other question, though, and I'm going to look at the Andre Scorpio question here. So basically, Jewel, work more on love. Work more on self-love. Work more on that caring of the self, because nobody else is going to care as much as we do about ourselves. And if we're still struggling with that, then it makes it really hard for us to understand what real connection could look like or what it could feel like. Because sometimes we let the wrong people in when we're in that state. Most times we do, because we don't know what a good connection would be. But I'm going to move on to the next one here. Let's do 5 cards for this one. There we go. All right, let's see what we can come up with here. And then, oh, actually, let me add these ones. I can do, and there we go. And then, thank you, Samuel. That's very sweet of you. Thank you. If you guys don't do it, I will. I'll just keep liking my own video. I'm pretty good at doing that. All right. Let me see here. Let's do a couple more shuffles. Okay. Okay, here we go. Just gonna read that question one more time, guys, and then we'll go from there. So give me 1 second. Where's the... There we go. Okay. Will Andre the Scorpio reach out to you? Okay, just wanted to make sure I got that right. Will Andre the Scorpio reach out to you? Thank you, Samuel. I appreciate it. I appreciate that you're good at typing like this video, because we could all use it, right? We could all use a little bit more likes in the world. Just a little bit. And yeah, you gotta play the algorithm. I know it's kind of annoying. It's kind of like I'm that guy at the Tupperware party that just keeps forcing it on you. You know, I'm like, you know what though? You look like you could use some Tupperware. You really, I'm telling you, you know, and this isn't just because I love this and I'm selling it. This is good stuff. Alrighty. Thank you, Star. Oh, itchy ears. Okay. Will Andre reach out? Man, that is interesting. Okay. I'll show you the cards here, Jewel. Okay, will they reach out? It's going to be easier if I do it this way. Here's something that I'm getting here. You're buying all the Tupperware. I hope so. I hope so. And you need Tupperware to protect the Tupperware that you're buying. It's Tupperware. You need it. The upper Tupper. It's how you do it. So you got to go for that. I don't mean to upsell you, but I gotta. You're mod on several channels on your normal account. Jano actually knows you by your normal account name. And yet I don't. To me, you'll always be Mark Twain. Or Samuel Clemens. You'll have to reveal the true identity of this one, Jano. King of Wands. Page of Coins in reverse. Nine of Cups. Okay. Four of Swords. Ten of Swords. Right there. Works for you. You're incognito and it's fun. Go for it. Just don't do weird stuff. You know, don't sneak into people's houses thinking you're invisible and just watching them do stuff. I've done that, and you get in more trouble than you would think. Okay, so King of Wands, Page of Coins in reverse, Nine of Cups, Four of Swords, Ten of Swords. Is this a connection? Have you guys been in a connection before and then kind of lost track, or is it kind of a hot and cold kind of situation, Jewel? Because if I get the Nine of Cups, the Four of Swords, and then the Ten of Swords, to me it's feeling like maybe there's a mental pulling away, there's like energy that's pulling away. Nothing too weird, just bringing friends. Okay. As long as we're clear on that, I'm fine with this, Samuel. I gotta be clear. Don't be doing any of that sneaky shit. He just stopped talking to you. Okay, so that would make sense. Because if I'm looking at this... Okay, so I can kind of look at this like a timeline. King of Wands, okay. Maybe you're putting yourself out there, you're trying something here. Page of Coins in reverse, Nine of Cups, things are going well, but we're still holding a part of ourselves back. And I don't think you were wrong for holding a part of yourselves back. The Four of Swords and the Ten of Swords here is showing me I don't feel like this person's going to be coming back. At least not for a while, what I'm getting here. But again, I do feel like you would deserve better anyway. If someone just stops talking to you, right? That's not fair, right? If this is something that's been going on, if you're trying to reach out to them, they just stop talking or whatever, it's important that we would want this person to reach out to us and tell us what's going on, if there is anything going on. But if there isn't any contact, or it's not feeling very likely, or you feel like you have to force something, or it feels kind of contrived, but that's what I'm seeing there. That's definitely what I'm seeing there. I would say it's not looking likely, but I do feel like there's still some more healing that needs to be done. Self-love is the best love ever. Absolutely. Absolutely. Because the Four of Swords is a resting card, and the Ten of Swords is us feeling like maybe this triggers something in us to make us feel abandoned, or we feel kind of like, what did I do wrong? What's going on here? Some people are meant to show us the areas where we can heal, and we learn through contrast, right? You had business to conduct. Okay. Hold on a second here. I'm still going to say, with this, so you need to know, I'm going to say this then. I'm going to say it's a no. I'll say it like this. If it's a very time-sensitive thing, it's definitely a no. But maybe sometime in the future, in the distant future, there could be a yes. But because the Four of Swords is showing resting. But I'm going to say it's a no, at least for right now. I would say move on from this if you can. It seems to me like, okay, it's not a love situation. That would explain why I'm not... The only card I get is Nine of Cups. So if it's not a love situation, that was my bad. I was reading into that way. Okay. So I'm going to say no. If it's more of business, even if it was a love situation, I'd still say the same thing. It's a no. I don't feel like they're going to be reaching out again. At least not in a timely manner. But hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully they do if this is something that you're wanting from them. But something feels like they're either getting cold feet or they're overthinking something. And that's on their part. So they need to see where they're doing there, or what they're doing there. One second here. So that's kind of where I'm at, Jewel. If you're feeling like you need to know, I would say looks like the Band-Aid's being ripped off kind of quick here. But again, hopefully you get what you want to get out of this situation. Hopefully the reading goes in that favor. That's just kind of what I'm getting here. 9 people, only 8 likes. Come on. Yeah, hit the like button, guys. Hit it. Destroy it. Blow it up. Right? I can say that, I think. I won't get in trouble for that one. Make it so that it's hanging on by a little bit. Like that button's just getting ready to fall off. That's something people do, right? They make buttons fall off. Do you feel, Jewel, like that helps answer the question? If you're just wanting kind of a yes or no on that, I'm feeling a no. Pretty strong here. Maybe you'll be better for it, though, because if I'm seeing the 9 of Cups, it could be maybe you'll miss this one, but maybe something else could come up that would be better or more in line with what it is that you're wanting to do. Okay, let me do this here. Okay, so let's move on here just a little bit. Let's get it all figured out. Yeah, there you go, star crossing. That's a good way of putting it too. I like that. Rejection is divine protection. That's good. I need to use that more often. That's a really good one. Yeah, whenever there's any kind of rejection, it's not like, I don't know, we tend to take it more personal than it actually is. Because, I mean, we're kind of in our own story, our own biases, so it makes sense that we would take it a little personal, but that's what I could see there. Okay. We do this here. So Charlene, are you there still? Did you have a question? We do this here. Nope. There we go. Alrighty, let's see what we can come up with here, guys. That last one was, yes. That last one was your reading. And then now I'm going to go back to the free list here. But you're very welcome. You're very, very welcome. I'm wishing you the best in whatever it is you're trying to do, and hopefully you find something that's going to be better for business than this person would have been. I've had situations where I've been doing... I've had situations personally with me where one opportunity slipped through my fingers, and I thought it was a great option, but then later I realized that business tanked or something happened where the person wasn't being completely honest or truthful. And so I do think there definitely is some protection there sometimes, you know. Okay, let's do this then. Let's go to the list here. And so we have Cynthia B. Are you there? Cynthia B. I tried to get to the free list a little bit quicker this time, guys. A little bit quicker. Everyone's a winner. Step right up. Except for, Yoshi and Hazel. Right, you guys haven't seen Hazel, I don't think. She's the brown one. The brown cat that comes on the screen. No, it won't. It won't. And that's something I want to teach. Oh, there's Cheryl from Australia. That's something I want to teach on this channel. More than anything, is that... we need to learn to trust our intuition, but sometimes, depending on how we were raised, we've lost that ability to trust ourselves. And we need to be able to trust ourselves, to trust our intuition. So we need to reclaim that. And that's a journey in itself, right? I'll add you here, Cheryl. There we go. So she's, Hazel's the one, the white legs in the belly is Yoshi. He wears boots. He wears boots and gloves. And he's a boy cat. He's a big bowling ball weighted cat. Yes, Patty, you're on the list. You are on the list. As soon as you came in here, I put you on the list. You had me wondering, though, for a second. I was like, is she on the... Yeah, you're on the list. You're number 8. Okay, Heavenly Kizitips, are you there? I'm just going to go through here. We'll see who's here, who's not. I'm just going to go from there. Solid as a rock, are you still there? Okay, solid as a rock or the future. You're so welcome. My little patty cakes, don't you worry about it a bit. I did see you followed me on Insta as well. I'll leave him alone. I'm trying to just give him, harass him just enough to where he knows he's doing wrong, but not to where he thinks I don't like him. That's what you do when you're a pet parent. Okay, Christina Lamont. Are you there? I'm thinking Christina Lamont or Samuel Clemens. Let's see. Okay. All right, so Samuel Clemens. Or SC. Actually, that's going to be easier for me. I'll just call you SC. Samuel Clemens. It is your turn. Step on up and let's see what you got here. I'll do that one. Chance's Menagerie. You know it. It's a... What would you call it? It's a... Menagerie works. I'm trying to think of something else we can call it. Menagerie's the best one I can think of. Plus, you don't see that word spelled nearly as much as you want to, and I like the way it's spelled. Any messages from Spirit? Let's look here. Let's see what we can come up with. Oh. I feel like I answered the question, Annie, with the... I did it out of turn, but if you're looking for a name, again, that's kind of a human construct for the guide. I would honestly say look for an energy signature. Get into a meditative space and ask for them to come close to you and ask for them to step back and get to feel them in an energetic way, because names, again, they're a very human convention. So I feel like I already addressed that question. Okay. So let me do this one here. Let me see what I can find here. Is it okay if I connect with you, Samuel, and see what I can come up with here? I am, Ivory. I'm on the free list. Okay, thank you. I put you on the free list too, Ivory, just barely. You're on the free list. Let me see here. Let's see what we can come up with. First thing I'm seeing, Samuel, is going to be... the first kind of thing I'm getting here is I'm seeing animals. I'm seeing a monkey or an ape, and then I'm seeing a tiger, and then I'm seeing the color silver. It feels to me like you're trying to work up more of the divine feminine kind of energy. The tiger to me is more divine feminine as I'm feeling it, and the monkey to me feels like we go out and we get what we want, but we still have a playful attitude about it. And then I'm getting a G name. It felt like Gordon, but it could maybe be something else, but it was like a G name for some reason. But it just feels like, to me, from Spirit, it's trying to say whatever it is that we're doing, and I feel like you do this, right? But whatever it is that you're doing, we need to have more fun in the act of doing it, because depending on what position we're in, fun may be something that we can offer that no one else can, or a sense of freedom can be something that we can offer that no one else can. And I get from you that you have abilities and you have strengths here, but a sense of inclusion is going to be one of those strengths. Being able to unite people through differences, even if they're kind of severe. Not that you're like the middleman, but you're able to, I guess, gel people together in a way. Like, you're able to bring a sense of peace and a sense of stability to people, which is really good. Sometimes, though, it can get a little bit serious. I know I do it. I know I make it serious a little bit, but I think it's going to be good, because as I was seeing this, the monkey, the ape kind of energy, that to me it's playful. It's this playful energy. It's this kind of really beautiful energy, but it's also strong. There's a lot of strength behind this. There's a lot of power behind this. And so it makes sense to me that that would be kind of what I would see, because it's showing that, I don't know, if you ever see monkeys, they never take life too seriously. Things happen, or whatever, but they can still be funny. They're still, monkeys. They're still doing their thing. But yeah, and I don't know what animal you resonate with in, like, as a spirit animal, but right. Definitely playful and definitely good at getting people to, yeah, there you go. Perfect. See you, Cheryl. Have a good one. So that makes sense to me, and as I'm tuning into your energy, my ears feel blocked. That could be we're holding on to something that someone has said maybe recently, and maybe it's hard for us to let it go. Like, someone could have said something and it was hurtful, and maybe we didn't know how to handle it in that moment. But it feels to me like there could be a blockage there, or maybe there's something with the sinuses. But it's like I'm feeling, as I'm talking, my voice feels kind of like it's bubbled. And I'm not hearing that it's bubbled, but it feels like not that I'm underwater, it just feels like I'm distant from this, and so it feels like I'm focusing on something else, maybe that someone said, or something someone did and we didn't say anything. But that's kind of what I'm getting there. I'm wondering if there's something kind of blocking that sense of flow. Because sometimes people can definitely have that pull with us. I'm trying to think. Or intuit, rather, but... Okay, let me do that. There we go. And then I'm seeing maybe we're doing something, getting over some bad habits here. Maybe actually we're taking more of an approach of doing what's right for the group or doing what's right for ourselves, even though other people won't necessarily agree with it. We're still going ahead and doing what we need to do. And so that's kind of what I'm seeing there. Hey, Jamie, I'll put you on the list here. Give me 1 second. Or, yeah. Hopefully I'm saying that right. I know there's a couple ways you can say that. Let me put your name down here. Jaime? Is it Jaime? Jamie? Jaime? Something like that. I can never remember how to say that name. Awesome. Awesome, Samuel. So it resonated then? You are so welcome, my friend. You're so welcome. You'll have to wait just a minute, but we will get to you, I promise. Jamie. Okay, so I was saying, all right, Jamie. Perfect. Thank you for spelling it phonetically. It helps me to get that out there. Okay, and I'll do this one. And 1 second, guys. Then let's do that one. Awesome. Awesome, Samuel Clements. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, so let's go to Patty. Are you still there, Patty? Yeah, I'm trying to think here. What was it? What's everyone's favorite kind of music? Does anyone have like a favorite, maybe a favorite band or a favorite genre of music? Awesome, there's Patty Cakes. Let's get it going for the Patty Cakes. All of it. Samuel Clemens says all of it. And I'm sorry, guys, that does include the real twangy country. That's Texas country. Okay, and Jamie likes country too. Tyler Childers. I haven't heard of Tyler Childers. I'm more of a all music, Nina says. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I love international music too. I only know a few songs that are Damien Rice. He's from your neck of the woods. Fave singer is Frank Sinatra. Okay, yeah, Frank Sinatra's good. I haven't heard of Tyler Childers. I haven't heard of, I'm not into his music as much as I used to be. I've got some faves, but I feel like they're kind of just my favorites. Like, I like really chill songs, like really chill, and maybe some people are into that, I'm not sure. I feel like I'm pretty sensitive to music, and so... Yeah, Patty, if you'd want to, let's ask a question, and let's do that. I should have explained that, yes. Kevin Gates. Again, I have no idea who that is. I've been out of the music scene for a minute. For me, it's video games and, like technology, you know? And that has nothing to do with music, but I know a lot of other people are passionate about music, so... Is it okay if I tune in with your energy, Patty? Opposite end of the spectrum, he's a rapper. Oh, okay. Yeah, Red Hot Chili Peppers. Nako and Medicine for the People. Wow. A Little Gangster. Awesome. Thank you, Patty. Let me look here. The first thing I saw as soon as I asked you if I could connect, and already I was starting to connect. I can't help that. Because it's not up to me. It's kind of like, as soon as I ask it, I'm sending out the intention, and I should wait. I kind of opened the door. You can tell me if this resonates or if it doesn't. But let's do this here. So, first thing I saw was black smoke that was surrounding a woman that looked like she was in her late 20s to mid 30s. Felt like she was maybe 5'5", 5'6", black hair, kind of longer. It felt like it was straight. Maybe she was white or like Caucasian. I'm not sure, but it felt like this person was experiencing some negative karma. And I saw them in like a nightgown, which was interesting. That was kind of something that I got. One Republic is good, Snow Patrol is good, and I like Coldplay. Yeah, Coldplay's really good. Yeah. He's made some really good songs. If I'm wanting to really chill, Coldplay's really good. But let me go. Let me see what else I can feel here. I think I've heard Counting Stars. I'm pretty sure I have. For some reason, I'm thinking of Hayley Williams with... what is it? Hayley Williams did a thing with Eminem and... I can't remember the other person, but it's... anyway. B.O.B. and Eminem, I think, or something. I can't remember. It's something like that. But let me see what else we can find here. I almost felt like I was seeing someone... I almost felt like they're seeing someone that is... Or I'm seeing someone that is... felt like they've just celebrated a birthday, possibly, or someone who's getting ready to celebrate a birthday or some big event, anniversary, birthday, or something. But it's like I saw someone with the hat on, and maybe there's someone that has childlike tendencies, right? But... Yeah, Pentatonics. Yes, I know who they are. I think they're the guys on YouTube that do the remixes, right? Like they just use vocals, and they do like Daft Punk, and they do other songs too. I think that's who Pentatonics. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong with that one. Oh, Trixie, you okay? Lindsey Sterling's good. I've heard a couple of her stuff, or a couple of her songs. I can't remember them specifically, but I know who she is. Okay, that's them. Perfect. Okay. So Patty, is what I'm saying, does that mean anything to you, or should I go a little bit deeper here? Because you can let me know if it's resonating or if it's not. Because I did see the black smoke around that woman, but I'm curious if this resonates with you at all. There goes your ear. Uh-oh. You don't need them anyway. I'm just going to say, oh yeah, she's chunking down right there. You don't really need your ears, guys. It's all a myth. I'm telling you right now. You can hear perfectly fine without them. It's just, they just look pretty is all. It is a woman you're asking about. Okay. Does this woman, do you feel like do they work in the service industry? Or do they work in the service industry? I was almost seeing them folding tables or doing something, maybe not with food, but like with setting up something. If that makes sense, it does. If it doesn't, that's okay. But I was seeing something with that. I feel like there's something around here. It feels like there's some energy that feels like it needs to be cleared, but it doesn't feel super, super strong. It just feels like there's some gunk here. Kind of like spiritual hygiene needs to happen here. There needs to be something where this person starts looking at this as a way of like, not that it's bad or that it's gross, but it's just happening. Because it just feels like there needs to be an energetic rinse, so to speak, like grounding the energy, moving into more of an alignment with the self, because this can cause a lot of anxiety and self-doubt, and it feels like there's... Yeah, it just feels like there's some confusion around this. Like, it doesn't feel like it's their energy. And so, yeah, I wouldn't say karmically negative. I would say it's like, good, it's calmed down, perfect. I'm glad to hear that, Nina. I wouldn't say it's like karmically negative, but I would say there's like a residue, right? There's kind of this residue, and maybe this person absorbs too much, if that makes sense. So that could be something that I feel is coming in here. But again, you can be the one to tell me if that's making any sense. And if we can dive a little bit deeper, I can do that too. It's not too busy of a night tonight, so we can just kind of chill here for a minute. Okay, yeah. So do some grounding. Do you guys want me to show you some grounding exercises? I mean, I can kind of show you what I'm talking about, or I can just discuss what I'm talking about with grounding exercises. Okay, let me do this here. I'm drawing okay. Alright, I'll show you guys here. I'm going to be drawing a flower that represents the group energy. And so that's what I do. So Samuel Clemens, Patty, and Star Crossing, you guys probably haven't seen the flowers that I do, but that's what I do. I paint, not paint, I have a digital thing here. But I do flower drawings a lot, and I'll show you some of the ones, and then I'll show you some grounding exercises. Stuff like this, so go for it, Nina. So that one's got kind of a metallic look to it. There are these different kinds of flowers that I do, and I'm going to be drawing one for the group here in just a second. I'll show you guys some of those. This one's one of my favorites because it's definitely got a lot of different colors and a lot of different things going on for it. And yeah, it's definitely my way of kind of chilling. You're very welcome, Patty. Oh, there we go. So I like drawing these kinds of things. They're very... Okay. You sleep on the floor and play the calm app with a meditation session. It helps me ground myself in winter season or any weather I can't ground myself in. Yeah, that will definitely help. Definitely help. So here's what we're kind of talking about with grounding. And Nina has a point. Anything that puts us into a state of relaxation is going to be grounding. But kind of like this. So if I stand up here and move out of the way. There we go. So if I'm standing up here and I'm going to be back like this, what we can do, kind of starting out with grounding, is that we have to realize there is, yeah, they do. They remind me of auras too. I can show you some other ones here in a second that are kind of like that. But when we're focusing on grounding, we're focusing on taking any energy that we have and we're like doing a rinse or a cleanse. Just like how you would wash your hands after you touch like meat or after you touch something. You're doing the same thing here. So when I'm connecting with you guys, I'm making a grounding cord. And what that does is I'm connecting the grounding cord. Hey there, Jenna. I'm connecting the grounding cord to you guys and me, right? I'm connecting this kind of energy to, and then I'm also in the earth too. Actually, let me reiterate this. When I'm doing my psychic work, I'm connecting to you guys kind of in a mind-to-mind way, like crown chakra to crown chakra. I see what color you guys have in your crown chakra, or I just say, tune me into so-and-so's crown chakra. I match that color or that frequency, and then after that I can start to get images and different things like that. Also, I work with grounding cords. Grounding cords you can imagine coming out from kind of like the base of the spine. They go into the earth, and you can imagine like you're plugging it into an outlet at the bottom of the, just right where the ground is. And what I like to do is I like to imagine almost like you can imagine kind of like a geyser coming up through you, like it's, Old Faithful just coming in here. And you can imagine this to get your energy moving, right? I like to do this where we work in what's called a torus motion, and it's Torus. And so it basically looks like a donut shape. But what it is the energy goes like this, it comes in, it goes back out, it goes like this, right? And when we're circulating energy like this, we're accessing more of the psychic realm. So that's something that we can do. So look up the torus and what I'm talking about here, because that's how energy tends to flow. After I run my energy, I can ground my energy, run my energy, and then ground again, or I can run my energy and then ground. Either way for me works. But when we ground, we're focusing on, I imagine that all the particles in my body, like I imagine a bunch of particles in my body, like you can imagine little flecks of pepper, or little like black soot spots, right? And I imagine the gravity inside of my body gets so heavy that all of these particles just get pulled down into the earth. And we're not hurting the earth when we do this. We're actually strengthening the earth, because it uses this kind of like how we use fertilizer to grow plants, right? Like you would say, man, that's just shit. It is shit, but it can help things grow in this situation. And so that's kind of what I'm talking about there. And the more you can visualize, that's great. Visualizing is great, but there's a lot of other ways we can strengthen our grounding, right? And that's a good one too, Samuel. The roots going into the earth, that's absolutely a good one. Another one, though, is this. A lot of people don't think about this. Put your other senses in there as well. When we're doing grounding exercises, what do we hear? What do we feel? What do we taste? What can we touch? What can we smell? If we can put all of our senses into doing these kinds of visualizations and things like that, then that is going to be something we can really use to make a very strong grounding cord and connection. And we can check in with ourselves to see that. And we can also work with some other things as well. But like I said, I've got my psychic class coming up, and I'm going to be talking about this stuff more in depth with the psychic class. That's tomorrow. So if anyone's interested in that, you guys are more than welcome. But if not, I understand, right? Because it is short notice. It is tomorrow, so I got you. It can be. Your brain can be racing. It definitely can. But over time, the binaural beats, Jenna, is that what you're talking about? I met the guy, I met the person who co-invented binaural beats in Ireland. Really nice guy. Really nice, if that's what you're talking about. Okay, Sam, you're fine, Samuel. I understand. I understand it's not in your budget. And I get that. It can be a little expensive. But I'll let you know, Samuel, and everyone else, when I'm doing another class, because it's something I'm going to need to practice on too. So I'm using this as kind of like a practice session. Not too many people are going to this one, and it makes it good. It makes it good that it's kind of a smaller class, because then I can kind of get used to things. Okay. Two to 3 weeks you're in. What are we talking about, the classes, Nina, or are we talking about something else? No, considering this, it's not a bad price. My teacher that I'm learning from, and she's really good. She's got all sorts of accomplishments under her belt, and she's amazing. Her class, $4,000. Okay, it's a year-long study course, but it's $4,000 to take her class. And so, my class, that I'm going to be using some of her techniques and teaching those, because she is a good teacher, and she said I could do that. I asked her specifically if I could teach her techniques to my students, and she said, sure, go for it. So I'm going to be teaching her stuff, so you don't have to pay $4,000 for it. I'm just going to throw that out there. That's for her master class. She offers her classes one-on-one. She offers a 12-week psychic class that's $1,800. And then there's a psychic level 2 and a psychic level 3. Again, $1,800, and mediumship. So you save money doing the master class, but it's still pretty expensive. But But yeah, I didn't think it was a bad price either, because it's going to be an hour and a half, 2 hours worth of content. Her name is, so she's, let me show you the book, because she's written several, I think she's written several books, maybe just 3, but that's more than I've written. I've written 0, so. So this is the person I'm learning from. I have style, Nina. I've never heard anyone say that. You're the first. I'm not sure I have style as much. But this is what I have here. It's Deborah Lynn Katz's book. Thanks. And so she's the one that does the classes. And she's also head of one of the remote viewing associations. She's really good, guys. I'm telling you right now, if you want to learn, she's upped my game tremendously. I used to not be able to do psychic readings on here, and that was only a few months ago. And now I can almost do them exclusively. Almost. I'm still learning, but it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. And she teaches in a way that's very, yeah. So she's, and this one right here, if you guys are wondering, The Complete Clairvoyant. So she's written all 3 of these books. And I've read the first one. I've read the You Are Psychic book. I haven't read these other 2. But she's really good at what she does. And oh, that's hot. But anyway, yeah, so that's who I'm learning from. And I can give you some of those techniques. Because we talk about separation objects. We talk about grounding. We talk about how to connect with people, how to get specific information, like, let's see, how would I put this? Because I'm thinking, it's a good book. So The Complete Clairvoyant, it's a really good book, and she's really good as a teacher. There's another one. I got a reading from someone named Stephen Herman. He's a medium, and he was really good. He started off with me when I started out with him. It was like he wasn't hitting anything at first. It was kind of like really vague stuff. But as soon as he got one piece of information right that was more evidential, he dove in, and he was amazingly accurate. Like with future events as well, which to me is mediumship and not psychic. If that makes anyway. How I view it is a little bit different, I feel, than other people, but at the end of the day, it's just psychic ability, right? Each person has their own way of interpreting it. But let me go to the list here. I'm getting off track again, guys, believe it or not. I'm getting off track 100% of the time. I'm off track all the time. That's a lot of percent. Anyone here watching the NBA game right now? Celtics fan or Celtics fan here? Is it Celtics or Celtics? How do you say the name? I mean, I'm watching both game and chance. Okay. She'd make sure she was hitting the correct energy. Yeah, you have to do that, I think, Jenna. And then the flow. Yeah, and then it would start the flow, right? Exactly. Hey there, Casey. How you doing? Celtics. Okay, so it is Celtics. And there's Star Crossing back. Yeah, so I'm going to be right back, guys. Give me one second. Is Casey another one that we have here? Birthday? Oh, it's someone's birthday. Is it Casey's birthday? If it is, Casey, happy birthday. If it's not, still Casey, happy birthday for when it happens. I'm going to cover my bases here. And I can be the birthday girl too, if you want me to. I have no problem being that. You guys can shower me with some praise. I need that. I would be okay with that. Oh, it's Jenna's birthday. Damn it. Okay, I was wrong. Everyone who's in here, happy birthday. Yesterday. Ah, well, damn it. She's your sister. Okay. Casey's just Pat. Man, there's so many birthdays coming in here. Oh, so many. Okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. My back teeth are floating here. So guys, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. And skadoosh. Well, hold on. I gotta wait until this comes up. And skadoosh. There we go. Okay. I'll be right back, guys. Okay. I'm back. Let's do this here. Okay, there we go. We are back. I'm just going over the messages again here. Happy after birthday. Awesome. Okay. If we're talking about after birthdays, every day is almost an after birthday for me. I get one birthday a year, unlike the rest of you. So we gotta be on the ball here. Okay. Let me move this over here. Who am I on? Okay, so we had Casey come in. I've got to write their name down. I think I did. I'm not sure. And then we have Jenna. Did I write their name down? So we have Casey and Jenna. No, I didn't. So Jenna, Casey. All right, so let's do this. They had to leave, so I'll put them off the list. Star Crossing. Pre-birthdays, it's kind of like taking pre-workout. It makes you a little anxious. And if you take too much of it, you'll break out in a rash. Maybe that's just me, though, right? Did happen to me once, true story. Never take pre-workout and not pre-workout, you know what I mean? You're talking about duality, right? The duality of the signs. Because there's a lot of them out there, and the air signs I feel like you have Libra, I mean, Gemini has too, unless that, I don't know what we're talking about specifically, but any messages from Spirit? Let me see here. Pisces is an interesting one. Pisces to me kind of has that yin-yang flow to it, because it is the flow. It's kind of like two fish chasing their own tail. And in, you're Aquarius. Oh, okay. You need a few unbirthdays, start counting backwards. I wish it worked that way, Jason, I do. I wish you could take back some birthdays there. You definitely do the two fish, yeah. And there's a show called Avatar: The Last Airbender, and there's these two fish inside of this pond. It's like the coldest place in their world in Avatar: The Last Airbender. And there are these two fish that are swimming, and they're chasing each other in this pond, and one of them is like the yin and the other one is the yang, and they kind of combine together. That's what makes me think of the yin yang, right? Awesome, I have permission. Let's do this here. Let's do this. I have to ask, I'm like a vampire. I have to ask if I can come in before I can come in. But now that I'm here, I must say, beautiful energy, beautiful energy. And Libras can be good. Libras, much like, hold on. Actually, let me do this. Let me grab the other book here. Okay. All right, I'm going to go back into this and see what Spirit needs Jenna to know. We are yin and yang. Your phone died. You're coming up here in just a second. You're definitely coming up here in just a second, Jamie, so give me 1 minute here, and let's do this. All right. So, Star, are you working, or, yeah, I'm doing Star's reading. Okay. So, Star, are you working with, I'm getting a sense of absorption energy. Thank you so much, Jamie. I appreciate you, too. I appreciate that. I appreciate you appreciating me, appreciating you. We can do this forever. It goes on for a minute. But I'm feeling absorption energy from you, Star Crossing, and it's kind of like you take the energy from things that are in your environment, and I feel like you can emulate that sense of energy. It's kind of like a sense of release. I'm almost seeing a nebula or like an nova, supernova, and there's a lot of power and energy here. The only thing that I feel like Spirit would probably recommend is there's power. There's a lot of power here, but it feels like there can be a gentle redirection of where we can go, and for some reason I'm getting Capricorn and Sagittarius energy as I'm focusing on this. Maybe you're trying to absorb the qualities of the Capricorn and Sagittarius. I appreciate that too, and you also. Awesome, Samuel. I love that. Thank you. You just came on here yesterday. A lot of you guys just came on here yesterday, and you feel like best friends, so I love that. You work with energy transmutation. Okay, so transmutation, like the alchemist would take lead into gold with the philosopher's stone. But in this case, well, in that case too, I think the philosopher's stone was actually us, right? I feel the philosopher's stone is the elixir of the soul, and I don't think it's an actual stone. But we're not talking about actual alchemy in that sense. We're talking about energy. Anyway, I hear you. Let me see what else we can get here. I feel you working more with energy that feels cooler for some reason. Maybe your energy tends to run a little bit hot, and maybe you're trying to find something that can slow it down and have it be a little more dense when it comes to working with people. It does feel like there's a lot of energy here, though, and when I'm going into it, I'm seeing a bunch of things. Full Metal Alchemist was amazing. Oh, Full Metal Alchemist was the shit, man. That show was one of my absolute favorites. And I actually got to talk to Vic Vic, the guy who plays Full Metal Alchemist, I would email him occasionally and be able to chat with him, and he was a really nice guy. People have said different things, but when I was talking to him, he seemed nice. But yeah, Edward and Alphonse Elric, I need to watch the Brotherhood one. They say that one's really good. I've only seen the first one. You are right on point. Okay, awesome. Now, here's something I'm seeing. The right, and it's making me feel uncomfortable. The right side of you, it feels like there's a red, like a dark crimson thorn that's being in the side here, and I'm seeing you pulling something out. Do you do energy exercises where you're pulling out? It almost feels like a thorn, like a really sharp thorn, or like, I don't know. It's like I can see you pulling it out and like dropping it on the floor, but it feels like we're getting rid of these kinds of energies. Okay. Yeah, and the only way I can describe it is it feels like it feels like that. But the blood red crimson, okay. Just remember one earlier. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm trying to focus here, and I'm having a hard time focusing. Oh, you removed one earlier. Okay, perfect. Was it in the side, or what? Where was it that you removed it? Because I was seeing it coming out of the side, but maybe, like your side, maybe it could have been coming out of something else, though. Oh yeah, Mercury. Yeah, that'll get you. That'll grab you by the. Yeah, that'll grab you by the bits and shake you around a little bit. Mercury in retrograde tends to do that. Do you have a headache right now, Star? Do you suffer headaches? It feels like a muscle tension headache. I'm getting a headache. I'm wondering if it belongs to you or what I'm picking up on. And then, yeah, there's some energy here. No, okay, good. So I'm getting something here. We'll see what's going on there. The only other thing I'm getting with you is I'm seeing this, and it's in, there's a lot of skeleton imagery with you that I'm seeing. I'm seeing bones, and I'm seeing this symbol here, which is kind of representing to me, and please be kind. I'm not good at drawing. You will see that in just a second here, but it's like I'm seeing this, and then I'm seeing this. Let's see. I'm seeing something going in 3 different directions. Best way I can draw it's like this, because it's going to kind of take over the... Anyway, I can't draw it the way I'm wanting to because I'm just copying and pasting. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Basically, I'm seeing 3 bones, right? It's kind of hard to see what I'm talking about there. Those are definitely bones and not something else. I'm telling you guys right now, get your mind out of the gutter. Okay? Heavy Scorpio. Okay. All right. So, hey there, SC. How's it going? Now we have 3 different SCs in here. We have Star Crossing, we have SC, and then we have Samuel Clemens. So I'm seeing these bones, and to me, this is showing that you have 3 directions that you could go in here, either now or here in a second. And I'm seeing there being, I feel like I'm using the word sanctuary, or I'm using the word, I wonder if you're doing something like you're going to be creating a space soon that's going to be just this. It's going to be just one thing. I feel like there's this need to create a space that's just you focusing on one thing specifically, and that's all this space would be. I'm doing good, SC. I am doing good. My headache's starting to go away, so that's good. I don't know who had a headache, but it's starting to dissipate here, so that's good. Oh man. The bones. Give me a second. I'll see what I can find. Do you do anything? Headache was from a lurker. Could have been. Could have been. Do you do work with runes or anything like symbols? Because I'm seeing something like this with you. For some reason, it's like this. I don't know what kind of triangle this is, but one of the bones to me was representing this symbol. And I don't know if you can look at that. Maybe that means something to you. When I'm looking at it, it's hard for me to define a meaning, but I hear the word quiet, and then I see this symbol. And then to me, it feels like this symbol means something, but I'm not exactly sure. So that's kind of what I'm seeing there. That's a rune. Okay. I don't know what this rune means. The only other time I've seen rune energy was... Well, it's not about that, but the rune energy that I'm seeing here, I'm wondering if you're going to be working with spirits. The only other time I've seen rune energy is working with dragon energy, right? Dragons speak in rune. In runes or in riddles. Riddles, I'll just say it that way. Dragons speak in riddles. The bigger the dragon, the more powerful the energy of the entity or whatever it is that we're possibly connecting with. They're going to speak in a different way because they're not going to be as direct. I think it's because we have to figure things out too. You work with them. Okay. Okay, so give me a second and let me look at this symbol. Let me see what I can find. Is there an orange dragon you work with in particular? It feels like I'm seeing orange or light blue. Trying to find a runic alphabet here that I can make sense of. Yours is white. Oh, you work with them, dragon runes. Yours is white. Okay. So the rune that I'm drawing here, maybe I'm just drawing the symbol of what I feel like the rune would be. The only other time I've seen a symbol like this was when I was working with... You've worked with them all. Okay. When I was working with a gold dragon, it gave me the symbol of Manez and some kind of prophecy stuff as well. But whatever you're working with, it feels like there's power here. It's not letting me feel it though. It's kind of like you can look out and you can see the ocean, but you don't know how deep the ocean is unless you step inside of it. And this energy isn't letting me step inside of it. I can see it's there. I can see there's the ocean, but I can't step in the energy or put myself in it. The only other thing I would say, and I'm not going to do it on here because it would take me a little bit of time, that symbol that I just showed you, this one. Oh, okay. That symbol that I just showed you, if you reverse image search that on Google, you might be able to find a match for it. Just because, again, I'm not going to do that, but look up reverse image searching. Okay, try now. Okay. Let me see what I can do here. It's representing itself as something like maybe the dragon or maybe the energy here feels a little bit weary of my presence. Not that it has anything to be scared of because this thing's a lot stronger than I could ever be, but there's like a sense of watching or observing. The very first thing I saw was like a spider coming down. I don't feel like this is the spider per se, but it feels like it's watching. It feels like it's watching. And then I was seeing white energy, and then I was seeing these black spots, but the black didn't represent negative. It just represented these spots. Maybe that Yeah, it's maybe the duality, right? Maybe that's duality that I'm looking at here. Yeah, protection. It's kind of like I feel like I'm in a nightclub and all of a sudden the spotlight's on me and there's just kind of like, I don't know how to dance is kind of my feeling here. It's a different kind of consciousness than I'm used to going into because it's more, I don't want to say formal, but it's more yeah, I don't know. And then I was smelling something that smelled kind of like rain and apples, like green apples and rain or something like that, or kind of like this foresty scent. Twisted sounds like I mean, if you're using that word to describe yourself, it feels, I guess elaborate would be the word I would use. Twisted, that's an interesting way to put it. Twisted, she said. Yeah, I didn't say that. A little bit. A little bit. It's unique for sure. Not a little bit. I don't know why I said that. Yeah, it's unique energy. Hey there, J Moon. I can put you on the free list. And Shammy, I can put you on the free list too. So J Moon and Shammy. Okay. I'm walking in there and there's more protection. This one, I'm hearing the words pink protection. There's more protection here. So you don't have to keep opening the gates though. But I definitely do feel like there's a lot of protection. There's like the sanctum, the inner sanctum, the feeling that this energy goes in, the way this energy goes. And I'm seeing a book kind of flipping through the pages, and it's feeling to me like it's cycling through different places in time. So wherever this is that this dragon has created is more about a labyrinth than it is about anything else. It kind of feels like I'm walking around in something where even if I look behind me after I've taken a step forward, it's completely different behind me. A labyrinth would be something you could solve. This would be something that you would forever be in if it wanted you to, I guess. It's kind of like a psychic layer. I don't know how to put that other than... it doesn't feel negative, but it feels like if it was negative, it would be a pretty powerful force, but being used as a positive force would be good too, because there's a lot of different energy. It's been with you since your whole life as a child. Yeah, that makes sense. That's why the time energy makes sense. So from what I'm feeling here, Star Crossing, we're working with quantum energy, and what that's going to mean is that your past self, your current self, and your future self are all manifesting this space at the same time, and it's going to be ever changing because you're going to be mingling with energies that have already existed physically but have not presented themselves to you anyway. It's kind of messing with your mind a little, my mind, when I'm trying to focus on how to word it, but that's kind of what I'm feeling there. Yeah, they all run together. Yeah, I can definitely feel that. I keep getting a sense of whispering. I'm wondering if there's going to be something else. I'm wondering if there's going to be a littler dragon or a littler kind of energy that's going to present itself to you in the next coming weeks. You do it on the daily. Not quantum entanglement, Samuel Clemens, because that's something kind of different. It's like when I'm using the term, I mean, okay, to me, right? If to you, that's quantum entanglement, that's cool, right? But to me, oh, awesome, JM. Yeah, I can... How did we... Oh, okay. Now I see how that works. Okay, sorry guys, I was looking at something there. We will look at that question here in just 1 second. Thank you for the donation. Yeah, your daughter has one coming, so I'm going to say it's going to be coming in. It feels to me like it's either going to be like a peridot green, it's going to be like a metallic color, or silver is what I'm feeling with this. And it's going to feel to me like it's a younger, it's going to look younger because it is younger. It's not an ancient or an old dragon, it's younger. And it's going to be one that is learning as she's learning. It's not going to be one that knows what it's doing right off the bat. But it's going to be a kind spirit. It's going to be a benevolent spirit and a helper. But it will be a little confusing because this one doesn't quite have the speaking in riddles down quite yet, but it kind of does. And so it's going to be like anyway. That's how dragons speak. They speak in riddles. They generally don't speak straight out. And generally, if you solve the riddles, that's how you gain favor with them. There's intelligence there. Also, offerings of gold. You know, who doesn't have spare gold lying around that they can offer to a dragon? But offerings of gold can be really good for making something there, giving them a ring or a vessel. And then, yeah, that kind of stuff. So it feels good. It feels positive to me. It just feels like it's going through a lot of shifts and changes, and it's hard for me to focus on one area without feeling kind of carried away. Riddle me this and riddle me that. Life story. Yeah, I would imagine if you have a dragon, it's going to be a little bit different. I work with some entities too, but I've only worked with a dragon once, and they're interesting to work with. But again, I can never feel their energy. It's like I know they're there, but I think if I was to feel the full weight of a dragon's energy, I think that would be a little much, and so I think they take a step back. Because they're supposed to be pretty damn powerful, and some creatures in the astral realm, right, or sometimes physical, humans live their lives, they have supposedly different lifetimes. Like we have different... Pink is your white tiger. Okay, so the tiger energy, and there's been a lot of tiger energy too. So, okay, I was going to say this, lifetime, what was I saying? Okay, humans go through the reincarnation process. Things like dragons, jinns, and other spirits, they do not go through the reincarnation process. They live all of their lives at once. So they live a lot longer, and that's kind of where they go. They don't usually reincarnate. From what I understand, they live, and then... they die. Sometimes it can be 6, 12, 20,000 years, depending on what kind of dragon or jinn it is. But they can live an incredibly long amount of time. They get all of that stuff out of the way. And then humans, we live, anywhere from like 60 to 100 years at a blip, and then we go back and we keep doing that over and over again. We go through the amnesia process over and over again. We go through the veil. We go through all that stuff. These spirits don't have to do that. These spirits come in a way that's like they're already... Oh. Wow. Okay. That's a very generous donation. Thank you very much. That was a nice donation. That was amazing. Thank you. Yeah, you pick up their wisdom. It is wild. Okay, so let's do this. I have J Moon. I have JM that's going to be up next. And then I'll have KC. So JM did one question. Which one is JM? I'm just going to make sure I know who it is. Is it J Moon? And thank you again, KC, for the donation. Super, super appreciated. Helps me to do what I'm doing. Okay. From what I understand, SC, and please take this with a grain of salt, any of you guys. From what I understand with working through that, you're so welcome, Star Crossing. Sorry it kind of ended abruptly, but that's what I've got there, and you're on the right track with whatever it is you're doing. Do be expecting things around the house to be picking up. The energy is going to be livening up. There will be a new dragon. I don't think it's going to be one that's just born. It's going to be one that's a little bit older than an adolescent, but it's still going to be a very young dragon. I'd say maybe a couple hundred years, which for a dragon is incredibly young. You felt it. Okay, yeah, you're going to be feeling more of it, and your keys and different items are going to be moved. I don't think it's a trickster spirit or anything like that at all, but it likes metal. It likes shiny metal things. And it doesn't have that grandeur that the bigger dragons have. It's still in that state of kind of like not a kitten energy, but it's like younger. And it's probably still smarter than your smartest human, I would imagine, but still has a playful energy to it. Okay, so I feel like we forget when we come into this life so that we can experience the universe differently, right? Oh. They know not to touch your stuff. Okay, that's good. That's good. Is there wolf? I'm wondering if there's wolf energy around you as well, because that was what I was seeing there. But I think we're meant to forget in this life because we need to experience life in different ways and have different experiences. Dragons and jinns and the different entities, they know that there's a life after death, quote unquote. They don't have any of the barriers, any of the things like that, and they get to experience things in a more magical way. But from what I understand, they cannot cross into the physical world very well, right? They can do it at times, and sometimes they can even manifest in different ways, but that's kind of the energy that I'm talking about here. It's not, let's see, how can I put this? I think humans need to have different life experiences. Yeah, the wolf was something I was seeing there. That was an interesting one. And again with the runes, I'm wondering if it's even Fafnir? Fafnir. I don't know how you say the name, but there's a wolf energy that deals with ice. That is a pretty powerful one to have on your side too. I haven't done a lot of looking into those kinds of conjuring or summoning with those entities, but I do know that the wolf is a pretty powerful symbol. It could represent someone who prefers to work alone, but it could also represent... Yeah, there you go. Yes, that's it. I was saying it wrong. Fenrir, right. I'm probably still saying it wrong. But that's the ice wolf, isn't it? Right, his name's Fenrir. Okay. Okay, who just did the one on Cashapp? That was super nice. Who did that one? You got it, Odin's Wolf. Okay, there we go, Odin's Wolf. All right, so that one resonates too. Good. All right. Oh, thank you so much. That was so nice of you, Pat. Thank you, guys. You're so sweet. You guys have been so awesome. I really appreciate this. Helps me to do what I'm doing, you know? And, yeah, you guys are showing me that you care, and that means a lot to me. That does. Okay, I'm thinking that's about it, but the I'm going to say the name wrong again. I've heard of Odin's Wolf. I do not know that much about Odin's Wolf. I do feel like, though, that this wolf has a need for, a strong need for dignity and respect. It's not like a wolf, like a wild animal per se. It's like a wolf that's regal and has this sense of, like, it knows what it's doing. It knows when to do whatever it is it's going to do. Yeah, so it's whatever you're doing with this feels good. This feels positive. Yeah, J-Moon, you were the one that donated, and then I'm going to do Karen's reading, so go for it. What's your question, James? Or you have your question. Hold on. I'll answer it. Give me 1 second here. There we go. So, all right, let's look at that question for you, and I'll do that. Because you asked your question in a different way, so no one else has seen it, but I'll just say, let's look here. Odin's wolf, white tiger, and white dragon, mountain lion, and eagles. Awesome, okay. I can look. You're very welcome, Star Crossing. Thank you for letting me do that. And tell the inhabitants there that I appreciated connecting with their energy. But I think the universe with humans, in my opinion, as I'm doing this, I'll do this for J Moon. I think the universe with humans is trying to show us our own divinity over and over again in different situations in many different lives. Every time we find our own sense of divinity, the universe kind of jumps for joy. But the universe with us is essentially playing hide and go seek with itself. And when it finds itself, it gets really excited. And I feel like excitement and that sense of unity with the universe is kind of why we're here. And we're just meant to have experiences and love and grow. Right? And I view the word universe as you and I verse, right? And that means you and I are singing. You and I are singing. We're part of the same verse. We're part of the same song. And so they are pleased with your energy. Okay, awesome. I'm glad to hear that. I wouldn't want to have them on my bad side, or be on their bad side. There we go. That's what I meant. So, J Moon, we've got the world in reverse. We've got Ace of Cups. We've got the Fool in reverse. We've got 10 of Coins. And we've got the 3 of Coins in reverse. Is it okay if I connect with your energy, J Moon? And I can kind of see what I can get here? Thank you, guys. That's very sweet, Samuel. And everyone coming on here, I appreciate you guys coming on. You guys are awesome. Okay, thank you. I can connect with the energy. Let me do this here. Let me see what I can do. Okay. The one thing I'm getting here is, oh, gotta run yellow things. Have a good one, Star Crossing. Yeah, that's, I'm asking you if I can connect with you so I can connect with his. The one thing I'm seeing is it's like, hugs to you too, Star Crossing. The one thing I'm seeing is I'm seeing energy that's, it's kind of like flowing and it's doing this, but it's not touching. And the main thing I'm seeing here is that there's a tiredness with this person, with Jay. It feels like they just need a break. They want to get off of Instagram. But it feels to me like, well, why did Jay the cancer? Yeah, it feels like they're taking a break or they're doing something for their mental health maybe. Because it feels like maybe there was something that was too much. Because I get the words picking up and holding on. And so maybe they were spending too much time on there, or maybe there was something going on where they just feel like they need a break. But that's what I'm feeling more than anything. I feel like they'll be back in maybe a week or two. Because I'm just getting picking up and holding on, but I feel like it's yeah. And I'm getting twin energy as well, which is interesting. It just feels to me like he's pulling away from something because it feels like it's too much for him to handle, or there's stress, or there's whatever. A lot of people are getting off of social media for a few weeks now, which is a good thing. We don't need that constant social media all the time is not good. Let me just put it that way. But when I get the World in reverse, that's the first card that starts out. The Ace of Cups, basically like this. So take a look at these ones. The World in reverse, the Ace of Cups, and then the one at the opposite end of the World in reverse is the Fool in reverse. This person's trying to start something new for themselves, so they're taking a break from this. It feels like maybe they're trying to reinvent or they're trying to do something, but that's kind of what I was seeing. I feel like it's just his own thing. I do feel like it's just his own thing, J Moon, because when I'm looking at this, it feels like someone's wanting to get away and do their own thing. But it also feels to me like the person's not going to have success in dealing what they're dealing with. It feels like it's going to take more effort for them to get to the bottom of this. But something in me feels like Jay's feeling unhappy about something. I don't feel like it's resonating. I don't feel like it's with you. I just feel like it's there, right? That's kind of the whole thing. It just feels like this person needs to do something for their mental health, or this person needs to do something to renew things. I don't think it corresponds to you though. So I'd say give it a week or two and see kind of what happens from there. But I'm thinking you'll be all right with this. It doesn't feel like it's negative or that it's guided towards you. Oh, there we go. Got a crackly neck. Does that help answer that question for you, J-Moon? We all got lots of knowledge to share, don't we? I think so. I think you're reading too much into it. The way I'm getting it, it doesn't feel... right now, Jay doesn't feel like he's thinking much of anything. Like, it feels like he's just trying to get rid of his thought. Not get rid of his thoughts, but it feels like he's not focusing on you. It feels like he's trying to find his I would say a sense of self, but it's also like just trying to find something that isn't online, right? It feels to me like you're reading too much into it, but, give it some time. Give it a week or two and let's see kind of where it goes, but that's what I'm feeling. And then, so hopefully that answers that question for you, and then I'm going to do this really quick, like that. But, we'll see. Give it some time. I'm going to say a week or two, maybe 3 weeks at the most. I think you'll see him again on there. Hey there, Michelle. How is it going? You're from Instagram, aren't you? I remember you. As Rayon says, you're my favorite. He's not wrong. I'm just saying. On Instagram, you were there, and I didn't get to see my I didn't get to see what you were saying to my reading that I gave you because I couldn't look at the comments. Hopefully that was accurate. Thank you so much, Patty. Awesome. Thank you, Casey. Appreciate that very much. And thank you for the kind donation. I appreciate that very much. And welcome to my channel, Michelle. I'm going to put you on the free list here. You'll have to wait for a second to get a question answered, but what we can do is just have a comfortable environment for you. Yes, Jason, you're on the list. And then we have Michelle on the list as well. So there we go. Nice. Okay, how do you say your last name? I kept saying M Paradise. Is it M Paradis? But I'm going to do KC's reading here. So let's do this one. KC says, my company is going through a reorganization Will you be okay? Thank you, and yes, you have permission to connect. First thing I'm getting when I'm looking at that energy is I'm seeing it's like I'm seeing a fingernail, and then I'm seeing, it's like I'm seeing a fingernail and I'm seeing it being trimmed off, so they're getting rid of the fat in the organization. And then I'm seeing Aquarius energy, so we could be dealing with someone who can be more cold than I feel would be necessary, right? I'm wondering if the higher-ups are more cold with people, but it's like I was seeing Aquarius energy and I was seeing a fingernail clipping being like, okay, that part's over. And hey there, Sabine. I can put you on the free list here. 1 second. I'll let you know when it's your turn, and we will do that. So let me do this here. And then I'll put Sabine there. Perfect. Okay. So I'm going to look specifically, KC, and look at the reorganization to see what I can find here. And thank you for letting me connect, because I was going to ask you anyway. You kind of jumped ahead of me. I love that, because then we can just kind of go for it. You're welcome, Sabine. Awesome, Michelle. Well, you have a good one, okay? Thank you for checking in here and subscribing. I appreciate that very much, my friend. And I'll see you on Monday, probably, when we do another live. Okay, let me see. First thing I saw, this was interesting, Casey. I saw a rose. I saw a rose that was red. At first, it was like this dark burgundy red. Would you describe a rose as being burgundy, guys, right? Burgundy would describe a rose, I'm thinking. So I saw this rose, and I saw the petals of the rose falling off. And as the petals of the rose were falling off, there was more of this feeling of like the rose kept getting lighter and lighter. And so it does feel to me like the reorganization of the company is going to be meant more for definitely to cut down paying some people, right? Or cut down redundancies. But then there's a few things left, and the rose was white, and this was your flower that I was focusing on, and I didn't see it going to ashes. I didn't see it going into that. It just went to the white part of this rose, and so I do feel like you're going to be okay. I'm wondering though, because the way I saw it was like it was getting close to being something where maybe you would be let go or considered. I'm wondering if they're going to talk with you to kind of see where you're at in the company and what it is that you could possibly do. If that makes sense. It's kind of like coming to talk to you to see where you're at, and I feel like they might disguise it as something else, not necessarily like they're talking to you about this, but something else. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm feeling. And Jamie, thank you so much for the donation. You will be after Michelle, who I'm reading, or no, yeah, you'll be after Michelle, or no, not Michelle, you'll be after Casey, who I'm reading now. So let me do that for Jamie. There we go. Okay, so is that making sense so far? Casey, you can kind of tell me what we're thinking about here and go from there. And by the way, guys, if you wouldn't mind, follow my Instagram, ChancesTarot at Instagram.com. No, that doesn't make sense. Just ChancesTarot on Instagram. You guys will find me. I'm the guy that looks like me. And so there you go. I think you'll be okay. Yeah, everyone's going to sleep. That's what we do here. If we're not awake, we're sleeping. I can guarantee that. So that's... I think you'll be okay, but there is Sigma. Awesome, Sigma. Yes, I've got you on the list here. You'll be up right after I do Jamie's reading. It'll be your turn, okay? You wanted the career reading, right? From last night. I remember you. Don't worry about that. I wrote your name down special. You've been up since 5 this morning. Damn, you gotta get some rest. No, Sigma, you're fine. You're not late. I'm not saying you're late. I'm saying there you are in a way that I'm like happy to see you. Not there you are like I've been expecting you and you're late and, you know, no, you're good. When you come on here, you're good. No need to apologize. Good night, Casey. You have a good one, okay? And thank you so much. I appreciate you very much coming on here. Okay. So, we're going to do Jamie's... What was your question, Jamie? And then I'm going to do Sigma's reading, and I'll spend a little bit of time on Sigma's reading next. Thank you for understanding last night, too, Sigma. You took that very well. I've had people that when they pay me through, you know, Super Chat, and I say I can't do a reading for them, yes, Haitian Ting, you can definitely donate. You definitely can. See you later, alligator. I like that. What was I saying there? Yeah, I've had people that have donated, and I say I can't do your reading now. I gotta go, and they've gotten mad at me, you know, and I can't give them a refund or do anything, but I just block them because it's like, yeah, you know. But you didn't do that, and I appreciate that. You were respecting my boundaries, so I view you as someone I can appreciate because you did pay. You didn't get an answer right away, but you were patient with me. So thank you for that. I love people that can be like, okay, I can wait a little bit, or, you know, so thanks. Thank you, Jamie. I appreciate that. I appreciate that very much. I try to bring a sense of lightness on here, as much as I can, you know. But thank you. So, what's your question, Jamie? What are we wondering about here, my friend? I do too. I like the name Miss Ting. I like that. Yeah, there's been... I love that. I love that Sigma. You guys are very sweet. Thank you. Whenever I see the name Sigma, I think of the Mega Man X. Because that was the first time I heard the name Sigma. It's like the Mega Man X villain. I don't know if you guys have ever played the Mega Man games, but he was in Mega Man X, the first one. But Sigma's also a Greek letter of the alphabet, right? It's the one that looks like an E and a 3 combined, sort of, ish. Okay, so I'm Libra, just wondering if or when Tyler Virgo will contact me, or if it's just, oh yeah, okay, let's look at that one for you. Let's see what we can come up with here. Been connecting with a lot of different energies today, guys, so far, and it's been fascinating. It has been an interesting read. I'm definitely not used to connecting with more higher vibrational energy like that, like not human, right? Oof. Okay. All right, let's see if we can... What was that? Oh. Okay. Let's see what we can find here for you, Jamie. So, wondering if you'll bring another soon. I don't know where you find all these people, Sam. I don't know. I don't know where you find... I will, Ivory. I always do. I'm very good at taking my time. Where do you find these people? I can barely get people to come over to my house physically, but on the digital sphere, Samuel, you're like able to pull people in from all walks of life. I'm impressed. I am impressed. Thank you, Haitian. Awesome, there we go. Okay, so I'll put you on the list as well. Awesome, Jason. Thank you, my friend. Let me do this here. Thank you for telling me you're going to go and you'll be back, so let's do that. So you'll be after Jamie, who I'm reading now, so... Haitian Ting. Okay, let's do that. And thank you for the donation, too. Do you do, see, and I don't know how to say it. Do you do like Haitian rituals as well? Haitian Ting, maybe that's a stupid question to ask, but I don't know that much about Haitian things, right? And so if that's something you do, I think that's really interesting. I just don't know that much. Okay. So I'm going to say this, Jamie. Oh, no, you don't do... Okay. I was thinking maybe you did some ritual stuff. And I was going to say thank you, Sensei, for coming on here. I shall learn your ways. Are you from Haiti, though? Is it safe to say that? It's not a psychic thing. I just got a feeling that you're from Haiti. Man, I smelled gummy bears really strong for a second. Like, really strong. People would think I was just losing my mind if they just tuned in here. They'd be like, what is he talking about? All right. So we have Knight of Wands in reverse. We have Knight of Wands in reverse, Six of Wands in reverse. I'm going to say this, okay, Jamie? Seem like a lovely person. And you probably know what I'm going to say, because as soon as someone says something like that, there's going to be this. Every single one of these cards is in reverse, okay? The Five of Pentacles being in reverse, not necessarily a bad card. However, Death is in reverse, Nine of Cups is in reverse, Six of Wands is in reverse, and the Knight of Wands is in reverse. The Knight of Wands in reverse I view as kind of being someone who can kind of bounce around from different energies. You could call it a player, you could call it something else. But every single card, the Six of Wands is a card of celebration, that one's in reverse. The Nine of Cups is a really happy card, that one's in reverse. The Death card, which is about change and transition, that one's in reverse. I would say, honestly, this relationship feels done to me. Looking at these cards right here in this energy, and it sounds to me like you were considering that as being a possible option, which is good, right? Because you're someone who, to me, feels like they can let go of things that aren't serving them anymore. But maybe you just wanted confirmation that that's the case, because this looks to me like it's going to be like that. Yeah, I mean, does that make sense? It just feels to me like this would be a better energy to leave alone anyway. So I'll say this, there could be them coming back, but I feel like it's going to be when you're kind of moving on, right? That always seems to happen when we're moving on, we're trying to get over something, someone comes back, but it's the universe testing us, seeing if we're ready to accept it or not. Like if we're ready to move on and do something a little bit better. That's what I'm seeing there. So hopefully that resonates and that gives you something there to sort of help. And 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second. But feel free to type, Jamie. I'm going to be right back. Okay, you're the one that ended it. Still sad, though. Yeah, I understand. We'd want things to be different, but yeah. Okay, and you're very welcome. Now we're going to go to Haitian Ting. What's your question, Haitian Ting? Okay, you said, hold on. One second, Haitian Ting. You're heartbroken, you spent a lot of money, and Andre just disappeared. Give me 1 second here, hold on. I'm trying to remember the reading we had, and I remember, yeah, so that was the business one, and you were saying... Okay, you have a good one. Yeah, Jenna, you're on the list. You are definitely on the list. Let's see. You're actually coming up in not too long here, once we get through the list, because right now, I just have Haitian Ting to do, and that is, yeah, so... You were busy at work. Okay, okay. Yeah, have a good one, Jamie. Okay. Things slowed down. Okay. Sigma, yeah, I'm so sorry. You are absolutely right. You are absolutely right. I had you down at the top of my list. I'm going down my list. You're next. I'm so sorry. You are definitely next. And then I'm going to the free list after that. So let me put your name at the bottom, Sigma, so I don't forget about you. That was my bad. Super sorry about that. Having a little bit of a headache today, and so it's hard for me to focus. But we'll get you going here. There you go. Now I won't forget you at all, my friend. Thank you for reminding me, too. I appreciate that. Okay, perfect. Okay. Okay, thank you, Jewel. I wish you the best. I wish you the best in the situations. I'm sorry that that's the case that happened there. Let me see what we can do here. Are you talking to me, Jenna, on a charm set, or are you talking to Samuel? I have other things for sale in my shop. I just don't have any charms, if there's anything like that. Okay. What's coming in love for Haitian? Both. Both. Okay. Oh, do you run a shop, Samuel? Or... Yeah, I'm not sure. That's okay, Future. Not yet, but oh, okay, you're getting ready to start one. Okay. That's alright, Future. We're still doing some of the paid reads here. Okay, so we have the moon in reverse. And I'll show you these cards here, Haitian. So we got the moon in reverse. Okay. Aspirations, though. I love that. Yeah, aspiring to do something like that. Two of Wands. I need to get to know the network of people you have more here, Samuel, because there could be... Well, I need to kind of see. I need to kind of see what we're working with here, because I'm possibly working with some people that we could do something with, but not a shop for you necessarily. Well, actually, maybe a shop. Anyway, we can do that. We can discuss that a little bit later here. We have the Emperor. We have the King of Cups in reverse. And we have the King of Swords. Okay. Okay. So, the moon in reverse with the Two of Wands and the Emperor. Already we're kind of starting off with, it feels to me like Haitian. I'll call you HT, because I feel like that'll work. HT. It feels to me like with the moon in reverse, the Two of Wands and the Emperor, you're working on attracting more of the divine masculine side into your life. What this means is not being aggressive, right? Because that's just the masculine or the toxic masculine. It's about going after what it is that we want. Instead of waiting for people to give us what we want or waiting for situations to come about, it feels like you're working on being more action-oriented, which is really good. So that what will come towards you in love will be people that are also more action or goal-oriented. And let's see. Hold on one sec here. Is that making sense so far? I'm not done with your reading. I'm just curious, HT, if that's making sense so far. Okay, all right. One more second here. First thing I'm seeing is this. As soon as you typed yes, it was like I was seeing a wasp, and it was stinging. No, Sabine, you haven't missed your turn. It was like I was seeing a wasp, and it was stinging something, right? And when I see that wasp, and it was stinging something, that to me would be maybe you in love before. And then I'm feeling like I'm seeing fire around this. So maybe not one, maybe, is there 1 to 3 relationships that you got burned in before? It feels like they were pretty, like it feels like you were opening up, and I feel like the throat chakra, it feels like you give 100%, but the other people that we're attracting maybe aren't giving that same, they're not giving that same. Because I'm seeing the throat and I'm seeing like a slash through it, which to me is them not being able to hear what you have to say, even though you're coming from a genuine place, right? That has nothing to do with you. That's them. That's going to be them doing that. So, but that's what I'm seeing there. So that's kind of what I'm seeing there. Exactly. Okay. Okay, so give me a second here. You need to quit. I'm hearing it like this. And it's going to sound really weird when I say this, so bear with me. Let me finish the whole thing. I'm hearing something like you need to not give your nutrients that you've acquired, right? I was being shown like milk, right? Like babies or moms give milk to the babies and they try to nurture them, they try to make them strong. I feel like you're giving nurturing to the wrong people, and that to me is going to be something where it's going to keep attracting that energy of like feeling used or feeling lesser than, because what you do in a relationship, which to me is innocent and pure, but a little naive, right, is that you tend to trust wholeheartedly and then you get burned and you feel like people will present themselves in a way that is true. And what I feel like for you is this. Hey there, Elizabeth. What I feel like is true is this. You're a good person, and so you put that label on other people. Even when you don't know them, you tend to give people the benefit of the doubt, not once, not twice, but a few times, because we're still learning what self-love and our own worth looks like. That's kind of what I'm getting from you, more than anything. Others do not hold power over you. It's you that holds power over you. That's what I want to say right there, because that has to be something that we use going forward. Is that making sense so far? Because we have these two right here, okay? We have the King of Cups in reverse and the King of Swords upright. Men will make you, or if it's a man or if it's a woman, okay, relationships, regardless, a person can make you feel like they have all the answers and you have none of them. And if you're in those kinds of relationships, we give all of our sense of power and our sense of independence to someone we feel like deserves it, and nobody deserves it besides us. That's the part that's kind of hard for us to come to. It's like, how can we, yeah. Yes. Right, you've learned from your past mistakes. Right. I'm not saying you haven't. I'm saying this was in the past, right? Because I said 1 to 3 relationships. I feel like we're looking here. Okay, so Let me do this here. So let's look at what's coming in love soon. I know we were kind of going into the background there. I wanted to see what was going on, and then we can jump into the future. Let's see what's going to be coming into your life in the next, let's do the next 4 months, okay? So let's do from June until October. So we have, let's see, June, July, August. Let's do June to September, because that's technically 4 months, the start of June to the end of September. So let me do that really quick. So let's do June. Okay. And I'll show you the cards here. I'm just going to be doing this. June, July, August. Okay, so right here, and it sounds like you've been doing work on yourself. Right here, this is the card I'm getting. This looks like the most promising card, and this one is going to be in August. It feels like there could be something coming in August. Someone who would be a good match for you. But they may not present themselves as a good match at first. And so I want you to not give people a second chance that don't deserve it, but if we feel like we're judging someone too harshly, maybe let's dial that back down a little bit. Because there could be someone that could be a good match that maybe we overlook. Oh, thank you, Elizabeth. Awesome, thank you. Okay. So how I'm going to do this is I'm reading... HT is what I'm calling them, Haitian Ting. And then I have Sigma, and then it will be your turn, Elizabeth. So you'll have to wait for just a second, my friend, but you can stay and chat, and yeah. Hopefully you're doing okay too, Elizabeth. Hopefully everything's... Because I read your message on the Discord, and I hope you're all right. And I understand sometimes we need some space. I get it. I do. Perfect, Elizabeth, perfect. Okay, so things will be coming together in August. That's what I'm feeling. Maybe the first week of August is what I'm seeing here. It could be... You're already on the list, the future. It could be that... I'm feeling like Capricorn energy is something that I'm getting, and I'm trying to feel what else I can get here, so give me a second. But yeah, it does feel kind of like Capricorn energy, mostly. So... That one's Yoshi. Yep, that one's Yoshi. He's the good one. No, not really. He's a very bad boy at times. He takes after his father. I'm his father. Gave birth to him myself. My memories on the birth are a little bit fuzzy, and it was very hair-raising. But in the end, I did it with a sense of purpose. I don't know. They're hair jokes, guys. That's what we're going for here with the cats. So it feels like August. Something will be coming towards you in love, and it feels like a pretty good match could be coming towards you. Keep working on what you're working on, HT, and I think you're going to be doing just fine. But August feels like the best bet towards something. First week of August is what I'm getting to. Like the first, I'd say end of July to August 10th. You must be kidding me. Yes, I am kidding you. You're good with the puns too, Samuel. I gotta remember to be careful around you because you've got them in the chamber ready to go. Are you a cat person, Samuel? Would you say? I mean, not a person that's a cat, but a person who likes cats. Well, actually, are you a cat person? Meaning, do you have like the ears and the tail, but a human body? That would actually be more interesting. Like a sphinx kind of thing. You're an animal person. Yes, there we go. Animal person. That sounds a lot better than what I was thinking. I am too. I don't mind other animals, but I'm definitely more of a cat person. Like cats for me or where it's at, you know what I mean? But hopefully, HT, that helps, because it looks to me like you've done enough work on yourself to have things moving in a positive direction. So I would say it looks good. It looks like a positive change to me. Just keep working on something that I tell people to do is to work towards manifesting whatever it is that they want, right? And the way we can do that is to write down the traits that we would want. Fat in the middle, but hair loves to lay around. Yeah. Sphinxes are all about that. They're all about that. And I get it too. I got a little bit of, let's call it Papa Pudge, right? I've got a little bit of that going on, and I'm okay with that. Big hair, not butt hair. You know what? You said it. It's okay. We all have a little bit of butt hair. I'm fine with that. It's good. Don't be anal about it, though, okay? I promise you, it's going to be just fine. You don't believe in manifestation. Okay, all right. I'll say this then, Haitian, from what I can understand. Rather, in my opinion, whether we believe in it or not, I still feel like it's there. But if you don't believe in it, that's your choice. That's your choice. You can keep cutting ties to what doesn't serve you, and new things will come in. Let me put it that way. Get rid of the things that are bothering you in this life. Get rid of the things that aren't bringing you any joy, and I feel like new things can come in. Kind of like a spring cleaning, but you can view it with emotions or with physical items or with the mental space, right? Because each person is free to believe whatever they want. I personally believe in it, but I can understand if you don't. But getting rid of what doesn't serve us is a good way for us to do anything, right? It makes room for new things, regardless of if we believe or we don't. So does that give you some insight there? Hopefully that helps. Hold on one second, guys. You're very welcome, Haitian. Very, very welcome. And Nina says you're beautiful, by the way. I honestly think that kind of whatever we're seeking is seeking us, but there's obstacles that get in the way of that. And again, that's my belief system, right? Whatever you feel like works for you, I would definitely say, go for that too. And there's Yoshi. You're loving the wrong one, Nina. I'm telling you right now. Go with Hazel or Trixie. Love the blue hue, very calming look to it. I can make it even more calming. Check this out. Let's go into the app here. And if I may be so bold, let's play God. All right? And then I can do this. And then we want to go all the way to blue. There we go. Let's turn on the lights just a little bit. Leave my cat alone. Oh. Nina's already claiming dominance. We've upset Nina. In her natural environment, Nina can be very dangerous, so we gotta be careful. When she's out of the tub, she's ready to fight. We gotta go. We gotta move fast, guys. If she sees red, we're all dead. That's what I say. Okay, guys, let's do this then. I can put you on the free list, J Moon, if you want to be. You'll be at the bottom of the free list, but yeah, I can put you on there. Okay, so Sigma, are you there, my friend? Yeah, Elizabeth gets it. If you guys love him, I'll let you love him. I mean, he needs all the love he can get. He's a good boy. I'm sorry, J Moon, but my prices are pretty fair. If you want to ask another question and get priority, it'll be another 5, which is pretty cheap compared to other people out there, trust me. I know some people that charge $50, $60 a question, $300 an hour, so I'm actually pretty reasonable. Look at this monkey with a hammer, like what a peculiar emoji. Yeah, Chim Chim was telling me about that, Nina. I've seen the first episode of Stranger Things, and I have not gone back to watch I need to watch it. I need to watch that. And Sigma, yeah, you go ahead and ask your question one more time just so I understand, and we'll do your reading next. I need to watch it, though. I know I need to watch it. People love that show. Yeah, I feel like I'm pretty reasonably priced. It's so good. You would love it. Maybe I need to do it then. Maybe I need to do it. I need to watch Mob Psycho too. I've never watched that. It looks good if it's from the same people that did One Punch Man. I had to pay $25 for a question yesterday, then $15 for a 5-minute reading. Okay. You just want a career read. I have just invested some money in a course. I want to start a marketing agency. I like it, Sigma. I like it. You got the big brain moves. All right, so I'm pretty good with marketing stuff, I feel. So you give me kind of how we can make these questions work for you. Okay, so Sigma, you had me at You'll Pay Extra, right? On PayPal. Oh, perfect. You're making me purr like a kitten here, my friend. Okay, so let's address the first one that you had. Actually, let's address the second one. Let's address the second one first, because the first question I feel like should come as a second thought to the first, if that makes sense. Like, anyway, let me explain what I'm talking about here. So, okay, let me do this. Is it okay if I connect with your energy, Sigma? Oh. Oh, man, that needed a stretch. No, Sigma. I'm not saying it that way. Okay. Okay, yeah. Just so we're clear, I wasn't calling you out on how you typed your question. I was saying which one I was going to do first, because the way you typed your question, perfect. I'm just going to reorder the questions. You typed it right. I'm just reordering it because I feel like if we build confidence first in what we can do there, then the marketing agency comes after, right? I hope so, the future. Remember, you got to be patient, right? I know a lot of people hate waiting. I know they do, but you gotta be patient. Because it is a free thing. Okay, so I need you to just be patient. And yeah. All right. Thank you, Sigma. Thank you. Okay, let's see what we can come up with here. Okay, Sigma, do you know, how much would you say you know about the chakras? Can you tell me if you feel like you know a little bit about them, or either a little bit or a lot? Give me that answer, because I feel like a middle ground would be kind of hard to gauge. A little, okay. So let's talk about this. So you feel like you've lost that sense of self-confidence and that sense of like sacral, throat, crown. Okay. So let's do this. So let's talk about this chakra that I'm going to mention, third eye one. Yeah, the third eye. Yes, third eye is one of the most. No kid, what's that? Third eye is the most, I feel like, talked about chakra, right? A lot of people know the third eye and the crown. There's 7 of them, primary chakras, right? There's 7 of them that we have access to at this point in time. And so I'll kind of explain what I'm talking about here. Your first chakra is going to be representative of Earth, and it's going to represent security and stability in your own life. Like your sense of self-identity would be the first chakra, okay? And that doesn't mean do you identify as a man or a woman, or do you identify as this or that. It means like your identity, your personality, your security in your environment. You know, how do you feel about that? This chakra, depending on how we were raised or brought up, can be one of the harder ones, because if we lose our sense of self-identity, all the other chakras kind of come out of alignment, not because we've done anything bad, but we kind of have to have a sense of self. Anyway, I'll go to the next one here. Then we have the sacral chakra, which you mentioned. Sacral chakra is representative of water, and it means choice. The sacral chakra is the second chakra, and you can view the first chakra as kind of like this, okay? There's just like one path that goes up. The sacral chakra, it kind of goes up like this. You can imagine it like a football post, right, that the ball goes through. So you have the first chakra, and then you have the second one that goes up like that. And it's showing that you can either go left or you can go right, but it's about making choices, sticking with those choices, movement, passion, energy, emotion, expression. That's what this chakra represents, okay? Then we have the solar plexus chakra, okay? The solar plexus chakra is really good at telling us if we were feeling confident or not. And the reason why I'm saying solar plexus in this case, and I was building up to this point, is the solar plexus chakra is the third one. It represents fire, and it represents willpower. It represents purpose. To me, what I'm feeling with you is we're missing the solar plexus chakra being activated, which is willpower, purpose, right? Going after the things we want to go after. And then the throat chakra is being able to speak our truth and being able to tell things how they are. Both of these will result in a feeling of a loss of self if it's taken away. And you said you feel like you've lost something. A lot of times, there we are. Sharifa, how you doing? How you doing? Haven't seen you for a second. Hold on. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Samuel. You'll have to email me the link for Stream. I have no idea what StreamYard is. I feel like I've heard of it, but I don't know what it is. So we need to focus on building that up, right? Those stairs, Sarifa, you're going to destroy those stairs. There's just going to be your footprints in them going up, and people are going to be like, what happened to these stairs? Oh, perfect, Samuel, perfect. Oh, pizza for the little one. I love that. Get pizza for the big one, too. Me. I would like some pizza. That sounds delicious. So, Sigma, so far as what I'm saying, is it sort of making sense? If not, we can go a little bit more into this, but I'm going to explain how we can build up that confidence and what we can do. Something feels like you said, it feels like you had it before, and now it's kind of gone. And so we're trying to find something back. And generally speaking, if we feel like we had a voice before and it's gone, there's something, okay, perfect. If we feel like we had a voice before and it's gone, there's something blocking our sense of confidence or our sense of being able to move into a positive direction. And this usually results from not feeling like we can trust ourselves or the decisions we've made, which usually can either come from the way we were brought up. But since you're saying you did have it at one point, I'm going to say maybe there were relationships or friends or people that either betrayed you or lied to you or something along those lines. Maybe we feel like we can't trust our own sense of judgment, and that makes it hard for us to make these kinds of decisions, because if we can't trust our judgment, the rest of it's going to be kind of hard to get into alignment. I feel like you're someone who does have willpower, who does have strength, but maybe you don't know where to apply it, if that makes any sense. Hopefully that makes sense. Yes, that's what happened. Okay. All right. And as I'm tuning into that, I'm seeing a tongue, and I'm seeing it swelling up, or I'm seeing like, it feels like I'm watching someone talk and they're biting their tongue and they're trying not to speak, but they're hurting themselves in the process. I'm wondering if maybe you even knew what was going on, and then I hear the word hard times. I'm wondering if maybe you even knew what was going on, but you didn't know how to say anything, or you didn't want to believe it, or something like that. Maybe it was more sudden and it wasn't like this. It wasn't like a buildup. But that's, for some reason, it's like I'm seeing someone holding back. Yes, okay. All right. Okay, so we've kind of addressed where this is. We've kind of addressed where we're going. Hey there, Ivory. And we've addressed where we can kind of move. Give me just a minute to focus a little bit more, and I'll see what else I can find. But if the throat chakra is like this, where not only are we going to have a hard time expressing our truth, right? Not only are we going to have a hard time expressing our truth, we're going to have a hard time hearing other people's truth and realizing that it doesn't affect us, right? And what I mean by that is, if someone has an opinion, sometimes we can feel attacked by them having an opinion if it differs from ours, because our own sense of self-worth or our own ego can feel kind of like it's hit a weaker point, right? And this just means we're more reactionary at times. I'm not saying this is you, but it can happen this way. It becomes harder to accept other things as being possible. We become inflexible in a lot of ways, and there can almost be a sense of resentment with other people because they're able to do something and move across and we're not. And it feels like for them everything's easy, and for us it feels like it's kind of a struggle, right? But that's because we lost ourselves somewhere along the way, but we can get that back, okay? And thank you, Nina, for telling everyone to like the live stream. I appreciate that. Wow, okay, thank you. Thank you, Sig, that is awesome. Did you, so, just so that I understand this, did you really, yes you did, thank you. Did you really, $15 for a 5-minute reading from a psychic? Like that's a lot of money for a 5-minute reading. Anyway, sorry, Sig, because some of them charge a lot. Anyway, yeah, it was bad. That's expensive, dude. That's not dude. I'm sorry. That sounds informal, doesn't it? But you know what? Oh, have a good one, Samuel. Thank you for sending me that link. I will check that out. I was gonna say, when I used to do phone psychic stuff, right? And the thing you had to do when you were a phone psychic, I was $8 a minute. Those were my prices. I didn't set them. The company set them for me. When people called in, you can have... Okay, perfect, Elizabeth. You can totally do that. You had to keep them on for 15 minutes, okay? And 15 minutes at $8 an hour, that is $120 on average that they wanted you to keep someone on for. And it was disgusting. It was so disgusting how they did that. And anyway, so I get it. I get how people work, and it's gross and it's predatory. Anyway, sorry, I just had to say that part. Okay. And then after Elizabeth, we have Chris. I don't want to say their name because I don't know what the name's going to be on here. Trixie, yep, you got that one right. Okay. We had another one on here that was... Is that one? Okay. Someone with the initials GM. Who is that? Because you're going to be after Elizabeth, who's after Sigma, who I'm reading right now. Okay. So let me do this for you, Sigma, and I'm going to connect again here. So I'm still going to address this, and then we'll look at the marketing thing. You did pay a generous amount. Appreciate that. So I'm going to spend a little bit more time here. So confidence comes from being able to feel our own sense of self-worth and what we say has value or merit. Self-confidence in a lot of ways comes from having a healthy sense of self-esteem. If we do not have a healthy sense of self-esteem, it's going to be really hard for us to understand where we're at, like in comparison to other people. And I say comparison because what it sounds like you want to do with marketing is you're going to be needing to sell yourself. You're going to be needing to sell your products. You're going to be needing to sell whatever it is that you're going to be doing, right? Even if it's just marketing for the sake of marketing, you're going to have to learn how to sell or be in the sell mind frame. And if you're a salesman, you can't have that self-consciousness. And the way that helped me was learning that, because I started out this YouTube channel, I had nothing, right? If you go back, and please don't do this, but if you go back and watch the first videos I didn't have any of the humor. I didn't have any of the confidence. I was very nervous. Constantly, I felt really awkward. I felt like it wasn't something that I could do. But what we can do is, something that I've been told we can do is kind of try out some different ways of being, like, as nerdy as it sounds, talk to yourself in the mirror is one of them that I use, and it seems cringy, but it does help, because that's what helped me to kind of transform my stuff, because I used to not be, and right now I'm feeling kind of low energy. I got a headache, but when I am high energy and the humor's going and things are flowing, it kind of just comes effortlessly. But to get to that spot, we have to realize kind of the area where we can have shortcomings. And confidence is one of those things that takes time to build up, but it's definitely not impossible. One thing that I would recommend that you can learn for confidence is going to be, and this helped me a ton. I'm going to type the channel in the chat here, because I don't want everything to link to me. I want you to have other resources, but you can check these guys out, or this guy out. So the channel's name is Charisma on Command, and he talks about ways that people talk to each other and ways that successful people handle relationships, and he goes into everything. And he even does videos where he breaks down why someone does what they do in a certain kind of thing. And so these are celebrities that he shows, and he gives tips on how they're working and what they're doing to make it so they have that charisma, because they have to have that. That's their whole job. And if you can learn and emulate these kinds of tactics, you're still going to be you, but you can have it where we can kind of turn on the charm a little bit, so to speak. Because everyone knows when we're selling, you're mostly selling yourself, and you're selling that charmingness, or you're selling a personal experience that person gets to have with you. If you're selling marketing, pay this much a month, you get to work with me on this, or whatever it happens to be. But that's going to be a really good step to take. And also having a place where we can go and start out with when it comes to this marketing agency is going to be really important. So give me a little insight on that. Have you, let's see. Have you thought about a name, a website, the direction you'd want to go in, or is this sort of right now still in the very early planning stages? Oh, I need a drink. There we go. And then I'm going to do this really quick. And I wish there was a way I could be like, you flip a switch and it works for you. But we have to kind of put ourselves out there in a way. I'm going to start shuffling some cards here. We have to put ourselves out there in a way so that we can start to understand that whatever it is that we're going to be doing, it's not as scary as we think. A lot of times we tend to put fear and we tend to put other things above ourselves. Yeah, okay. All right, so let me do this really quick. Let me shuffle these cards. Okay. So if Sigma were to start a... Yes, you did. Okay, I've got you on there, Grace. You're going to be after I'm reading Sigma now, and then it's Elizabeth, and then it will be your turn. So hopefully you can wait just a second and we can get to your question. Okay, my friend, thank you for the donation, by the way, and welcome to the channel. Okay. Grace. Okay, perfect. I like the name Grace. It has a lot of grace to it, doesn't it? You're number 4 on the free list, the future. You might be the next one on the free list, but I still have a few donation readings to do, so. All right. What does Sigma need to know for their marketing endeavor, for their marketing agency endeavor to be successful? What does Sigma need to know for their marketing endeavor to be successful? GM, it's Grace. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Hold on one second. Okay. All right, let's do this here. What does Sigma need to know to make their marketing agency successful? Awesome, awesome. Okay, Sigma. I was just making sure. Sometimes people get stuck in the background. Okay, so here's what I'm feeling like we need to have more than anything, Sigma. So we get the 8 of Swords in reverse, okay? We get the 8 of Wands in reverse. We get the 9 of Cups. That's a happy card. That's a good card, actually. 4 of Swords. And then we have the 5 of Wands in reverse, okay? Now, with all these cards, Sigma, to me this is saying that we need to get out of our own way. I feel like whatever it is that you're wanting to do, I feel like it can be successful. But if for some reason we're not able to be the, if we feel like we can't be the face of the company, there's a few ways you can run a marketing agency. One of them is to be someone who oversees it and is the boss of everyone and has that. Like if you're looking to start an agency and have that, you would have to have a higher budget, right? But you could hire people that have the things that we feel like we're lacking at the moment and then slowly learn the trade as we go along, right? That could be something. The other way, though, would be for us to develop that within ourselves first and then go into the marketing agency, which again, we've already talked about. Because when I see these two cards right here, we're the ones holding ourselves back. And obviously I feel like you already know that, but I'm just holding that up to show you that we definitely are the ones holding ourselves back here. I mention it a lot on the channel because it's absolutely true. The reason why we've lost that voice and that sense of self is because, like I said, we couldn't express what was going on with us, and we need to heal those kinds of wounds that we have. I wish it was a button you could press. I wish there was like a thing you could do, and maybe in the future they can edit memories and make things so much better, you know? Yeah, it feels to me like it's not anything else. It feels to me like you're the one kind of standing in your own way. As I'm doing this, though, and I'm seeing this, I'm seeing foot traffic. Are you looking to start a physical business, or is it an online place? Because I was seeing like shoes walking around, and I'm wondering if it's physical or online. Okay. That's how you feel. Okay. Whew. All right, so hey there, the core. How you doing, bud? Okay, so that's what I was. Okay, you're physically going to meet clients to set up online marketing systems. Okay, so yes, you'll. Okay, all right, so that makes sense. Again, you'll have to pardon me. So yes, I'll be moving around, but it will be online. Perfect. Okay. Like I said, you'll have to pardon me. The headache makes it a little hard for me to focus on kind of the reading, but I feel like I'm getting it. So just give me a second here. So would you say that when you're meeting, yeah, I can put you on the list here, the core. You'll have to wait for your turn, but I can put you on the free list. Okay. I have no doubt, Sigma, that it's okay with you. You seem like a nice, chill person. I feel like you're that person that's just like, it's okay, take your time. I get that vibe from, yeah, see, and I get that vibe from you. You're very, you have a good heart, okay? And I don't just mean in a physical way, you know, but in like a spiritual way. I hope, you know, good heart both ways, right? But here's something I'm seeing here. So I would imagine when you meet the person in person, you're going to do like a soft sell approach, and then the online system is meant to hook them further and kind of get them to. Are they getting to see the online interface well before they buy, or what is it that they're doing, right? Because I'm wondering when they go online, is there a free trial first, and then they get kind of hooked into the system. Once everything is hooked into the system, then you charge them like a little bit later, but they already have everything there, so they're going to stay. Is it subscription model based, or what are we talking about here, Sigma? I'm sorry I'm asking so many questions. I'm just trying to understand the thought process of what you feel like you would want to do. Because subscription model marketing can actually, I mean, that can be a lucrative son of a bitch, if you know what I mean. That can be some good money. But then it depends on what it is you're offering too. Meeting in person, though. Meeting in person is a really good way to sell your marketing. Because it shows that you're confident enough in your business to meet people and, yeah. Okay, it would be subscription contract based. All right, perfect. That's what I was thinking it was going to be. And there's a free trial. Is it a 2-week free trial, or is it like a month free trial? You know, because the free trial part for them to set their stuff on the systems, right? I wanted to run an ad campaign for them for free as a trial. Oh, okay. All right. So, yeah, see, and I won't ask you a ton of questions on this. That's a good idea, though. When they get results, we get them on a contract. Perfect. That's actually pretty smart. That's pretty smart. I like that you do that. Okay, so we're talking keywords, we're talking marketing, Google AdWords, maybe Facebook ads, right? Or something along those lines, depending on what marketplace the people want to break into, right? Are you doing, sorry, I kind of geek out with marketing stuff. Are you going to do split testing for these people when it comes to doing ads and stuff like that? Or what is it you're thinking to do? No, I shouldn't ask that question. Anyway, you're a client. I get nerdy when it comes to this kind of stuff, so sorry. Hey there, Jenny G, how is it going? That's a good market to go into because the baby boomers have money, right? Or they're close to retiring, there's money there. That's kind of an evergreen spot to put yourself into. And you probably know this already then. Oh, thank you, Jenny G. Thank you so much for the donation. Yeah, it sounds like you know what you're aiming for here. And so Jenny G, you'll be up here just a teeny bit later. Thank you so much for that. And hopefully everything's going well, my friend. It's been a minute since I've seen you. Thinking about just helping people who have no idea how to do online advertisement, set up for them. Then they will see the sales and they will want to sign a contract. Yes. Okay, perfect. Okay. So I missed you too. I haven't seen you on here for a minute. Honestly, I was hoping everything was okay. I feel like Sigma, you've got the idea right, you know? Not that I'm the judge of that, but the marketing sounds good. Having someone see sales is a really good idea. Especially, you know what? Especially showing what you can do, demonstrating that you can show sales in a free trial basis and then having them, that's pretty smart. Anyway, if you do split testing, that's going to help you with that too. And obviously, you probably know what this is. I'm going to explain it anyway. You have an ad campaign. You have this ad campaign over here. You have this ad campaign over here. You directly compete them against each other. And then whichever one comes out on top, you have that ad campaign. And then you have the other ad campaign. And you keep making it so that you keep having these two ad campaigns fight each other until you find something that's consistently getting profits for the amount of money that you're spending. And so it's A/B split testing, I believe is what they call it. You're just afraid of something. You sound smart. You sound like you're really smart. You're probably too smart, though, and you're freaking yourself out. There's probably some self-doubt that's going on here, right? And I heard the word hosting, too, which was interesting. Would you need hosting? Would you need something to... Why would I hear host? Anyway. Yeah, so that's something that I'm seeing there. It just seems to me the smarter we are, the dumber we think we are. And the dumber people are, the smarter they think they are. And trust me, they are out there. They have no idea what the hell's going on, but they're confident as hell. But they don't know what the hell they're even doing, okay? But when we're smart, we sit there and we doubt everything we do. It's just self-doubt. Honestly, Sigma, it's self-doubt. If you get that out of the way, you're fine. You're going to be just fine. But start taking some baby steps. Hell, take your own system out for a spin. You're wanting to get sales with your own system. Show yourself that you can do this for you. And then if you can do it for you and different industries, then you can show it to other people. Start by showing yourself what you can do and then move into another space where you can feel more confident. Because it just sounds like you're lacking confidence, and that's it. Because you're smart. You've got it going on. You know what market you're aiming for. You know where you're going to go, and you know the audience you're trying to get. If you're doing Facebook and you're doing 50 plus, yes, that is there's tons of 50 plus on Facebook. That is the market. Absolutely, and they have money. They have money in that market, so it makes sense to go for them. And plus, a lot of people nowadays are wanting to start let's see, what do they call it? They're wanting to start gig economy businesses, and so they're going to use things like Airbnb, Etsy, Fiverr. They're going to use these different kinds of things to start businesses for themselves and then eventually start their own websites once they've built up a clientele. But if your market can be the middleman to meet in between there, that's good, because people are getting away from big companies and going more for the mom and pop shops that are out there because they're more customized and they can do more and they're more adaptable versus a big shop that can't do a ton, or specialty orders and stuff like that. You can tell I think about marketing maybe a little too much, but I find it interesting. So that's what I'm seeing there. And then there's different advertising, right? You can do... there's different advertising forms. You do too, Elizabeth? You said you were taking a beginning... Yeah, marketing's fascinating. It is interesting. Because you have CPM marketing, which is cost per milli, which is cost per thousand, right? And then you have CPA marketing, which is cost per action. And then there's other forms of it too. I can't remember the other ones, but yeah. Pinterest advertisement. The recession, yeah, there's definitely, there's always seems like there's some sort of something going on. Give me just a second, guys. I'll be right back, and then we'll do the rest of the reading here, so hold on. 1 second, guys. Thank you for everyone for being patient. What did you say? We still need marketing in all markets. We will need it when the market is up and when the market is down. Absolutely, Sigma. If it starts breaking when it's up or when it's down, the whole thing starts collapsing, and when that happens, then people start losing a lot more than just money. I'm okay, Elizabeth. Just a kind of a nagging headache, but it'll be all right. Thank you, though, for caring, Elizabeth. I appreciate that. I'm coming right back, guys. Give me 1 second. All right, I'm coming right back here. That's awesome. That's awesome, Sigma. I love that. Elizabeth is really, really cool. I think you guys will get along. Public speaking is such an important skill. I wish they taught that in school when we were... Yeah, I do too. So many things I wish they taught in school. Public speaking is one of them. I'll tell you right now, my version of public speaking is to go up on stage and people can hear my knees knocking together because I'm that scared. You know, public speaking, I sweat in places I didn't even know you could. And yeah, they should teach it. They should. Because I feel like when you're that age, yeah, it makes sense. Because when you get older, it's harder to, old dog, new tricks kind of situation. Hey there, Cheryl, how's it going? But you can trust Elizabeth Sigma with that because she's been on it. She's been a channel regular for a long time, and she's a good person. I really like her being on here. Knees not... Oh, absolutely. Sigma, you got no idea. I can't... You can learn it when you get older, but we have to tap into that charisma stuff I'm talking about. When you're charismatic, it doesn't matter what's going on. People overlook it. It doesn't matter. I've seen a lot of people that, let me put it this way, right? I've seen a lot of people that do not have the skills that they would need for the job, but because they're so charismatic, they just can do it. You know what I mean? They just get away with murder sometimes. The hell is that? Sorry, really weird sound out of my... Anyway, that was a weird sound. But they can get away with murder, you know, and they don't really have to do anything. I had a friend, they turned out to be not the best person, but he could have, you'd go to Walmart or Kmart with this person and he would have the cashiers dancing and doing weird stuff. He had that level of charisma where he could make people just do weird shit because he had that kind of thing, you know. But there is something called Toastmasters. I got to get into it. It's like an improv public speaking. Yes, charismatic people can get away with everything. Hey, Juliet, how's it going? And that, yeah, that's kind of the whole thing, is we have that public speaking. And I've heard of Toastmasters. I have heard of that. I didn't know that's what it was, though. I thought it was just people that were really good at putting bread in a toaster. You know, like they just had it perfect, like you would have it crispy every damn time, you know? Now looking back on it, it seems like a weird thing to be able to be really good at. It's just toast. But here we are, right? The masters of bread. I'm still doing readings. Hold on. Oh, man. But that's kind of what I'm seeing there. It's, you know, I hope that helps answer that. Sigma, the only thing that's in the way for you is you. If you can get to a spot where, like what I do, okay? You'll notice on my, if you go back and you look at how I used to do my lives, they would say something like tarot reading, right? And I'm taking psychic classes, I'm taking courses now, but it would say something like tarot reader. When I was first starting out, I was really nervous putting my name out there. I was really nervous doing... Oh, thank you, Juliet. I was really nervous doing this stuff. And as time has gone on, now I say things like, I'm accurate with what I do. Or now I say things like, I'm highly accurate with what I do. And it comes with confidence, and it comes with understanding that when you start taking the steps, at first it feels like you're floundering. But being bad at something... I'll quote Jake from Adventure Time. Being bad at something is the first step to being really good at something. And I don't even think you're bad at it. I just think you're hard on yourself. So let that be something. And you're very welcome, Sigma. You're more than welcome. You got this, you know? Yeah, I've heard of Toastmasters. I might need to look into that too. And those... Whoa, what the hell? Okay, that was weird. My iPad just booted up a game for no reason, so that was really strange. Hey there, Charlene, how's it going? Alright, so let's do this one. I'm going to go to Elizabeth's reading now. So Elizabeth, what's your questions here? And then... Yeah, so we'll have Elizabeth, who's next, then we have GM, then we have Design, and then we have, Juliet. There we go. Brain fart in there. So you'll have to wait just a second, Juliet, but we will get to you. Hey there, LLOV. I can add you, my friend. Thank you. Oh, you sent an email. Okay. You'd want a class on that? That might not be a bad idea. I might be able to do something like that. I could go into marketing. I can go into how to do tarot, how to be successful at it. The main thing with tarot, the main thing is or the main thing with starting an online business is you have to be good at everything you do, or you need to be able to have enough money to pay people to be good at everything you want them to do. So I go on Skillshare and I try to learn new skills like this right here, my Streamlabs OBS. This has only been the last year or so that I've been doing stuff like this, having the stuff on the bottom of the screen and having these transitions like this, you know? But when you learn how to do stuff like this, it makes it so you can do fun things. Oh, there's Ling. Thank you, my friend. Yes, it's something I also want to build. I look up to you in that way. I want to do what you do. Oh, Elizabeth, that's very sweet. Anyone can learn to do this. It just takes time and practice, and you have to become sort of a master of all trades in a way. Like, I design all my own thumbnails for the most part. Sometimes my girlfriend designs them too. But I do all the work on this channel, again, for the most part. And once you can do that, it becomes much easier. It becomes much easier to understand the areas we can go. And anyway, but I think we could do that. Let me look at your question, Elizabeth, and let's do that. Okay. What's this? Okay, and then we have Jewel for another one here. Hold on one second, guys. Then we have Jewel here. All right. Thank you so much, Jewel. And okay, seeing. I do too. I like Sigma. I like their energy. And thank you guys. Yeah, hit that like button. I'd appreciate it. In fact, I'd like it very much that you hit the like button. Okay, so I'm going to read this here just to myself, and you guys can watch me read. I'll make it entertaining, I guess. I don't know. No, I'm. Give me a second here. Okay, there we go. I read that. Hey there, Natasha B. Hi all, first time here, just saying hello. Awesome, Natasha, welcome to the channel. Thank you for stopping by, my friend. Let me add you to the list here. Feel free to talk with people in the chat. I was just reading a message. And, okay. So, Elizabeth, what I'm seeing here... Actually, I think I know exactly what this is. So I'll sum this up in a few words. And let's just say that was a story, right? That I was reading there. That was a story. That was a trip, all right? And so I'll go into this as much as I can. The kitten, okay? The kitten represents, in my opinion, it represents your energy, your knowledge, your energy, your knowledge, your way of seeing the world. The apothecary to me represents the part of you that needs to do things in the world, but is too scared to do them. So the apothecary represents the part of you that needs to take action and do the things, and the kitten represents the part of you that is still that pure, innocent energy. It feels to me like there's a dichotomy. There's this split where we want to be the kitten, we want to be pure and innocent, but we also need to be the apothecary, where it is that we take action, we do what we need to do, right? And the reason why the kitten was needing to be killed in this case was because a part of you is wondering if you need to stop being who you are now in order to achieve something greater in the future. And you wanted to protect that. You want to hold on to the former self instead of allowing the other self to come in. So far, what do you think of that? Because the rest of it, to me, kind of faded into the background. Kitten, apothecary, the birds, stuff like that. Okay, so that does make sense. All right, so we need to realize that, Elizabeth, I want to say this right now, taking action is not evil. Taking action, it's not aggressive, it's not evil, it's what we have to do as humans. Part of me feels like you're this person that would be like, you would be this person that if we lived in a perfect world, you would literally eat, you'd eat rocks and you'd make sure nothing ever got hurt ever. You'd make sure that you would leave no footprint, no trace, and you would want to be innocent and kind to everyone. And that's great. That is great. But there's ways we can make a living where we don't become evil, right? There's ways we can make a living where we trust ourselves and our own sense of self-confidence, and we can market that to other people, and they can also trust us as well. For instance, what I'm doing on this channel, I sell my services, but you guys get something out of that I feel you appreciate and you enjoy. Therefore, I don't feel like I'm ripping you guys off. In fact, I feel like my prices are pretty damn fair considering. And it's something that you guys can rely on. If you're offering something that can help people in a genuine way, there's no reason to think that we're doing anything bad. And so, but I get that taking action can feel like the spider eating the fly at times. And it can be if we're not focusing on it in the right way. But we can look at it a few different ways. One, the spider that eats the fly balances nature. There has to be a balance in nature. There has to be, right? And it helps to balance things out in the long run. Maybe it looks chaotic. Maybe it looks like it's a mess to other beings or other creatures out there. But the spider knows what its place is in the world. Humans need to understand what our place is in the world. And our place is to innovate. Our place is to make, innovate, create, and so on and so forth. And thank you, Juliet, and thank you, Elizabeth. But that's kind of the situation I'm talking about here. The saying, you can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs. I kind of agree with that, but also we don't break the eggs just for the fact of breaking the egg, right? We break the eggs for the fact of getting something nutritious from it. If we break the egg for the fact of just breaking it, just put it in the trash. You know what I mean? Like if you're just doing that, great, but there's no further purpose. We're using what we have now, our knowledge, and we're not exploiting people. We're making it so that we both gain something. It's a transactionary process. And it doesn't matter if it's money. It doesn't matter if any of that. Everything in life is transactionary if you think about it, right? Literally, it's called paying attention. You pay attention to something. You're giving it your attention. And you're giving it your energy. You're giving it, if you're not giving it someone money, then guess what? You're probably giving them your time. And time and money are kind of similar on this plane. Anyway, I think you guys know where I'm going with that. Wow, you just helped break this apathy wall I've had all day. Thank you so much. Words can't express it. Good. I'm glad that helped. Because that needs to be something we use going forward. Okay, so I'm going to go to the second question, which was... let me look at this here. Nope, that wasn't it. There we go. Second question was, where am I spiritually being led at the moment? Okay. Where are you spiritually being led at the moment? I think you know the answer to this already, but we're going to go into a little bit more detail. All right? One thing that I feel with you, Elizabeth, is that you get the answers, you understand the answers, but then you question if they are the answers. That's what I get from you. You're someone who, I feel like you know it. I feel like you know it when you know it, but we're still learning to trust the self, and we're still learning what that feels like for us. So you already know the answer to this question. However, I'll confirm it and make it something that we can have be a little bit better. I struggle with apathy, and it worries me because it makes me feel like I'm not right for this kind of work, but I know it isn't true. It isn't true. It isn't true. And just so that I go from, let me see this really quick. All right, hold on one second here. And welcome back, Ivory. Okay. All right, Elizabeth, I'm going to say this. And you can agree with me or you can't agree with me. Either way, this is what I'm feeling from you. I don't feel like you have this. I feel like there's a sense of numbness that you have, but behind that sense of numbness is extreme concern, extreme this, extreme that. And because it can be so extreme, I feel like you cut yourself off at the emotion and you call it being apathetic. I don't feel like you actually have apathy. I feel like you're deeply concerned and you care very much, but you halt yourself in the process and you don't want to hurt yourself, and so you kind of shut yourself down. That's what I'm feeling from that. I do feel like you feel things. I do feel like there's something there, but when things get a little bit too rough for you, there can be a numbness, or there can be a feeling of not feeling, right? But not feeling is also a feeling. Numbness is also a feeling. As weird as that sounds. Is that making sense? Hopefully that is. Exactly that. Okay. So know that it means you care too much, not that you don't care enough. Okay? Know that I've struggled with that myself. I've had that exact same thing. That's what it is. You care too much. It's not that you don't care enough. Yes, Juliet, we haven't even got to your question yet, so go ahead. You can change your question. I've always had a struggle with picking up others' emotions to the point where I don't know what my own are. So when we're, yeah, and that can make it hard. That's where you need to go on the spiritual journey. I honestly think what you're doing now is a smart idea, because I don't think, and Elizabeth, maybe this sounds like I'm being harsh, okay? And if it sounds that way, I'm sorry again, but this is kind of what I'm feeling. I don't think you're ready for the spiritual aspect of the work yet. What that means is I feel like you have the ability to do it in spades. I feel like you would be an excellent spiritual worker. But what you can do right now is develop more of the practical side, the business side, and that's going to be the marketing that you're looking into. That's going to help you develop at this point in time. I do not think you're ready to take on things spiritually because you're still finding that sense of self. And because you're so young, it's going to take you a minute to kind of hone in on that identity. But you will get the hang of it. It will be something that just takes time, right? And in the meantime, you can focus on the practical side of building up the business, because the spiritual world right now, we don't need more people that don't know what the hell, right? We don't need more of that. We need people that come from a grounded place and then can do the spiritual work besides that. We've had enough people that aren't grounded that are trying to do this. I feel like you would approach things in a grounded, whole approach versus someone who just kind of picks up things here and there. I feel like you would be very good at this, but let's build up the marketing. Let's build up the logical side first, because that to me feels like where you're at most of the time. Even though you are spiritual, it feels to me like you go between these two, and I feel like that would be, I would agree with that, even though it is disappointing, but I want to be my grounded self to help the best. Yes, exactly. And I'm going to say right there, it's not necessarily disappointing, right? I mean, and you can feel however you want to feel. I get that it feels like a bummer, but it gives you a chance to discover things. Trust me, you don't want to be in a situation where you're doing this work and you feel very ill-prepared. It's a good thing to go into it gradually. And for a while, I lost it was about 3 or 4 years when I was 17 up until about 2021. I lost my abilities completely. I couldn't access them at all. So there's times where you literally have to take a step back and you can't do anything about it. And during that time, you can you can work on yourself. You can work on building things up. You can work on developing different skill sets. I use Skillshare, and you can develop so many things, right? And you always worry about being left behind. Well, trust me, you'll be the one that'll probably leave others behind rather than the other way around. But we have to start here and then work our way toward doing other things. But in the meantime, like I said, I keep promoting Skillshare because you can learn a lot of stuff that goes into a video, that goes into the stuff I'm doing, or that goes into the stuff that other tarot readers and psychics are doing. And you can get good at that. You can get good at the design work. You can get good at the just the different aspects, the way you make descriptions in videos, the way you can do keywords and titles and stuff like that. Because, yeah, Skillshare is good, and you can learn a lot from there. And it's a really good idea, in my opinion, to learn as much as you can and then go into this market rather than, like, learning while you're doing it is good too, but learning as, like, having the knowledge already can kind of help us propel us forward and make us stand out a little bit extra when we're starting out. So does that help answer that question? Because that's what I'm feeling like. The marketing, the more physical side, the more logical side at this point, I feel like is where you should be focusing. Doesn't mean you can't develop your spiritual skills on the side, but I would say don't put them out there for other people to use and get paid for. You know what I mean? Like, not yet. Even though if you've done that already, that's great. But I feel like there's still some more, the bun needs more time in the oven, so to speak. I doubt myself too sometimes in terms of being right for spiritual work, but I also can't ignore the call. It is so loud. Yeah, then you're fine. You're fine. A lot of times when someone wonders if they're this or they're that in the spiritual world, I can tell you right now they are. They are. And the reason they're wondering it is because they are. It doesn't make a ton of sense, but trust me, what we're seeking is also seeking us. Awesome. I'm glad, Elizabeth. I'm glad that helped. Good, good. As you're doing that, you're giving your services for free. You're going to build up more of a way of understanding people, the questions they're going to ask. And then over time, you can start charging a little bit here and there, and you'll feel more confident in your abilities. If you go right out the gate charging, it can feel like it's a lot that you have to live up to. Slowly get used to this, acclimate yourself to this position in a slow process, and trust me, it'll work out. That's what I started doing. I started out free, and then, I'm still kind of doing that, but I'm getting paid for doing free work, so at some point, yeah, it kind of doesn't make any sense there. Yes, the future. I'm still doing readings. Okay. So let me go to the next one. But hopefully, though, Elizabeth, that helped answer that question. I'm going to go to the next one on my list here. Okay, Grace, are you still there? I'm so sorry that took me... And you're new to the channel. I take my time with doing my readings. So, yeah, are you still there, Grace? Oh, I love that, Elizabeth. Thank you for saying that. That's very sweet. Okay. You too, Elizabeth. Okay, Grace, again, I'm sorry it took me a minute there. Are you still there? If not, that's okay. When you come back in here, I can give you your reading. You're not getting skipped over. I'm just going to move on to the next one, unless you're here. So, all right, let's do this one then. Designed by G. Are you there? Jenny G? Designed by Jenny G. Are you there? Okay, so I'll do this. Put that there. I'll put that there. I'll remember in case for some reason I don't get to everyone tonight. You guys, the next time I'm live, if you ever pay for a reading and I don't get to you, I remember that. I write it down and I make sure that when you come in the next time, you will get your reading, okay? In case that does happen, please don't worry that I'm just going to skip over you. I don't do that. There we go. Yes, awesome. There's Grace. Perfect. So what was your question, Grace? Or no, you asked it through Cashapp, I believe. Or anyway, I'll look. I remember seeing your question for a second. Let me see here. There we go. Okay, I've got it right here. I've got your question. So you don't need to type it again. I've got it. Your Grace, still here. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. I'm going to do this one more time. Hold on. Okay. Just want to make sure we're up to speed here with everybody. All right, let's move to this question here. Okay, Ivory says 8, perfect. So you're basically caught up. There's Charlene, perfect, okay. Want to make sure we can get Grace with the 8. I just want to make sure everyone's on the same page here. Okay. So the future is bright. Sometimes the video lags behind, and so people will think they're watching me live, but they're like 2 or 3 minutes behind, or sometimes 30 seconds behind. And so I have them refresh their pages every so often to make sure they're caught up with the live stream. That's what I mean by current. Hopefully that makes sense. Okay, I'm going to say this regardless. If you feel this way, Grace, because I read your message, right? If you feel this way, it sounds to me like it's not for you, right? It sounds to me like a part of you, you've probably been holding on to this for a while, I would imagine, right? Okay, good, 8-8, good. You've probably been holding on to this for a while, Grace, and I would imagine that for you to message me and for you to have this kind of question, that you're just wanting to make sure if it's the right move for you to do or not. It sounds to me like it's not going to be what you would want it to be, right? If people are going to look at you and be judgmental and have that kind of difficulty, and if you're wanting to message me, right, and I'm more than happy to help you, but if you're wanting to message a stranger about a situation like this, to me that says more than anything that you've thought about this, probably agonized about it, really given it some thought, really given it some space, and realized that this probably isn't the connection for you. There's not a lot you can do on your end to change how the family views you. And I don't know if the person you're in a relationship with stands up for you to their family or does anything like that. If they stand up for you and they're on your side when the family's being awful to you, that could be a situation to stay in because that person values you. But if the person doesn't say anything and there's judgments and there's control and there's all these different things going on around you and you don't feel like you can be yourself or relax around these people, it might be time to move on because it sounds to me like it's kind of a toxic situation, right? Controlling and judgmental people definitely don't add up to a free experience. And relationships can be hard enough without having to deal with another family's judgment. Trust me on that. You don't need that. But, yeah, I know that that's easier said than done, Grace. I know that that's one of those... That's kind of like saying... it's kind of like I'm saying just do it, right? But it's harder to do... Harder said than done, right? But that's what I would say there. I don't even need to look at the cards. It sounds like to me it would be almost a similar situation if someone said, I have a job that I go to, and when I go to this job, I hate it. Nobody likes me there. I don't like the job. It's, my boss is a jerk. I would say quit the job. Wait until you find a job that you can be in, and then quit that job. So for a minute, you'll have 2 jobs, but then you'll have another job you can immediately go to, save up a few weeks of money so that you can have money in the bank while you're, waiting for the next paycheck to come in from the new job. But in this situation here, I'd really say give it space. Give it space because it sounds like you know exactly what's going on. You just don't want to believe it yourself, because relationships, giving up on something like that can feel like we failed, but it's not that we failed. Look at it like we're learning how to love. We're learning what we like and what we don't like in a relationship. Don't look at it like we're failing. Look at it like we're experiencing things and we're learning from it. He does, but you feel like they get in his head. And I can understand that because it's family. And so there can absolutely be that kind of feeling. So I'll just say this, Grace. Moving forward, I'll say it like this. If this person stands up for you, they treat you kindly, he's respectful, they remember things about you, they're loyal, they're trustworthy, and you feel like you can talk to them about anything, then stay in that relationship. Even though the family is difficult, it sounds to me like that could be a person that could be a potential match, even though the family's difficult. But if this person is someone that, you know, doesn't treat you the way you would want to be treated, or they're around their family all the time, even though they don't like you, that could be something then. When it's just us, we're great. Okay, so there you go. When it's just you guys, you're great. Yeah, so that makes it difficult. That does make it difficult, but I would say it sounds like you've given it a lot of thought, and for you to even say, is it time for me to move on, means that you've really thought about this before you posted the question. I can look at this here. I can look at the cards, but let's take a look. Let's do some cards here. Let's do a couple more shuffles here. So, Amira, before I even... How many times has Shane promised you that he would change? A few. And how many of those times when he's promised you he will change, has he changed? Okay. You want to know if someone is saying they're going to change because they want to change, or they're saying they're going to change because they want to placate you into a false sense of security so that they can go around doing their bullshit again, right? He's changed certain things, but not the major things. So then move on in that case. Even if it's been 3 years, if someone's just saying, I'll change, and it's just to placate you and to make you calm, right? And then they can do their bullshit again, then to me, that's not it. Exactly, Grace. It shouldn't be difficult. Hey there, Chim. It's blue shirt guy. Not anymore. This is smoke shirt guy. I don't know. This is a weird shirt guy. How did your Stranger Things marathon go, Chim? How goes it? How goes it? That's how it goes, man. That's how it goes. And it goes that way. It's like going in circles. So, Amara, yeah, get out of the situation. I'm not even going to have you wait in line. If someone says they're going to change and they don't, and you give them more than a few tries, eventually you're the one that's the fool, right? And I'm not saying that to be mean. I'm saying that to give you a little shock of reality here, because don't stay in that situation. And absolutely, Grace, this situation, it shouldn't be this hard. It's up to you to talk to this person and say, I do not feel comfortable around your family. I want us to talk about this. What can we do? If they aren't willing to meet you there, Grace, then you know your answer. But talk to them. Have an honest talk with this person and say, I feel like your family judges me. Is there anything we could do? What could we do moving forward? How could you assure me that I'm safe in this situation, right? Weird as per usual. That's what's going to be written on my gravestone. I don't know what's going to be written on my gravestone yet. I'm still thinking about it, guys. Exactly, Amara. I'm here to be the force of truth that kind of tells you things you probably don't want to hear. And I'll tell you right now, Amara, no, it's not the answer we want. And I'll tell you right now, Amara, that spending 3 years with someone in that situation, it sucks, but imagine spending 30 years with them, right? Yeah, you don't get the 3 years back, but you don't want to spend another 3 years, 10 years, 15 years. It sucks, but I would say cut it off right now, because if someone says they're going to change and they mean it and they love you and they appreciate you, they will change. They will try their hardest to change. But if they say it and it's just empty platitudes, move on. It's not worth it. They're just using, like I said, to placate you and to bring you into a false sense of security, to make it so you shut up. Right? I'll change. No, you won't. Bye-bye. Shane is a pain in the ass. That's what I have to say there. Oh. Yep. You've been researching it. You've probably come to a lot of conclusions. So here's what I'm going to suggest, Amira, right? And you can hear me out on this, or you can't. And then I'm going to go to the next one. He has tendencies. Yeah, there can be tendencies, and then there can be full-blown narcissism, but either one isn't good to have. Tendencies can be worked on, they can be fixed. If it's full-blown narcissism, though, generally it's not going to be fixed, right? But tendencies, if they are not checked over time, turn into personality traits, and that's who the person is, usually for the rest of their life. I'll say this, though, if you do get out of this relationship with Shane, and you can feel free to ignore this advice if you want to, hear me out on this, and then I'm going to go to the next person on the paid list. If you do end this relationship with Shane, it's going to be really important for you to take a step back and claim your own sense of independence again, especially if it's been a toxic or a narcissistic situation. We need to find out who we are before we go out in the dating world again. And I'll tell people 6 months to a year minimum, before you get yourself back out there in the dating world. In that amount of time, you get to know yourself, who you are, what you do, and you get to understand that, right? You get to understand yourself, because when we're with a narcissist, we are going to be suppressed. Our personality is going to be suppressed. A lot of things are going to be very concealed, and we're not going to be able to show who we truly are. And over time, we lose sight of that, and we need to rediscover it. And then I would also say this: after you're ready to get out in the dating world again, if you choose to do this, don't sleep with anyone for when you start to get to know them. Don't give away that for 3 to 4 months minimum. Do not give that away for 3 to 4 months minimum, because in that amount of time, you're going to find out who they are as a person. You're going to be establishing boundaries, and you're going to see if they respect those boundaries. You're going to see how this person reacts to their family, their friends, and people that serve, food, people that basically, how do they react to people? And you'll get to see if they talk smack behind people's backs, so to speak, because I can guarantee you, if they do that with you, they do it with everyone else as well to you. You know what I mean? So have it be something where when we are ready to get out in the dating world, set boundaries, say that you're not going to sleep with someone, even if you're dating them, for 3 to 4 months. Right. With narcissists, things move really fast. Yes. And with boundaries, narcissists move really fast away from you. So it's really important for us to kind of take that into consideration here. We have the power. Well, not we. I'll say this right now. Men think they have power in their relationships. No. In a heterosexual relationship, I can tell you right now, men do not have the power at all. Okay, we ain't He-Man. We ain't doing that shit. No. What I'm saying is this. Women are the ones that can guide how fast the relationship is, but you have to value yourself and love yourself enough and establish strong enough boundaries to say, I'm worth it. I'm worth it, and if you have a problem with that, get the hell out of here. I don't care. And when we do that and we show that to the universe, it keeps lining us up with people that could be potential suitors. Instead of desperately grabbing onto someone and being like, you're mine, I'm never going to let you go. We let the universe give something to us versus us grabbing and taking and feeling like we have to hold it so tight that we kill the poor little bird that is in this analogy that I didn't bring up, but there's a bird. Hey there, poggers. I love the name. I think I can do that for you. Let me get this list out here. But is that making sense, guys? And if what you're thinking resonates, well, thank you, Mira. That's very sweet. If what I'm saying resonates, look at, on YouTube, Crappy Childhood Fairy, look at Lisa Romano, look at Dr. Romani, look at Patrick T. Hahn, and then, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Perfect. I love that. There's resources. There's resources out there. All right, I'll add you to the list, Poggers. You'll just have to be patient for a minute here, but we'll get you there. All right, so... All right. Juliet, are you still there? And hopefully, Grace, I answered your question too. I know we got to a part where it was like, it shouldn't be this hard. I don't even know if you're still there. I hope you are. But yeah, if you're still there, Grace, it shouldn't be this hard. Yes, it shouldn't be this hard. If we're in a relationship, there should be ups and downs, absolutely. But it shouldn't be so difficult that the relationship itself comes into question. Okay, so Amber. Yeah, good luck, Amira. Hold on. Let me see this. So Amber, you said, I reconnected with an old flame. It's been 13 years since we've seen each other. And what was your question again, Juliet, if you wouldn't mind typing it for me? It's been 13 years since we've seen each other, and I plan to move. Will I be treated fairly? Okay, how long have you known this person since you've reconnected? How long have you guys known each other? And I'll be right back, you guys. Again, I'm drinking a ton of water, so gotta go. You know what I'm gonna say. I don't need to say it. I'll be back. Okay. Let's look here. Do this. I'll shuffle for you and we'll see what we can find for you, Juliet. And in the meantime, I get it, Amber. You said you've known them for 13 years. I'm wondering how long you've known them now. Like, how long has the reconnection been going on? Has it been a few weeks? Has it been a few months since you reconnected? Or how long has this been going on for? The reconnection, not you knowing them for as long as you've known them, but the reconnection part. Okay, let's look at this here. Oh, hey, Amber. Yeah, you can be added to the paid list. I didn't see I was talking to the other Amber. I didn't even see. Okay. Yes, I can add you to the list, Amber. Thank you for coming on here and for paying. Let me add you here. Okay. Here we go. Awesome. All right, let's see what we can do here. And I got your name on there, Amber Boone, because then there's another one, Amber DeWitt. So now there's two Ambers. Okay. 3 years. Okay. That's good. Yeah, B, you can super chat if you want to. Thank you for asking. 3 years. Okay, I got you. So Amber, I'll put you down on the list here, and then we'll address your question when I get back to the free list, just because I'm doing some paid readings here. I just wanted to know how long you knew the person, because I could have answered your question without you waiting in line, but since you've known them for 3 years, I'll spend a little bit more time on your free question. It'll take me a minute to get there, but I will get there. All right, so when will Juliet... Let's see, let me read that again. When will you find your true love in marriage? Let's look. I'll do it this way, Juliet. So I'll do 5 cards. No, let me think how I could do this. Thank you, B. Appreciate that, my friend. There we go. Sorry guys, we're experiencing some technical difficulties here. Hold on. And thank you, B. Right now I'm reading Juliet, and then I have Jewel, and then I have Amber, and then it would be your turn, B. So you'll have to wait just a second, but I will definitely get to your reading. So just give me a minute. Get to know the chat if you want to. We have a wonderful group here, so... All right, let's do this. You're welcome, Amber. And thank you, B. Thank you for understanding that. Okay. So I'm going to do, when are you, Poggers? You're on the free list, and right now I have 4 people on the paid list. Possibly more if the people that paid and left come back. But regardless, yeah, you're going to be a minute on the free list. It takes me a little bit to get to the free list, but I will get there before I sign off for the night. So if you guys stay here, you'll get your reading. So I'm going to do 6 months at a pop here. Oh, thank you, Chim. Or, thank you, yeah, Chim. Yes. And here you are, the Chim. I remember that. That's very sweet. You have a good night, okay? I know it's getting kind of late. Chim's taking a liking to Poggers there. With a name like Poggers, it's gotta be good. Okay, anyway, 6 months. I'm going to use that for 5 cards. 6 cards. That should give us 3 years, a time frame of 3 years. So... 6 months, 6 months, so basically this first card would still be in 2022. So I'll show you the cards here in a second. Okay, so we have the first 6 months. Hey there, Samora. Yes, I can put you on the list. You'll have to wait just a little bit, my friend. But I can put you on there. Thank you for coming on here. Appreciate it, and welcome to the group, my friend. How are you doing today? So we have the 4 of coins for the first 6 months. So it's not feeling like that's going to be the first 6 months. 4 of coins is kind of like a cold card, I would say, and it's not even it's not even emotional, right? It's more financial. It's more, yeah, I don't view that as something coming in. So I would say it feels like the rest of 2022 is going to be kind of a wash. I would say probably not 2022, because if we're doing 6 months, and the reason I'm doing 6 months, I can hone in once I get to the actual time frame. That's why I'm doing 6 months. If I get something and I get a hit, then I'll hone in and I'll get a better time frame, a more precise time frame. But I'm doing 6 months to see where a possibility could be. Then we have 2023, the first 6 months of 2023. Five of Swords in reverse, that's not necessarily a bad card, so there could possibly be something, it would be slight. But you could possibly meet someone beginning to the middle of 2023, possibly an air sign. It feels like a slight meeting. If it's meant to be, it's meant to be in this situation, but if not, know that you're not missing anything. You're not missing out on anything, because if it's meant for you at that moment, it is. If it isn't, it isn't, right? Then we have the middle of 2023 to the end of 2023. We get the Six of Swords in reverse. So it's feeling like, to me, 2023 feels like it's going to be a wait here. There's a possibility beginning to middle of 2023. And again, this can change. This can move closer or further away depending on the actions we take. If we're healing ourselves and we're doing that kind of work, this is going to happen much quicker. But if we're holding our feet, and we're making sure we're not doing the work we need to do, it's going to take longer. So that's kind of why, yeah, it's kind of a quantum thing. So then we have 2024, first 6 months of 2024. So beginning to middle of 2024, the Hanged Man in reverse. I'm going to say nothing there for 2024, first to middle. And then we have the middle of 2024 to basically the beginning of 2025. And we get that right there. The Emperor in reverse, again, don't feel like it's going to be there. I definitely, though, and I know this is a bit of a wait, but definitely 2025, beginning to middle of 2025 to, so the beginning of 2025 to the middle of 2025 looks like there could be some very good fast-moving action. Possibly a Cancer individual, but really fast-moving energy. It feels like that time would be a good time there, and I'm seeing a spring, which to me could possibly be in the springtime. But it's like there's this energy that's being held back, and 2025 is when something bursts forth. It feels like there's this kind of energy that, it feels like where there was limits before, it feels like those are broken, or it feels like the tape's been cut, so to speak, is what I'm seeing there, Julie. So it does feel like there could be something on the horizon, but it also feels like it's going to be a minute before it gets there. But you can change this by working on these kinds of issues that we've talked about on the channel before. Is that making sense, Julie? It feels like your guides were right. It just feels like it could take a minute for things to happen. Based on what it is now, moving that energy forward, that's what I'm getting. So your guide said about, let me look at that. Okay, 2 and 3, okay. Which would be about that time, I think. So it definitely could fall into that time frame too. It really depends on what it is that we're doing and where we're going. When we're doing reading this far out, it means that there's a lot of variables. There's a lot of ways and twists and turns it can have. But yeah, it's just, there's tons of different ways that this can go. But I would say it looks like there's two options. One of them in 2023 looks scarce. I'm not saying it wouldn't happen, but that's, yeah. And then, yeah, so you got that. So you're very welcome, Juliet. And I'll see you when I see you. 2 to 3. Yeah, that's what I'm feeling. That's what I'm feeling. So come back in 2 to 3 years and let me know what's going on. I'll probably see you before then, though, I have a feeling. But thank you, though, for coming on here and paying, Juliet. I appreciate that. Okay. Jewel, are you there? And you're very welcome, Juliet. Not yet, Ivory. When I get to the free list, I'll let you know. It's been a really good night tonight, so I'm very grateful. Thank you, Ivory, for understanding. I know it takes me a minute, I know, but I'll get there. And I know you're not trying to rush me either. I know, I just take some time. Okay. Amber, would you want to ask your question? Oh, they're here. Perfect. Okay. So I'm going to do Jewel's question, and then I'm going to do Amber's question. So let's go for it. What are we wondering, Jewel? Simora, that is not for the cats. That is for me. There's also a bowl of food up there. That is my bachelor chow. That's what I go up to have. I'm just kidding. That's my bachelor chows in Futurama, if you guys were wondering. Okay. I've got 3 cats. So yeah, we've got 3 of them, and they are a handful. Let me look on here and let me see. So you said, I asked one question and clarify. Okay. Let me look on here. They can be. They can be some more. They can be very, very much of a handful. Okay, so you're basically, Jewel, you're wanting more information on what we talked about before. So I'm trying to remember. Business partner, or a business person, Andre, Scorpio. Was that right? Was that what we were talking about? So I'm going to have this reading here with Jewel, and then it's Amber, and then it's Amber Boone, Amber B, and then it's going to be just B, just the letter B. Okay, what else do you have to look forward to for the rest of the year? Okay, perfect. That works. Hopefully it's okay. I connect with your energy, Jewel, and I can see if I can find some stuff. I'm going to shuffle some cards too, but just let me see here. Let's go to this and see what I can find. Psychically, it's hard for me to pick up on anything, so I'm just going to use the cards. But I have been tapping into that psychic energy for a minute, so we'll just use the cards here. Plus, the headache's been kind of leaving and kind of coming back, so... All right, let's see what we can come up with here. There we go. Let's shuffle one more here, see what we can come up with. There we go. And I'll show you these cards, Jewel. I'm just looking at them on here. So the first cards I'm getting, Jewel, we have the Empress in reverse. We have the Eight of Wands. We have the Wheel of Fortune. Oh, excuse me. We have the Tower. Come on, Ellie, don't do that. Tower in reverse, and we have the Five of Wands. The best way I can look at this in a positive, like the way I can look at this in a positive spin, is it's going to be a year of rest and rebuilding more than anything else that I'm seeing here. And the reason I say rest and rebuilding is because when I see the Tower in reverse and I see the Empress in reverse, it's telling me that there's parts of our, it's either parts of our physical, our mental, our emotional, our spiritual world is going to be somewhat destroyed or leveled so that new things can kind of build in their place. So I feel like this is a year of rebuilding and a year of building back up something. It doesn't feel like it's a year of moving forward with definitive action as much as it's a year of preparing to move forward with definitive action. Because I'm seeing, psychically, I got something that felt like I was seeing like crumbs that were being dropped on the floor. And that to me was feeling like maybe a mentality that we've had or something that we've struggled with, where we've wanted to have something so bad that maybe we don't see what it is that we have when we have it, or maybe we don't see what it is before it's too late, so to speak. I'm not going to post the list. I've got it written down, though. If I posted the list, trust me, it would be a mile long. I'm not going to do that. But I'll let you know when it's your turn. Okay, so let's do this. Just going to look at this really quick. Okay. So it feels like more of a year of but we'll get to the free list. We're closer to it now than we've ever been. LLOV. But like I said, it feels like it's going to be a year of rebuilding and focusing on that. You'll have people that are going to be wanting you to move forward and to push yourself forward, but it might be a year or it might be a time for us to push, to sort of relax a little bit or sort of let things take their course. Because it feels like to me in this situation, it feels like the harder we try, the less we're going to be able to accomplish, and we could reach burnout. We could have something happen where it's hard for us to do simple things. And so it feels to me like you're going to be learning a lesson of kind of like patience from the universe this year. And it's not a fun lesson to learn, but I feel like you're more than capable of being able to handle it. It's just not fun. It does feel to me, though, towards the end of this year. So I would say November, maybe October to February of next year, things will start picking up and they'll be better, and it'll be moving forward in an actionary state instead of having it be something that feels like you're waiting for something to happen. Things will start happening. So it won't be like we're going out and getting something done. It will feel like things are more coming to us. So, and this card here, this is the Eight of Wands. This card's upright. It's one of the few in here that's upright. Or no, sorry. I thought these other two were in reverse. They're not. So the majority of the cards are upright here. And it looks to me like towards the end of this year, like I said, October to like February, things will start picking up for you in a more like it comes to you sort of way. Five of Wands and the Wheel of Fortune. These are saying right here that it's going to be something that when it starts moving, it's going to gain speed pretty quick. When things start really moving for you, business or whatever area we're going to be focusing on for this year is going to really start taking effect coming up towards the end of this year. It feels like it's a little bit more of a slow roll. It feels like we're rolling a snowball down a slope. And, it starts out really small, but then when it starts getting towards the end of that slope, it's a pretty big snowball because it's gathering more and more momentum as it goes. And so that's what I'm feeling there. Hey there, I'll call you AI because I don't know how to pronounce your name. But how are you doing, my friend? Thank you so much. I can put you on the free list here. Let me do that for you. Okay, there we go. So that's what I'm seeing here. I feel there's other things to look forward to as well, but it felt more like we were going into that Yes, when it's your turn, my friend, I'll let you know when it's your turn, and you can ask a free question. And we can go from there. So, yes, you can. It'll just be a minute before we get to you, but hopefully not too long. Of course, no problem, my friend. Welcome, kind of get comfortable here. Like I said, I'll try and hurry to get to the free list so that you guys don't have to wait too much longer, but I also got to make sure the people that paid get their answers too, So is there, yes, there is going to be a breakthrough. That's what I was feeling in October. I'm feeling there's going to be a breakthrough around, I'm going to say October, maybe the middle of October, there's going to be a breakthrough. Something tells me it's going to take about that long for there to be a breakthrough. And then from October towards February, it feels like things are moving much, much quicker. And maybe it can happen a little bit before that. I'm not against that happening before, but it feels to me like October is kind of the month that seems to be focused on here from what I'm feeling. But I'm getting a Queen of Pentacles, like psychically, I feel like there's a Queen of Pentacles there, which is good. It means that you're establishing something and possibly reputation as well. It feels like there's going to be a breakthrough in a few different ways, but it feels good. It feels good, but it feels like it's October. Maybe it could be a little bit sooner. Maybe it could be the end of September, but October is kind of what I'm feeling. So I would say, yeah, October is going to be where the breakthrough is. Yeah, but we can view this as a setback, or we can view this as a time to learn things that we need to learn, right? Because one way or another, the time's going to pass anyway, so there's a few ways to look at it. But does that make sense, Jewel? Yeah, Jenna, I'm still going strong. How are you doing? Did you guys do your StreamYard discussion? But, yeah. How old is the baby chick, Jenna? They're still chatting. Oh, how many of them meet in this group? Is it typing, or is it like a Zoom meeting, or do you type, or what is it? Ugh. Ugh. I hear you, Jenna. I hear you. It's good to have a group, but it's also good to have the individual, right? It's good to take time for ourselves. Mm-hmm. Can only tune in by spending time in meditation. Meditation helps a ton. It really does. 12 of them over there. Oh, that's actually quite a bit of a group. I might have to go over there one of these days and see what they're doing over there. StreamYard. Oh, okay, so it's like Zoom. Okay, because I didn't know if it was like Zoom, or I've heard StreamYard. I have no idea. I had no idea what it was, but I did hear of it. Oh, I'll have to look into that then. Oh, some of us are mods on channels and have come together. It's live. Okay, that makes sense. That's a smart idea, because then you guys can exchange information with each other, maybe on how to be better mods, but also just talking about different spiritual practices. That's actually really smart. I like that. That's a really good thing to do. Spiritual talk. Awesome. I'll have to look into that. Samuel said they sent me a link, and so I'll have to look at that and see what that's all about. Well, okay, let's move on to Amber. Are you still there? Do some of these mods work for some of the bigger channels, or is it all kind of smaller channels that these mods work for? I know she's not Samuel over there, but I have no idea what her real name is, right? So I'm trying to think of, I don't know what else to call her at this point in time. If I had her real initial, she says she follows me on Instagram. I'll have to look on there and see. Oh, 1 day, wow, 1 day old. Damn, those are some young chicks. So do you have them in an incubator and everything? And 4 watching on hatching. That must be interesting watching them come into the world. The baby chicks, you know? Huh. You type your question, Amber. I'll be right back. Coming right back, guys. Okay. Okay. All right, I'm talking to Amber Boone because she paid, and then Amber DeWitt. We'll get to you when we get to you. Bigger channels, you could say that. Ah, okay. SC is on one of the biggest. Okay. Okay, so we're talking... Let's see. Tyler's Tarot. No. No. I'll guess it. I'll guess it. I don't know a ton of the big names. I know Tyler's Tarot. My girlfriend watches Tyler's Tarot and we think he's a hoot, so... Oh! Okay, I did get it right. Wow, that's awesome. I imagine that's hectic as hell. I imagine that is ridiculously, like, keeping up with... I don't even know how you can mod when it's moving that fast. Good for you, man. That's awesome. Wow. Okay, hold on 1 second, Samuel and Jenna. I'm going to read Amber's question here. But kudos to you. I have no idea how you... Yeah, I imagine it's hectic as all hell. I don't doubt that. Oof, okay. Okay, tonight I ran into someone who once harmed me. He's highly respected in the entertainment community, which has been conflicting for me. What would actually happen if I exposed him? Oh, let's see. Give me just a second, Amber. I'm trying to sit with that question for a minute. It feels like there's some power behind this question, so I'm trying to give it the space it needs. Okay, let's do this. Let's shuffle some energy oracle cards. These are good. No, Amber, you're good. It's not that it... Okay, let me put it this way. It's not too big of a question for me to answer, but I can feel the significance behind it, and I want to give due space and respect to this question. All right, Samuel, you have a good one. I will see you a little bit later, okay? And maybe I'll join you on one of these spiritual chats one of these days. Whenever you're hosting one, I'll try and see if I can pop in if I'm not doing this, right? So let me know, and we can plan something. Okay. Hey there, Arizona, my good friend. How are you doing? How's everything going? In Tucson. I don't know why it's not called Tucson. Because that's how it's spelled. All right. So what would happen if Amber exposed this person? Okay, let me do this. Let me do it this way. What would... Okay. I want to word this correctly. So... Okay, Amber, here's... Okay. You realize... Okay, I realize that I've let this past event hold me back from progressing, and I don't want to keep doing that. I understand that. I understand that. And you feel like standing up to this person who has power in this community. Okay, so Amber, are you wondering what the outcome would be for you as a person? Or are you wondering what the outcome would be for them as a person? Like, are you wondering how it would affect you? Or are you going to do this anonymously? Can you do this anonymously? You know, how could you expose someone anonymously? That would be an interesting thing. And you have evidence, right? Evidence would be something you would have to have. If you're going to do something that results in probably, what is it called, defamation, right? You have to have some sort of evidence. There has to be something that... I'm doing good, Arizona. I am doing good. So, Arizona, you have some experience in the law realm, right? Is that... Or you know things about the law, probably that I don't know. I'll admit when I don't know. But I don't know how experienced you are in that arena, so I'm curious. But evidence would have to be, I mean, if you had evidence, that would be good. But if you don't have evidence, it's just, what do they say? It's just hearsay or rumors? Because if you tried to expose somebody and we didn't have any evidence, it would make it so that it would look like you were trying to get attention for exposing this person. And as soon as you expose, all eyes would be on you. Basically, Arizona, Amber works in the entertainment industry, and she's dealt with some really, really messed up people in her time there. And one of these people that she's dealt with is in the industry and is highly respected, and treated her like garbage. He's an awful person, and took advantage of her trust. Just took advantage of her, you know. And so she's wondering kind of what she should do in this situation. If she should expose this person who has high influence in the industry, what would happen? So I'm trying to figure this out, because it sounds to me if we had something that was without evidence, it's going to be like you're just throwing a... I don't have physical evidence anymore, but I feel like he's gotten attention by starting rumors in the past. Positive attention. I don't think so. I'm not thinking we have evidence, and that makes it kind of hard to... Ooh, that's true. That's true. Jenna's absolutely right. No evidence is not good unless you have others like you. Yes, actually, there definitely is power in numbers. No, Jenna, you gave something there. Because odds are, if this person was like this to Amber, they've been like that to somebody else, and I wasn't even thinking of that option. I'm going to do some cards, though. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Arizona. It just becomes a he says, she says kind of situation. There's no... Let me look here. I'll draw some cards. But if there are others in the industry, Amber, that would be on your side, that might be helpful. Well, not might. You could start a case that way, I would think. But it sucks that they're so influential in the industry, because odds are, if you expose this person, I don't think it would do anything... I don't think it would do anything to their reputation, but it would smear yours. And that's not fair, because this person was the one that acted shitty. So why are you the one being affected? But... yeah, so I get this. I see woman holding a coin right here, Amber. Then I get Angel of Strength in reverse. And then I get Patience in reverse. He's regarded as a mentor. Well, he's obviously not very good. He's regarded as a mentor, but if you say something, you've worked with this person, and he's done this and this, you would be right. You would be right because it's your experience, but exposing... Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too, what Arizona's saying. Yeah, it is iffy. I agree. I'm feeling like the only thing that would happen is you would smear your own name. And I know, Amber, part of you wants to get justice, right? Part of you wants justice, but also a part of you probably wants to make it so this doesn't happen to anybody else, right? I don't even think it's that, right? Actually, yeah. Okay, Arizona says, but even if it's text or picture or video, it only takes one of those things. True. True. Did you keep any of those kinds of things, Amber? Did you keep any texts or videos or anything that this person had? I know it sounds kind of weird to keep something that would have been a painful experience because you probably weren't thinking of that at the time, but and Google Drive might hold something too, you know? Sometimes we store things in the cloud or Google Drive or whatever. Okay, there you go. The worst part is that he's still trying to have personal involvement with me. Okay. Hold on. Oh, okay. I'm going to say this, and this may be the wrong thing to say. I don't know, but hear me out on this, Amber. He's still trying to have personal involvement with you, and he's a piece of shit, right? He's still trying to have personal involvement with you. He's a piece of shit. What if you were to spend time with this person and record them unbeknownst? Well, no. Can you do that? Can you record someone unbeknownst to them and then post it? I think you could if they were being shitty or abusive. But if you got to know this, you know, you get them comfortable again, make them feel like they're, you know, in charge, and then you have evidence there. But that wouldn't be a safe situation. But if they're still trying to be involved with you, you could do an undercover kind of thing, but that sounds dangerous. So I wouldn't recommend that. The cards are looking to me like it's, it wouldn't be a good idea. A woman holding a coin, Angel of Strength in reverse, Patience in reverse, and then Envy in reverse. You probably want to protect other people from this person. I get it, but you'd need some pretty good evidence to get this person to move. And I have a feeling that this person has connections that are not savory connections. You know, they're not... I'm wondering if there's connections or ties to the mob, or if there's connections or ties to other things. Because for someone to be this protected... Yeah, exactly. You can, but don't. Right. Exactly, Arizona. You're right. Press it, just be normal, and let him naturally be the way it is. Let him naturally be the way he is and record. Right. That's not a bad way. Amber, I can tell... We've been over this, right? That's an interesting question, Ivory. So, does he even feel bad? No, I wouldn't think so. We've done a reading on this guy before. He's a narcissistic through and through, so he doesn't feel bad. People like him get to their position that they're in because they want power. And people that want power more than anything else will step over anyone to get it. They will step over anyone to get it, and they don't give a shit. This person doesn't give a shit. Maybe when they're dying... You know, and they see the people that they've hurt flash before their eyes. Maybe then, but only then would that be. Unfortunately, he's very attractive and talented. But, yeah, so... Oh, conceited doesn't begin to describe it. I've tuned into this person's energy, and they're a piece of shit, right? I would describe this person... I said I've never felt a black aura before, but with this person's energy, they don't care about anything. The only reason they care about themselves is because they want to look good to others. They want to show that they have their shit together, but they don't. They're pretty evil when it comes down to it. I get why Amber wants to expose him, I do, but it just sucks because this person has power, and people that are in this kind of position, they don't get called out. Even the cops, I mean, sometimes, depending on where they're at, even the cops would be scared to arrest them. You know what I mean? So it's, and maybe even he would have the judge in his back pocket if he went to court. Because you just don't know how far this person could be corrupted and how far it goes. Look at Johnny. Nobody wants to believe he's a monster. I say he's not as innocent either, but because he's Johnny, nobody is seeing the bad. I agree with that, Arizona. I think both of them have done messed up things. I personally think Amber, tho's nuts. But I do think Johnny's not as innocent as we think he is. Again, that's my opinion, though. I think Amber's out of her mind. But that's my opinion, right? She cries crocodile tears. I never have seen a tear. Anyway. But I don't feel anything from her. I feel like I can read people pretty well when they cry and they're upset. I feel nothing from her. Not intuitively or empathically. It's not about that, though. We're talking about something else anyway. But yeah, I hear what you're saying, Arizona. I get you. I think we're on the same page. So, you feel the same way, Ivory? But again, that's, you know. Exactly. Yes, I agree with that, Arizona. Exactly. I do not think he's as innocent. He's very charismatic and charming. He's very charismatic and charming. But I don't think he's innocent. But I also don't think he's this abuser that she's painting him out to be. I think he's messed up. I mean, yeah, but she is too, you know. It's, I don't know, it takes two people to be messed up in a relationship in a way, so, you know, that's just my thing there, but. So everyone else kind of comes to that conclusion too. Absolutely, Amber. The other Amber, Amber D. Amber DeWitt. Absolutely. I wish, Amber, I could... Amber Boone. Yeah, you just got to be real, but some people aren't able to... I don't know. A part of me... I'm talking about Amber. The other Amber. The actual Amber that is a good person here. Amber Boone, right? Okay. That's true. What Arizona's saying is true. It just, to me, it seems... I don't know. It seems sketchy. There's a lot of Ambers everywhere. We're just awesome. Yeah, there is Ambers everywhere you look. And also you guys are fossilized honey too, so you got that to look forward to. Hey, Varuni, I can put you on the free list here. I wish, Amber, that I could give you some better insight there. I wish I could fix the issue, right? I can't. All I can do is say that people like that, they may not get what's coming to them in this life, but be assured that I feel like in the next life, or, you know, in the, let's call it the waiting window, I feel like they're going to have to answer for some very painful things. And trust me, you wouldn't want to be in that situation. Whatever you can imagine here as being hell, times that by 1 billion, and then people that do wrong, I feel like they, what I've heard to me makes sense, okay, is this. People that mess with people and screw them over, when they get to the afterlife, they have it's like 100 or 1,000 times more done to them than they did to others, so that they can experience the full amount of the pain that they caused to another person. Only the difference is that the pain can go infinitely deeper because there's no physical body. If there's no physical body getting in the way of the pain response and you can't die again, imagine that. That sounds pretty harsh, doesn't it? So, again, if it's not in this life, I do feel like it catches up to people. Shitty behavior is shitty behavior, and people see it. A soul recognizes it. And I do think there's a sense of correction that does happen at some degree. You know, I mean, again, that's my take on it, whatever you guys believe. But yeah. Yeah, exactly. Arizona was talking about that too, and so absolutely, evidence has to be there, and there has to be. In that case, where it's someone that influential, there has to be some pretty good evidence, you know. But yeah, I wish I could do more, Amber, to help in this situation. I would say as soon as you stand up and say anything, you're the squeaky wheel that needs the grease, right? And maybe that's actually a good saying. I don't know, but you're going to be the nail that gets hammered down. Let me put it that way, because it's just not a fair situation any way you look at it, honestly. But yeah. Do you feel like that helped to answer that question? I know it was kind of a non-answer at the same time. Probably wanted more assertive action. I wish I could give that to you. I do. I can't in good conscience be like, you know. Yeah. Kinda, but we'll see how many people are actually here, AI. The list is kind of long, but we will see how many people are actually here. Usually when I start calling names, it's not as long as we think it's going to be. The list is not as long as we think it's going to be. Get your mind out of the gutter, guys. I'm just going to say that. B, would you want to ask your question? Because you're the last one, and then I'm going to the free list. And then we can start cranking some out. Again, off of the list. How am I doing with Mercury in retrograde? AI, there's never been a question I can answer more authentically than just no. Just make it stop. It's been difficult. There's been weird issues. What about you, my friend? To me, it's been weird setbacks, misunderstandings. Yeah. You're welcome, Amber. You're welcome. Okay, so B says, I want to know Aquarius's... I'm sorry, guys. I'm very burpy tonight. That's how this goes. I want to know Aquarius's energy and feelings for me, if he will actually ever ask for me back or try to get back with me. And maybe when will he try? Okay. So B... Same dude, just lost the peace of mind. Yeah, exactly. It's been let's just call it a shit show. Fall asleep until it's over, and then the post period is over, and then we wake up and we're fine, right? Or wake up. Anyway, it's been a shit show. All right, so I'm going to ask you this, B, and you can tell me, in order for me to do a reading for you, right? In order for me to do a reading, I'm going to say it like this. Why did you guys break up? What happened for the breakup to happen? And that may sound like I'm doing the anti-psychic thing, but I do psychic stuff. Just drink a beer. I'm not much of a drinker. I can tell you that right now. I'm telling you right now, the beer would drink me rather than me drinking the beer. Right? The beer would be like, I got drunk off a chance, you know, because I'm such a lightweight that the beer gets intoxicated before I do. Your relationship got unhealthy because he doesn't trust you. Okay, so thank you, B, for letting me know and letting me into that. I know that this is a vulnerable situation, and I appreciate you letting me know. So why would we want a connection with this person when they didn't trust us, right? Why would we want that? Because I'm just curious here. it sounds to me like you're saying he didn't trust you, but to me, when there's no trust, there's also going to be a lot of other things that go along with that. There's going to be a feeling of someone who is going to really kind of quiz you on what the hell you're doing, why you're doing it. When there's no trust in a relationship, it falls apart. So why would we want this back? Do you feel like we can change this person, or do we feel like we can do something there? And no judgment here. I'm just saying, walk me through the process here. What is it we're needing to do? Gosh, I'm so thirsty. And this is a big thing. I almost got done with it. Almost. I think this is what is this, like a half gallon? I have no idea what this is. Okay. Yeah, insecurity on that person's behalf, absolutely. I feel like we've been apart for some time now, and maybe we can have a new beginning. You know what? Let's do this here. Because I'm feeling like your intentions are good. I feel like you're wanting something to work out with this person. But we kind of have to get real with this part, right? So I'm going to I need a more comfy chair. I'll get one day. I feel like if we're looking at where these feelings come from, you're someone who I feel like, no, honestly, I was a little deceptive, and I can't admit that, but it was like long ago before I knew it was going to be serious. Okay, yeah, I can see that. I can see why there would be something there, but did they know? You said you can't admit to it, but did they know, or did they ask? Did you lie? Did they catch you in a lie? I guess, okay, yeah, did they catch you in a lie? Is that something? Caught you in the beginning, but way long ago. Okay. Sometimes, okay, let me put it this way, right? Sometimes when we're younger, or when we're, I'll just say it like this. Sometimes when we're younger, we don't know what's good for us, right? But this was because they had played me first. Okay, all right. So, okay, you can see where the Jerry Springer effect kind of starts taking hold here, right? And what I mean by that is that both people are at fault to an extent, but we got to remember, when we are younger, we do some stupid shit sometimes. And a lot of times we don't necessarily think of consequences. We just kind of go for how it feels on the lower part of our body. Sometimes, right? Sometimes there's that feeling and we just go for it. I'm just going to be honest with you, right? That's what happens. As we get older, we realize, okay, maybe that wasn't the best thing to do, but hindsight's always 20/20, isn't it? We're going to make mistakes. We're going to do that. And if this person isn't going to let that go or trust you ever again, I can see where they're coming from, but for you to be in a relationship with that person, there has to be trust there. If they're not going to let it go, there can't be trust. And if you haven't done anything since then, right? Hold on. Yes, and when I stopped it, I was 100% all for him, but it was never enough for him to trust me. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, so step away from that situation, right? I get it. I get you're 100% now, right? I get you're 100% now, and I get in the future you would probably be the same way, and you wouldn't ever do it again because you understand what that causes. But we have to understand that if someone wants to be in that place and they want to hold you to that happened a while ago, but you're a changed person now, it's time to move on. You can't change them, and it sounds like a toxic situation anyway. It sounds like you learned what you needed to learn from that relationship, and I would say move on in that case. Just because, yeah. Okay, I'm just hopeful that maybe now his opinion has changed of you. Be honest with me, right? Has this person in the relationship, has this person changed their personality significantly since you've gotten together? I mean, have you been able to have an argument with this person, talk things through, and have open discussions about issues with this person, and then they work on them and the relationship gets better? Was that ever something that happened in your relationship you had before? Or was this someone who would hold one thing over you, then another thing, then another thing? Because the trust issue sounds to me like a scapegoat for this person not wanting to be committed. Every time you mess up, they could be like, yeah, well, you did this, and they throw it in your face. And so to me, the trust issue seems like something where this person is using it as a bigger, sometimes, okay, but they would jump back to the trust issue again. They would jump back to it over and over again and make you feel like, because sometimes men and women will use that as a reason to not stay committed or as a reason to do something right. As an excuse to do what he do. Yep, there you go. Sometimes we can work it out, sometimes we can't. And can I ask you, in all the time that you guys have sometimes worked it out and sometimes you can't, when you talk about this situation, it probably only ever ends up in anger. There's a situation you guys cannot move past, and I have a feeling no matter how much time you gave this person, a connection with you wouldn't be what you would want it to be with this person. And I'm not going to say it's because you blew it in this case. I'm going to say, honestly, it's because this person needs to understand that people mess up, they make mistakes, but you're all in now, but they don't see it that way. So they're the ones that have to go in this case. Because you need to be able to go to someone you can talk to, even if they're pissed off as hell, even if they're super angry, like with my partner, when we get really mad at each other. Right. Well, recently we communicated with love to each other. That's good. That's good. But I'm still going to advise against it, right? I'll look at some of the cards here. What can I ask you, B? What was the disagreement about? I want to know if this person is making mountains out of molehills or what the disagreement's about, because if this person... Okay, he doesn't bring it up anymore. Okay. But there's still trust issues. If you don't bring it up, you can't resolve it. But it'll always be a point of contention or a point of anger. The disagreement was about me asking if he was with someone else. And then he gets really mad. He gets really mad at you for asking if... Yeah. Because I was in my head. Yeah, I'm sorry, B. It's not going to be a good relationship. To me, it's gone. It's gone. And I don't want to be a mean person here, but he sounds kind of like a douchebag. Gonna be completely honest. I would say you could do better. I get that you said you were in your head, but asking that question shouldn't make someone respond with anger right there. He thought you were asking because you were with someone else. Wow, okay, see, do you see how this guy's doing mental gymnastics with you? You can't even keep up with the way he can move through those bars. He's moving through those as agile as can be. And you're supposed to keep up with the bullshit that's going on in this person's head? You asked a question that should have been, no, I'm not with somebody else, you know? Maybe he has a little bit of an attitude, but that's how he should have answered it. Instead of being like, are you with somebody else? Disagreement, hang up. This is an irrational person. Don't like it. I don't like it. I'm going to be completely honest. It's toxic. Like Arizona's saying there, it's not a good situation. I can guarantee if you get with this person, it's going to be even worse than it was before, because now there's even more of an implication that you could have cheated when you were separated. Hold on. He answered with, no, I'm not with someone else, but I can tell that you are. See, he's insane. He's insane. If you're not with someone else and he can tell that you're with another person, I'm not even that psychic, and I do this for a living. Where are his qualifications? Let me see. Let me understand. I gotta calm down here. I gotta calm down. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this guy. I can tell you right now, if I could do Yelp reviews for people, he would get 0 stars from me. If that's even a rating you can give. Because that's not right for you, B. You don't deserve that. You do not deserve that. He wants you to be able to eat his kid. Yeah. He knows you gave him your heart by not cheating or whatever, so to him, he has you in his hand. Yeah, that's... Right, you were asking because you were sad, because you were... And you're fine, B. I'm going to let you know right now, you're fine to ask that question. If I had that happen with my partner, and they said, hey, are you with somebody? I'd say, no, I'm not. I'm not with anybody. And that's a normal response to have. Them gaslighting you and being like, no, but I know you're with someone. That's an unhinged person. This is not a situation you want to be in. I know it's kind of a painful thing to think of. Right, you've been apart. I'm telling you right now, this person, when you were together with them, they couldn't let go of the trust issues. Imagine being together with them, knowing you had time apart from them, and he'll think you cheat. He will think you've had like 10 people in orgies every night for a year. You know what I mean? This kind of person is going to be jealous over nothing. So let him be jealous over nothing. Move on. This isn't fair to you. I can promise you that. It's not fair to you. Whatever happens when you guys aren't together, that's none of his damn business. Simple as that. And even if nothing did happen or it did, none of his damn business. You're not together anymore. Okay? He does not own you. You are not his property. The sad part is that I've not been with anyone else. Okay, good. No, that's a good thing. When did this happen, B? Tell me when this event happened. Ow. I hurt my feelings every now and again. How long has it been since this? Okay, so since you broke, like since you've been apart, when did you guys part ways? How long has it been? 6 months. Good. Good. Okay, this is good. This is good stuff. And I'm going to explain why. I'm going to explain why. And B, if you have a problem with it, know that I have people on here that vouch for the advice that I give. I want you to look at this like I'm trying to help you. I gain nothing by misleading you. I gain nothing by doing this. What I'm going to say, though, is going to sound maybe contradictory to what you've been led to believe. So hear me out, and we can discuss it after, okay? So here's what we got. We got 6 months you haven't been with anybody. This person, to me, sounds like they have a lot of toxic tendencies. It sounds to me like we're working here with a man-child or a man-baby. Either one, either way, right? And I understand you've been loyal, you've been doing everything you can since the event happened, and you've been showing this person that you could be trusted, but they didn't want to see it. It's important after we step out of a relationship like this, I would say 6 months to a year minimum, that you don't see anybody else. You need to build yourself back up to where you understand who you are as a person, because when you were with this person, you were being suppressed down. You were being untrusted the whole time. You were having all these things happen, right? And that's not fair. But what I would say is give it another 6 months. Be independent. Find who you are as a person. Understand who you are, the things you like to do. And then I would say put yourself out in the dating world again. But I would say this, okay? And this is a huge but, okay? Kind of like mine. You guys haven't seen it. It's a big but. Anyway. Not a Hank Hill ass. I'm talking full-blown. Anyway. But I would say when you get yourself, it's 6 months from now, when you get yourself out into the dating world again, you wait 3 to 4 months after you've started dating someone. You know, once you started dating one person, you wait 3 to 4 months before you give them what they want. You know, sex, intimacy, whatever you want to call it. Wait that long, because in that amount of time, you're going to see who they are as a person. You're going to understand who they are, how they treat their family, their friends, how they treat you, most importantly, and how they treat you having boundaries. If you say, I'm not going to have sex with you for 3 to 4 months, and these people are throwing a fit about it, that has more to do about them than it does about you. You having boundaries is a powerful thing, and trust me, in a relationship, having boundaries is everything. It lets people know what they can and can't get away with, and it's really important to have boundaries. Yeah, exactly. And if they come back, and I'm telling you right now, once you've healed past this point to where you feel like you need this person in your life, once you heal past this point, it's going to make it so when you look at this connection you had with this person, you're going to be like, I can't believe I tolerated that. I can't believe I tolerated that. But seriously, when you 6 months from now, when it's been a year and you've been no contact with this person or almost no contact with this person, the best thing for you to do is to move on, put yourself out there slowly in a gentle process, set boundaries, know what that looks like. Right now you can't move on right now, and I understand that. I do understand that. But a part of you, I feel like the reason you can't move on is because you haven't wanted to. You haven't had a reason to move on or want to move on. It's painful to realize that we might have to move on from this connection, right? That's a painful thing. But it's even more painful to be 20 years or 30 years into a relationship with this person and realize you're with someone you're not happy with at all. You're with someone that maybe not every day, but at least once a week, twice a week, 3 times a week, they bring up that thing you did, that person you were when you didn't even know who you were yet. And they bring it up to you over and over again. Maybe even in front of people, like strangers, maybe even at restaurants. I don't know how crazy this person is, but I don't get, but why can't he trust me if I'm loyal? It's not you. It's not you, B. It's not about you. I'm going to say this right now. It has nothing to do with you. You are loyal. This person's nuts. They can't trust you because of their own insecurities. And it's not like, oh, he has insecurities. It's, oh my God, you need to work on yourself. You need to really work on yourself because you are messed up. Okay? You had nothing to do with this. If this person wants to see you that way when you have not been that way for a long time, that's on them. Yeah, you've been giving your loyalty to the wrong person. A person that deserves your loyalty will never throw it back in your face and be like, well, that one time, It's like, okay. But let me guess here. If you tried to call them out on their shit, I have a feeling this man with a paper-thin ego, or this person with a paper-thin ego, if you tried to call them out on their shit, they'd be furious, but yet they do it to you all the time. It's a way to control and manipulate. It's a way to make it so that you feel bad about yourself. When you feel bad about yourself, you lower your light, you lower your vibration, and then this person can come in like a goddamn snake and make you feel even worse. Okay? They're doing that to make you doubt yourself, to make you feel like you need them in your life and you don't. I'm telling you right now, they are a drug that you're addicted to, but they do nothing for you. They just cause ruin. It's not going to be a healthy situation. But is it hard to do this? Yes, I'm not saying it's not, but there needs to come a time where you need to look at yourself and realize your value and your worth, and you don't deserve to be in a relationship where someone is constantly questioning your loyalty. You don't. If I had that with my partner, bye-bye. That sucks. That's horrible. No, we don't deserve that. Nobody deserves that. I hope that wasn't me being too harsh. But I feel like the rest of you guys agree with what I'm saying. So, yeah, we can't diminish our light for other people that are like, oh my God, it's so bright. It's so bright. No, the sun doesn't say, oh my God, I'll turn down my brightness. The sun knows not to turn down its brightness. It shines regardless. You need to be like the sun in this situation. People aren't going to look up at you and be like, you're too bright. And then you're like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. No, in this situation here, you have to be strong. And it may be the first time in a while that you've had to have this kind of feeling with you. But when you start to heal these wounds, you're going to be going back, and there's things that happened when we were children. There's things that happened when we were younger and we felt invalidated and we felt like we couldn't express ourselves, and we felt like we couldn't do what it is that we wanted to do without being judged or criticized. And we need to work through those issues as well in order for things to move forward. I couldn't let go of a karmic husband, but God had me to believe myself and search within my soul for my self-worth, my happiness, and my joy. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, that's something that you just need to come on here and know that you're in a place where other people have been through similar experiences, and there's a lot of people that have healed from these things, and this is a community where you can do that. When I'm on here, I want to have the chat be this community where people can be here and be like, oh my God, other people are healing too. Right? Mm. But that's the whole point. B is that young right there. B, you're young enough that that mistake that you feel like you made, right? That's okay. You're young enough that when you make mistakes like that, you kind of need a grace period. And I feel like that grace period is, you know, your teens to your 20s or wherever. You're fine. You should have been able to have these experiences, and this person should have been mature enough to understand, okay, yes, that happened. Yes, it sucks. But you know what? She loves me, she's spending time with me, and she's shown me through and through that she's a loyal person. But they never wanted to see the loyalty that you were giving them. They just wanted to see the things that you weren't giving them, right? And that wasn't constant reassurance that they're the only thing in your life. It's just, you couldn't do enough. You couldn't do enough for this person. I can tell you that right now. It's kind of like if someone believes you killed somebody else, and they're dogmatically sure that you did it, they're not going to believe that you didn't. Right? Thank you, unknown. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you, my friend. But if someone really wants to accuse you of doing something, they're not going to believe you did it. Or they're going to believe you did it no matter what. You can present evidence. You can do whatever you want. If that person wants to be that way, so be it. Yeah, you good. Absolutely, Arizona's got a... Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. If we settle for table scraps, that's all we're going to get. And I'll tell you, men, women, no matter what you're doing out there, we do not deserve to be treated lesser than. We do not deserve to have our mistakes thrown in our face. We do not deserve to have that. Have it be something that you can say, okay, right? I was young. I didn't know what was going on, right? I'm going to say that, yes, B. I'm going to say, okay, I'll put it one more way. I will put it one more way with this, all right? You're a good person, B. You're a good person, and because you're a good person, you see the good in other people, right? You look at other people as being good, primarily being good. And I'm not saying this person is the most evil piece of shit out there. I'm not, right? I mean, you know, there's at least a few other people that would be worse. But I am saying this. If you're putting yourself out there, you shouldn't have to defend yourself constantly in a relationship. As soon as you start doing that and the trust is gone, it's over. When trust is gone, it's over. And you usually cannot build it back up unless both of you want to work through it, and he clearly does not. It takes two people in a relationship to make it work, and if you're doing all the work, it won't work. If he's doing all the work, it won't work. Two people, 50%, boom. You have to do it that way. You have to. And if someone really wants to change and really wants to be there for you, they're going to do it. And this person had a lot of opportunities, and they refused to believe that you were anything other than a cheater or a liar or whatever it happens to be. And when trust is gone, it's just done. That's it. It's over. And again, that sounds like I'm ripping the Band-Aid off too fast here, but it's better for me to tell you the truth and have it hurt than for you to be caught in a lie for years and years and years. I talked to my therapist about this. I said, what's the best way to deal with this situation? And she said, pull that Band-Aid off. And that's what I'm doing. I'm going to always pull that Band-Aid off. I just got out of a 10-year marriage where he was in prison the entire time, and this man had cheated on me with his own cousins, made it completely impossible for me to ever have kids, and I stayed. It's not our loyalty that needs to be questioned. It's the ones we give it to. There you go, the ones we give it to. Absolutely. Absolutely. And when we've healed and we've learned enough about ourselves, we don't allow ourselves to be attracted to these kinds of individuals anymore because we value ourselves. And when we value ourselves, we put that out to the universe and it says, okay, I'll give you people that value you as much as you value you. So let's look what we can do here. It does get easier and it will get better. Just never let your light be diminished because of someone else's right. Absolutely. Don't let your light be diminished because someone else forgot to wear sunglasses that day. Okay? If people want to be in your presence, it's a damn honor to be around you. If people want to be in my presence, you know what? You're welcome to be around me. I'm okay with that. As soon as you disrespect me, I don't want anything to do with you. If I'm not disrespecting you, you're not disrespecting me. Harmonious. Right? That's what I want. I don't want people to kiss my ass, but I want people to have basic respect for me. And if they can't even do that, I don't want them in my life. Simple as that. I don't deserve that. Nobody does. Thank you, Unknown. I appreciate that. I'll be right back. Hold on. I'll be right back, guys. There we go. Hey, buddy. Meow. Meow. Brr. Meow. Yoshi. Brr. No, don't do that. Those are Daddy's legs. Oh yeah, Yoshi is my buddy. He's my little friend. He's also very grumpy. He's blind in one of his eyes, just like me. I'm also very grumpy. Hello, how are you? Yeah, so we're a little curmudgeonly, a little bit loverly, but mostly just a tinge messed up. Where it counts. Okay. Hopefully that answers some questions. I know I can come across as rather gruff and don't know how to not be. Yes, Yoshi is precious, Unknown. He is precious. And he's playing right now. Oh, God, he's being cute. I'll show you if he comes in here, Unknown. You'll see him. But right now he's playing, and I want him to move as much as possible. He's a very lazy boy. He's a Yoshi now, but he'll be a Snorlax later because he's putting on the poundage, if you know what I mean. Okay. Let's go to the free list here. Did that one. Okay, Ivory, what's your question? And then if Jenna is still here, I can do her question. But we have Ivory and then Jenna. That was the face of excellence. And weirdness. Let's be honest here. Okay, Ivory or Jenna? Okay, should you go to Washington State? Let's do that. Should you go to Washington State? It is, isn't it? Awesome. Poggers is still here also. Nice to have you here, Poggers. I am more than happy to have you here. The name lets me know I can be silly with you. Shield, how you doing? It's been a minute since I've seen you. How are you doing, my friend? Unknown, you can, if you want to. Here, I'll fill you in on what you can do to make your setup like mine. All right? There's this place on the internet called Amazon. Not a lot of people have heard of it. It's not very popular. But hear me out, okay? You go on there and you peruse through their wares, as if you were a traveler in a foreign land. And as you do so, you realize that's a tapestry right there. It cost $20. It wasn't too bad. Get some tea lights, boom, you're set to go. Get a lava lamp, one that works, and one that doesn't. The rainbow one is broken. Oh yeah, I'm shopping. You wouldn't even know. You wouldn't even know. I'm just saying right now, you'd have no idea. The lava lamp's cool. That one, I got that one from Walmart, right? But then this one, oof. Hold on a second. Hold on. All right, but this one here, this rainbow lava lamp doesn't work. But yeah, it's still pretty good. And then I have, well, here, I'll show you these. I like talking about my setup. So I've got an L plushie from Death Note. We've got a Mario Kart banana peel. And look at the bottom, it's super cute because it's like all filled. It's just a cute banana. You guys look at that. Still got the tag on that one. Let's see. I got I got this last month. I saw it and I had to have it. It's a Goomba, right? Death Note's awesome. Death Note's one of the best animes, in my opinion, that's ever been made. Oh, so good. So good. Oh, and this one. I haven't seen this one in a lot of places. I want to get all the shells if that's like a thing you can do. Yeah, Death Note's the shit, guys. Death Note is the shit. And then I got this one. Let's see. All right, so then we have... Do you guys know who this is? Oh, Attack on Titan's good. I need to watch more episodes. So, if you guys know who these are, or what they're from, I'm trying to hide the tags. Yes, there you go, Samora. Yep, that's Peppermint Butler. He's one of my favorites. I just like him. And then Gunter. I think this is Gunter right here. Yeah, there you go, Gunter. Yes. Yep. Let's see, what else did I have? And then I'm going to do Ivory's question here. I have some other stuff, but it's in my room. But there are so... Yeah, Adventure Time, one of my favorite shows. Have you guys seen Steven Universe? That is one of my new favorites. And I need to watch Demon Slayer. Everyone tells me Demon Slayer is the shit, and I need to watch it, but... I still need to watch Boruto as well, and I can't get my head around it to just sit down and do it. I just can't do it. Okay. Now, this is going to sound embarrassing, but what are you guys saying yes to? That one's Yoshi. Yoshi is adorable, and he eats way a lot. He's a heavy man. He's a heavy man in a cat's body. Anyway. Yellowstone. What is Yellowstone? You mean the national park? Because we're talking about, like, shows. Me and Yoshi have that in common. I do too. I had, the other day I had a, so is Ivory going to want to go to Washington State? Will they go to Washington State? Okay. So we have Seven of Pentacles and the Hanged Man in reverse. I'm hoping you do, Ivory, if that's where you want to go. It looks like there could be some obstacles here. Maybe, I don't know if money's going to be an obstacle, or I don't know if maybe looking at things from a different perspective, because the Hanged Man in reverse is like we're refusing to see it for what it is. Yeah, Steven Universe. Okay, that's what we were talking about. You wanted to know what the number in the list is? I'll say it like this. I'm going to go down the list, but I don't know who's here and who's not. So what I'm going to do, because we're going to call it good here in a minute, and I'm going to do this just so everyone can kind of have that. I'm going to do the readings for those of you that are here. So please don't look at this and be like, oh my God, he's going to forget about us, because I won't. I won't. That's a promise. Give me a second here. Nope. There we go. So whoever's on the list, you guys will get a reading, but whoever comes in now that's like, can I get a reading? No. But I'll be on Monday, 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Okay? No, not Monday. Tuesday through Friday, 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time to whenever the hell I want. So you guys are more than welcome to be here. Seven of Pentacles in reverse and the Hanged Man in reverse. So there could be some obstacles towards going. I don't think it's going to be impossible, but it does feel like there could be some obstacles possibly involving money, expenses of some kind. Ivory, I would say save up more than you feel like you need to. Money will not be the problem. Then maybe something else could come up. I'm not sure. If I see this like this, it feels like there could be another obstacle. So kind of be on the lookout in this situation here, because the Hanged Man being in reverse is kind of like something could hit us that we're not necessarily seeing coming, right? So just be on the lookout and be flexible and adaptable with whatever is going to be going on with you, because that's going to be the most important thing. Awesome. Okay. All right. Who is here in the chat right now that I put on the list? Because I'm just going to go through y'all each one by one. So type that name in the chat and we'll deal with that. Okay. LLOV is here. Simora is here. When I see the name Simora, I think of the Final Fantasy X villain for some reason. I think his name's Seymour, so I mean, it kind of makes sense. All right, so I'm going to read LLOV first. Now, please, guys, be aware, nothing's going to come between you and getting a reading at this point. There's not going to be another person that comes in here. If they do pay, I'm just going to say, hey, these are closed. The readings are closed. So I will make sure you guys get your readings. No interruptions now. All right, so we have LLOV. We have Poggers for the win. And then we have Simora. And then we have Varuni. And by the way, thank you guys for coming on here and being so sweet. Everyone that's come on here, you guys are all, you've been compared to the, oh yeah, Seymour Skinner, right, yeah. Okay. Or what's his real name? Oh, anyway, Tarjiran or something. I can't remember his real name, but Tazaran. Anyway, you guys will know what I'm talking about. Principal Skinner's real name is not Skinner. Bad as Michael Jackson. Let me see here. So we have Varuni, and then we have AI. AIUSH. And then we have... well, we have Poggers again. We're not going to put them down again. Then we have Arizona. All right. Then followed by Kansas. And then I think we have Michigan here. No, I'm just kidding. We're good for what we got. All right. Does anyone here play Smash Ultimate, and are they good? Because I need somebody I can kick their ass in. And I mean that. I want to kick their ass in. It's not just kick their ass. It needs to be gone, obliterated. No ass at all. We're talking about the crease is gone kind of situation. Yeah, his real name is Principal. Look it up on YouTube. Type in Lisa says Principal Skinner's real name, because the real Principal Skinner shows up one day, and you find out there's like an imposter. Anyway, you'd have to watch it. Blood and Truth. I haven't played Blood and Truth. What is that? And why should I care about it, Arizona? Fill me in. What are we talking about here? Okay, so LLOV, what's your question? And Natasha B, stay here if you're wanting your reading, because we're on the free list for good this time. I will get to you quickly, so stay here and we can get to you. Okay, there we go. It's on VR, the funniest shit ever. I haven't, oh man, General. Okay, let's do it, General. I have this thing, and maybe I'm being a staunch little boy about this. Maybe I am, you guys can tell me. But I don't want to do VR, because I feel like it slowly sucks you into the reality where it's like, I want to hurry up and eat so I can go play my game. You know, it's kind of like a weird obsessive reality where all I want to do is VR. And it scares me. So I love video games, but I'm staying away from VR. But if you like it, Arizona, that's awesome. I know I tend to get addicted to things, and so I know when to call it good. Mr. Ratburn. For me, I am I just got a new setup in my room for PC gaming, and so that's what I do. I've been doing. Borderlands 3 is probably one of my favorite games. I'm going through it. I've played it so many times, but I've only beaten it like twice. Anyway. Let's see what we can find here for LLOV for a general. And Amber's here too. Okay, so I'll put Amber on the list as well. All right. You're on the list, Amber. You were already on the list before, but now I've got a new order to the list based on who responded first. Yeah, it gets addicting. 4 hours later, you take off the headset like, oh shit, I imagine Arizona. I'm sure it does. I had a drone that had the VR headset, so you would put on a headset and then you could see through the camera of the drone. And they need to fix that shit, because I'll tell you right now, you get sick. You get sick. You're super high up in the air. You know, I flew that drone probably, I don't know, 5,000 or 6,000 feet up in the air. And you look down, and man, it is some scary shit. VR or not, that's some shit. They can go up pretty high, though. Played a bit of Tina's Wonderland? Yes, I did. I played Tina's Wonderland. Have you played it, Natasha? Yes, you're so right, Dizzy. Yep. Sounds scary as heck. It's not fun. It's not fun. Flying them is fun. I eventually want to get the DJI Mini 3... No, the DJI Mini Pro 3 or something like that. And I want to have it where I'm going to do ghost investigations, but from the comfort of my home. So I don't even have to be there. I'm that lazy, guys, yes. Little Big Planet, I have played it. It's been a long time. Call of Duty Zombies, oh. We have a soft spot for the undead. We do. I've played Call of Duty. I played the zombie campaign. It is fun. That is fun. For me, I'm Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Borderlands 3, and... what's the other one? Anyway, I'll do this one for LLOV. I don't know, Amber. What about you? You're on the list. I just told you. You're good. You're good to go. Just got to be patient. So we have 10 of Swords and we have Justice. So what I see here... I haven't played Dying Light. I have a receipt for the second one because I bought a laptop that came with the game when it would be released, like you had a code. So I have Dying Light 2. I just haven't played it yet. But it's fun. I take it. Justice and 10 of Swords. So what I see here, LLOV, is that there's going to be more of a balancing going on, which is good. 10 of Swords, though, to me, it's going to be the end of something happening. It's going to be like the end of tough situations because the 10 of Swords is a pretty heavy card, right? And okay, what was I going to say? What I'm seeing here, the main thing is it's kind of like this cartwheel of energy that I'm seeing, and it's kind of like speeding up, it's speeding up, it's speeding up. It feels like you've been revving your engine for a while, and here in the next, I'm going to say 3 weeks, you're going to start to be able to move what you've been building up. So this could be a business, maybe a relationship, but it feels like things are going to be progressing forward to move in a more expansive way. We could also be looking at, because both of these cards kind of touch in the mental world, we could be looking at getting help for something mentally, maybe that we've been struggling with, or we could be looking at getting help for something. To me, it feels like the end of a cycle that's been difficult. And Mercury in retrograde will do that to you, which ends on either June 2nd or June 3rd. I've heard people say both, so I'm going to say June 3rd is when it ends. That's it. 3rd, 2, turd, poo. There it is. All right, anyway. That's what I've got for you. It feels like things are going to start moving and progressing, and I'm going to say 2 to 3 weeks. So whatever's been holding you back, yeah. June 2nd. Okay, June 2nd. You say June 2nd. I've heard people say June 3rd, Samuel. Which one is it? Which one is it? But you're saying June 2nd. I'll take June 2nd. Final answer. I think we'll do it that way. How's it going with the spirit chat? Are you guys done, or are you still doing your spirit chat? Okay. Yeah, Tessa, I'll put you on the list here. There we go. So with the free readings, I want you guys to know they're shorter. I'll give you answers, but they will be like shorter readings, right? So, yeah. I know, there is a post-shadow, I know that, and I'm trying to just tell myself I gotta get through this, and then when I'm in the post-shadow, then I can tell myself, okay, it's almost over. But let me live in my fantasy world for now, Samuel, and then I'll slowly burst that bubble as we get to it. Because that's apparently how it's gonna go. You're welcome, LLOV. Thank you for being patient and for being fun to chat with. People that bring up the chat, that's what it's all about, in my opinion. Okay. Oh, gotta charge this. Okay, poggers. Awesome. They're doing an energetic healing. That sounds fun. My guides love doing the energy healing stuff too. Hey there, Priya. How are you doing? Remote viewing and healing on a friend. Ah, yes. Awesome. Awesome. I hope they can feel that and it helps them. Unknown, you're on the list, my friend. You're on there. I'm going to add Priya too. You're on the list, Priya. The lights, yeah, this one? Yes, this is the Light Seers deck. Yeah, of course, Unknown. You've been awesome. You've been awesome, and you've complimented Yoshi numerous times. Imagine everyone on live but on video. Yeah, I've been told that's what it's like. This is a good one, Natasha. It really is. Okay. Thank you, Poggers. My name is Gabriella, and I know you posted up there before. How did Jackson feel about my newest post on TikTok today? Let's look, Gabriella. My sun sign is Taurus. And yes, I am that awesome. Please, guys. Please, I don't need the praise. Okay, so let's look at this, and let's see this. Here's what I'm getting, Gabriella. Both of these, Pisces, yes, Samuel Clemens is Pisces. So we have 5 of Pentacles in reverse and 9 of Pentacles in reverse. When I see these two cards in reverse, I'm going to say that maybe they didn't appreciate it or they didn't like it, right? Something to me seems like maybe there could be that. Hopefully I'm wrong and that's not the case, but both of these being in reverse makes me feel like maybe Jackson doesn't have a fun bone in his body, you know what I mean? Maybe there could be a little bit of that going on, but yeah, that's kind of what I'm seeing there. So I would say probably didn't appreciate it, but regardless, do your own thing anyway. Okay, he liked the video. This is telling me something's up with it, if I'm reading the cards. I make your day better as well. Well, thank you. Thank you. Maybe he liked the video, but he didn't like it. You know what I mean? Maybe he felt like he should like it, but he really didn't. When I see these two in reverse, it feels like something could be going on there. But I would say trust your own judgment there over mine, right? Because we can't win them all. But that's just kind of what I'm seeing there. So hopefully, though, you're right in that situation. I'm going to go to the next reading here. And Simora, what's your question? I'm glad, Arizona. You're very sweet. Thank you for saying that. I'm glad I got a place to go where I don't know, there's a sense of community, right? That's what I'm trying to establish here. There we go. And remember, you guys can follow me on, you're welcome, Poggers. You guys can follow me on Instagram, ChancesTarot on Instagram, okay? Look me up, ChancesTarot, Instagram. I know every one of you has an Instagram. I know it, not just because I'm psychic, not just because of that, but because you do, all right? And it's a plain, simple fact. Even those of you guys that say you don't, you secretly do. I can tell you, when you guys sleep, you're making one. Okay. Oh, thank you, Unknown. That's very sweet. Tweaking, yes, that sounds about right. I definitely don't have a video where I'm twerking as well. I definitely don't. Guys, visit my OnlyMans and type my name in, FeetLover65, okay? I'm not going to tell you why my name's FeetLover65. You guys can figure that out. But it's going to take you a minute, because it's kind of a hard name to figure out. So let me do this here. Simora said, will I get into a good relationship this year? And then we got that emoji that looks like it's scared, or it's embarrassed, or it's inscarest, is what I'm going to say. We're talking about scared embarrassment, combining those two, making up new emotion. It cracks you up every day. I was going to say it craps you up. If something craps you up, you're in the wrong situation. You can't imagine me twerking because I've never done it. I can't even do the stupid floss dance. My girlfriend showed me the floss dance so many times and I can never do it. I dance like Ellen, but like if Ellen couldn't dance like she does. You know, I dance like Ellen without rhythm, and Ellen doesn't have rhythm to begin with, so you can imagine how I dance. I dance like Ellen, but with an M at the beginning of my name. I dance like a melon. It's not good. It's just rolling around. Good morning. On Fall Wind, how are you doing, my friend? All right. I need to drink a beer. No, that's the last thing I need. I can tell you the one story I have where I drank a beer and I got super drunk. This is the grossest story, but it's funny. I did this, it was years ago. It was probably, it was probably last week. No, I'm just kidding. It was years and years ago, probably like 4 years ago. And you got two left feet. I hear you on that. I got two wrong feet. I don't even have two right feet. They're just two wrong feet. And let's just say when I try to move forward, I do the splits. So I don't know where I'm going. I don't know how it's doing. What's going on? But one time when I went to a casino, okay, me and my dad would go to a casino to like let off steam and just, gamble a little bit, see what's going on. And I would have to drink to be comfortable with playing cards with other people, okay, like a normal person, because who the hell does it sober? I'm not social. So I'm drinking, and my beer of choice at that time was Red's. Red's Apple Ale, I think is what they called it. Angry Orchard was what I was drinking. And so I'm having one, then I'm having two, then I'm having three, then I'm having four. Eventually you get to a point where security has to put you in a wheelchair and they have to take you up to your room. I'm not going to say that happened to me, but it did. It happened to me. It was totally... I even told them, I looked at security, they had the wheelchair for me, and I was like, I'm fine. And then I took one step, and then I'm like, yeah, I'll get in the wheelchair. Like, I couldn't even walk. Anyway. So, will Samora find a relationship this year? Anyway, long of the short story is, I went to the bathroom. Let's just say I did number 3, all right? And so I go to the bathroom. I'm sitting on the toilet like this with my head down like this. And I had the squirts. Okay, let's call it what it is. I threw up in my pants. I then was so drunk I pulled my pants back up and I went to sleep. Okay, I woke up with this cold feeling in between my legs. And it was the grossest thing. I slept in my own puke all night long. And it was funny. I mean, looking back on it, that's a funny story because I was so out of it that I just I slept like a sitcom character would, like Peter Griffin or something. It was weird. Oh, it was bad. It was bad. Then there was one time I got drunk. Again, this is why I don't drink. There was one time I got drunk where I had no money in my pocket. I woke up the next day, I had $50. I had $50 in my pocket. Where did it come from? Where the hell did that $50 come from? What did I do? What did I do that was worth $50 when I was that drunk, I'd like to think I was really good at hopscotch, and they gave me $50 because I was that impressive, but probably not. I was probably just good at drinking scotch, you know what I mean? Not the hopping variety, but the kind you get drunk on. I have no idea where it came from. I don't know. I have no idea what I did. I have no idea what I did, but I'll tell you right now, it must have been interesting. You don't just give someone $50 for, what the hell. Yeah, you prefer the I woke up $50 richer story. That one makes sense. That one makes sense. I prefer it too, to be honest. I understand. I'm sure a nice person handed you that money because your guys were looking out. Yes, that's what I'm going with, LOL. Okay, yeah. Don't drink, guys. Don't drink. You don't need to. I'm telling you right now, I've never been as sick as I have drinking. It's the worst. And especially if you guys are going to get drunk. If you're going to get drunk anyway, just don't do it off of boxed red wine. Never get drunk off of red wine. Oh my God. The worst splitting headache I've ever had in my life. Oh, it's horrible. Probably cashed out on my OnlyMans. I probably did. I probably gave them a show they couldn't even think about. Samara, here's your cards. I'm so sorry about the visuals. We have the Tower in reverse and we have the Four of Pentacles. Okay, so the Tower in reverse, right? Yes, it was Franzia. If I'm not mistaken, it was Franzia. Slap the bag. I should have just thrown that shit away. I've never been so sick. And then the next day I had to get up and move into my new house. And so I didn't even have time to rest. I just woke up, had a splitting headache for 10 hours. And it was excruciating. And I had to bend over and over again to pick things. Oh, it was horrible. And it was, and I was sweaty and it was summertime. Never do it. I've never been as miserable as that day. So the Tower card in reverse, the Four of Pentacles. There can be a relationship that comes your way, Simora, but we have to be open to the possibility that maybe we have to change kind of how we view relationships and what it would be that we would want out of one. I feel like you're someone who has a good head on their shoulders, but we want to make sure that if we attract someone that they're going to be good for us. They're going to be a good match. A lot of times when we haven't been in a relationship or we've never been in one, we tend to grab the first person that shows interest in us and we hold on tight. And I'm going to tell you right now, shop around. Shop around, make sure you know what you want before you really settle on whatever it is, because a lot of times people get in relationships, we cling to whatever it is that we can get, and a lot of times those relationships aren't good for us. Because we're feeling desperate, there could be a feeling of settling for anything. Like I would want anything rather than being alone, but I'm telling you right now, trust me, you would rather be alone than want anything. Eventually you make that realization, all right? I'm not saying it won't happen, I'm saying it can happen. But make sure you know what you want. Make sure the person treats you with respect and don't settle. That was my situation. My first relationship ended like 2 months ago. It was so awful and toxic. Yeah. So you get that. You can understand that. And after, and I always say this, you guys have heard me say this probably a few times now, after we get out of a really toxic relationship, let yourself rest for a year. Don't date anybody else. Let yourself recover from that, because those relationships can really mess us up. And if we just get into another relationship after we get out of one, it's because we're escaping reality. We're using those relationships as a way to escape, right? And we don't want to have that with another person. We don't want to be escaping it. So it's going to be something where I would say give it a year. I say that if it's a toxic relationship. And then when we get into the dating world, then wait 3 to 4 months before you're intimate with that person. Work on self-love, work on setting boundaries, and you'll find the right person. But just don't give yourself away too early. Because I can tell you right now, a lot of the time, that's what they're after. They won't say it. They'll act like however you would want them to act, right? So say, you know what? I'm going to wait 3 to 4 months before any of that happens. There you go. Unknown has it right. Yes. So that's what I'm seeing there, Samora. I would say just give it some more rest. Give yourself time to really come into your own. Exactly, yes. Good. Exactly, yes, awesome. Arizona, Samuel Clemens. You guys got it. You guys got it in spades. Okay, so, Varuni, are you there? Hey there, Shweta. I'm so sorry, but I'm sorry. I had to close the list here. Probably, I think it was 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago. I'll be on Tuesday, though. Will Cigar and I be in a relationship this year? Okay. Will Cigar and you be in a relationship this year? Let's look. Will Cigar and you be in a relationship this year? Thank you, Shweta. You're very sweet. Thank you for that. And like I said, guys, follow me on Instagram, okay, or Instaham if you're into dad jokes. Just do it because you know you want to. Because think of me sad after this. I'm in the corner. I'm crying. I'm upset because you guys didn't follow me on Instagram. Okay, I want you to think of me sad. And are you okay with that? Are you? Some of you are, and that's messed up. All right, let's see what we can do here. There's Ling. How are you doing, Ling? Okay, will Cigar and you be in a relationship this year? Let's look. I'm going to say it like this. Varuni, it seems like it's a good connection. It seems like it's a good connection. I get the star card. I feel like there's going to need to be more time. Maybe not this year, maybe next year. We get the star card and we get the Nine of Swords in reverse. I view this as a good connection here. I do. So I'm going to say, oh, you got caught in a traffic jam again. Bring yourself some traffic peanut butter so that way you can make yourself a traffic sandwich, right? Something to eat on the way. But the star card and the Nine of Swords in reverse, that's what I'm feeling there, right? I feel like it might not be this year. It's not feeling like this year, but it could be next year. It feels like there's a good connection here, though, so keep that going. Keep that going. And if it's meant to be, it's going to be. But if not, that's how it is. But it does feel like there's a good connection here. Let's see what happens organically. Let's not rush anything. Let's just give it some space. So I'd say it could definitely turn into something else. I'm not seeing it this year. Doesn't mean it won't happen, but just means the way I'm looking at the cards, I'm not seeing it this year. But that's what I've got for you, Varuni. Hopefully that helps. All right, let's do this one here. AIUSH. Not even going to try to say that name. I'm sure it's a cool name. You do not want to hear me butcher it. I can white guy butcher any name you can imagine. I can make it awkward. I can make it the worst thing you've ever heard. It could be a beautiful name, and I could make it the worst screech you've ever heard. You're welcome, Varuni. AIUSH, are you there? There we go. All right. What's the future outcome between me and Cervante? I think I can say that. If it's not Cervante, I'm sorry. But if it is Cervante, you're welcome. So let's see what we can come up with here. What's the future outcome between our friend, whose name I can't pronounce, and Cervante, who apparently is the name I can pronounce out of those two? And we'll do that way. You're very welcome, Onfall. Thank you for being sweet. And I'll be on Tuesday through Friday, so next week. So I'll see you there, hopefully. All right. What would be the future outcome between you and the Gemini? Let's look here. Okay, here's what I got, my friend. I've got... Now, I want you to take this with a grain of salt. Every time I do these readings, guys, view me as this first. I sometimes do psychic readings, and those are going to be a lot more accurate. Most of the time I do tarot readings. Take everything I say with a grain of salt. Realize I'm trying to do the best I can here. And realize I'm not trying to make it into something that's... I want everyone to be happy, but with this, I literally get the Page of Swords, and then I get the Two of Cups in reverse. Those two cards right there, that literally can represent Gemini, the Page of Swords, and then this literally can represent things not working out in a connection. But I'm hoping I'm wrong, right? I don't want to be right. If this is what you want, I want you to be happy, but what I'm seeing here is that it's not going to work. If I'm being honest, but hopefully I'm wrong and something does come of it that's good and positive, because what do I gain by busting your balls here. I don't get anything from that. But that's kind of what I'm seeing there, my friend, and I wish I had something different for you, but take these as a guideline. Doesn't mean it will be this way. It just means right now the energies are looking this way. Maybe Cervante is, maybe I'm tuning into the energy and he's really upset about something right now. I don't know. But that's kind of the situation I'm going for there, so. Well, Arizona, if you're wanting to do that, you're the next one up. Hey there, Ellie, how are you doing? Thank you for understanding, my friend. Yeah, I wish it was better news, but again, take it as a guideline, not as a statement. Take it as like a signpost, not as a stoplight, because that's, like a sign can suggest to you the rules, but by any means is it, can it enforce those rules? No. I've yet to meet a stop sign that's actually stopped me physically, unless I've ran into it. And I've never done that. Almost never. You too, Natasha. Thank you for coming on here. I'm doing good, Ellie. I am doing good. Okay. All right. You're welcome, my friend. All right, Arizona, you are up. If Shweta's wanting to ask a question, you want to do it that way, I say let's go for it. Let's see what the hell we can do here. Let's tear it up. Let's see here. There's unknown. We're talking about a pig farting, I'm thinking. Pig farts. Parts. Ah, that's what we're trying to go for. The parts of a pig, the pig farts. You gotta give me a tougher one than that. Ellie, yes, I'm still accepting paid questions. If you want to do paid questions, we can do that. My prices are, well, one of my prices is here. Let's see, which one is it? This one. Arizona loves pig feet, and I have to say the same thing. My lucky pig's foot, I never go anywhere without it. Every now and again when I get bored, I suck on it a little bit. Telling you right now, it's not as weird as it sounds. It's actually pretty good, and it's healthy for you. Gets your coat nice and strong, strengthens your teeth. But if you want to do other things, Ellie, you can look down in the description down below, and you can see some of the other things that I offer, some other prices. I offer a 20-minute, $20 question extravaganza where we kind of just do rapid-fire questions, but it's up to you guys what you would want to do. You had some eel sushi the other day. It was pretty good. I wish I liked sushi. I really do. What do they call it? Is it umame? Umame? Something like that? People say it's good. I've just never had one. Okay, let's see what we got here. Will I be able to meet Vishal tomorrow without any trouble? Okay. You too, Ling. Thank you for coming on here and being so sweet. I appreciate it, my friend. You have a good one too, okay? Hanged Man in reverse. Okay, so we have these cards here. Had to meet last Sunday but couldn't. Okay, so I get the Three of Pentacles and the Hanged Man. You're good, Tessa. You can go to the bathroom. I'll allow it this once, okay? But make sure to get it all out this time because we're not stopping again. Sorry, my dad comes out, on a car trip situation, so yeah. But I'm going to say Three of Pentacles with the Hanging Man in reverse. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm thinking there will be a chance for a meeting, but something's also telling me that when I see the Hanging Man in reverse, there could be a delay, but I don't feel like it could be a very long delay. Hopefully, though, hopefully it's not an actual delay. I'm hoping you get to meet them tomorrow, but one of the cards is saying it looks likely, the other one is saying it doesn't. And so the best I could tell you here, I'll go with it looks likely. I'll say let's do a 70% chance it'll go off without a hitch, but if for some reason you don't get to meet them, I think the next time you will. That's what I'm hoping for. Hangman is Pisces too. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Hangman is Pisces. Hey there, Priya. Awesome. Thank you. Hold on one second. Okay, let me do this. It's 5. I figured it was, Priya. I didn't think you would gyp me, so I even put you down as that much, so don't worry about it. Okay. Hopefully, Shweta, that works out for you and everything goes well. I'm going to do Priya's reading here, but I'm hoping it all goes good. Shweta. Shweta. I'm having a hard time. Voice is starting to go. Okay, Priya says, I'm trying to build my reputation in my... You're very welcome, Shweta. I'm trying to build my reputation in my career, but I don't know where I'm at. Can you see it for me where I am currently at in my career? Okay, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think, Priya, so help me out here, okay? You're saying where you're at in your career, but as opposed to what? What is a baseline of where you would want to be or what you want to do? Oh, never mind. Okay, you're wondering if your reputation where you are is good. Is that right? Is that what you're talking about? If you have a good reputation with those around you? Hey, Queen 9, how's it going? Okay, perfect. All right. I can do that. Let me see what I can do here. All right. With the help of Freddie Mercury in retrograde, give me the power. Give me the power. Awesome, Queen 9. You're lounging. I love it. I'm doing good, Queen 9. I am doing good. Oh, Unknown says, BRB, I need to poo. You know what? I'm going to do the same thing. You guys are going to make eye contact with me the whole time. I'm done. It doesn't take me very long. I just eat baby food, so there's not much there. It's substance-wise. More than money, I like to be motivated if people appreciate my work. Okay. Do people appreciate Priya's work in the industry that they are in? Thank you, Ellie. You'll be after Priya here. Let me look. Yes, you did. Awesome. Okay, let me put you down here. Okay. Then we got that. We got this one. There we go. You guys think I'm writing important things down. I'm just drawing really bad stick figures. That's all it is. I had it happen one time, Arizona. I had someone named A. They came on my channel, and they donated $400, and they never said anything. They never said a word, and it started out really slow. It started out like 25 cents, 25 cents, 25 cents, and then it just kept going up higher and higher and higher, and eventually it was $17, $17, and it just... They kept doing it over and over, never said a word, never did anything, and it was legit. I cashed out, I did get it, so it's weird stuff. It was cool though. I won't lie about that. That was nice. Yeah, it was fun. That was a fun. I kept thinking, though, I wasn't thinking it was real because I thought Google would, like, refund the account because maybe someone got hacked and they would, like, take it away from me, but they never did, so. Okay, Priya, let me look at this here. All right. So, Priya, what I'm seeing here is this at first. So, I'm going to mention these cards. I'm wondering if when you started out, if there was a lot of difficulties with this. Eight of Pentacles in reverse is maybe to me like a card where maybe people didn't see what we were doing at first, or maybe we were even doing things wrong at first, but we were learning as we were going. That could be something I could be seeing here. Because then we have the Moon, and then we have the Ten of Swords right here. And I felt like I saw the word trial. So to me, this feels like kind of a test for you to see where you're at. And I feel like you're passing the test now. I feel like you're doing good in your job now. But starting out, it feels like it was a little bit of a rough patch. It doesn't feel to me like you were slacking off or doing anything necessarily wrong. But people tend to view newer people in the industry as kind of like, you know, what would be a word similar to noob, but not noob, amateur, right? Little, starting out, a neophyte. There we go. That's a word that everybody. Starting out in the industry as a beginner. That's the word. But it feels to me like as time went on, your reputation is getting a lot better because I get these cards here. The Seven of Pentacles and the World card, these are really good cards to have. If you look at the Seven of Pentacles, we have what looks like, I don't know, Mr. Beast's cousin planting some seeds and growing some light orbs around a tree. And then we have Rainbow Woman inside of a circle. And we all know what those mean, right? Cats are here and they're going to take our jobs. No, what it means is this. I feel like good things are going to be on the way, and it feels like your reputation is going to be getting even better than it was before. And it feels to me like you take pride in your work, and of course money's important, but being someone who's reputable is much more important than money, in my opinion, because it shows you have a reputation and you like the work you do. And not only do you like it, you're good at it. And so that to me is saying, I think they're going to be viewing you very well. If they're not now, I do feel like in the very near future, they'll be viewing you a lot more highly. So it looks good. It looks good. That's the quickest shit I've ever seen, unknown. I'm going to be honest with you. Are you sure you wiped? Just saying, I'm throwing it out there. Don't throw it back at me, though, please, for the love of God. And wash your hands. Yes, you like the work. Perfect. So it looks good to me. It looks good to me, Priya. Yeah, I'd say keep going. It looks good. Everything looks great. And you also get one of these. The leg kick is for those that have done well. I only award those every now and again, so you made sure. Okay. I gotta make sure. Because last time it was a disaster. And you can't spell disaster without aster. Oh, man. There we go. Let's see what we can come up with here. So we're going to be going to Ellie. Ellie is next up on the list. Ellie, step on down. Let's ask a question. Let's see what we can do. And we'll go from there. I promise I won't make it weird. But we all know it's going to be a little weird. It's always a little weird with me. All right. Will Alex, the Taurus, communicate with you again before the end of the year? We haven't spoken in so long. We had a falling out. So Ellie. Let's talk shop. Thee and me. Let's see what we can come up with here. I don't want to feel you unknown. You can keep those feelings to yourself. There you know, there's that and then there's this, and I'm not needing to know that you had a big comfort not too long ago. You know what I mean? Releasing the... Anyway. Let's do this. What was the falling out over, Ellie, if I may be so bold as to ask a question? You seem like an open person. You seem like you're an open person, I'm starting to lose here. I'm starting to lose consciousness. So we gotta see what we can do financially here. You get a lot of, will this person like me? How do they feel? I notice just saying, oh no, yeah. Okay, lack of effort from his side towards the connection. That to me, that to me speaks volumes already. I'll say it like this, Ellie. If you're new to the channel, welcome, and I'm sorry, because sometimes we bust the balls, right? You said you've been apart for so long, and you're wondering if there's going to be better out than in. You know what? I'd seal up the hatch, because the other day I found out there was something really wrong with me. My butt had a crack in it. This is the last one right here. My version of gambling is taking a sleeping pill and a laxative at the same time and seeing which one wins. Okay, I'm done. Now, so there was a lack of effort from his side towards the connection. I get that. I can understand that. A lot of men do not know what they got until it's gone, and even then they don't know. We're talking about some oblivious MFers, all right? You know what that means. You know what that means. You guys are, well, you get it. So, I'm going to say if they don't know what they got when they had it, odds are now that it's gone, our little friend Alex has been compartmentalizing like men can do. I'll tell you right now, we have a special spot in our brain. We have a special spot in our brain reserved for sports, talking about sports, looking at sports, and that's it. And that's how a man operates, and sex and hungry. And I said hungry because it's the place, not actually feeling hungry. They think about the place of hungry a lot. Yeah, most don't want to heal. Yeah. I hope they're beneficial. I'm trying to bring humor into this because these are kind of painful situations, but I want to bring a sense of clarity to this and let you guys know we all make these kinds of mistakes. We all do these kinds of things. And if someone wasn't giving us effort before, odds are they're not going to give us effort again. I can make exceptions. I can make exceptions to the rule, but we deserve better than that. A familiar connection is just that. It's familiar. It's the hell you know, right? You don't want to be in a situation where you're uncomfortable. So you go back to a situation where you're being ignored, but you're like, well, it's I'm being ignored, but I was expecting it anyway. You deserve better than that. You deserve better than that, right? And men are really good at not showing their emotions. Absolutely. Absolutely. And then you go and you take an ayahuasca trip. You do LSD. You do shrooms. You do, let's see. I'm trying to remember here. That's basically it. But I did all of those in a very short amount of time. And let's see, healing involves looking at yourself and seeing the things you need to accept or change about yourself, and unfortunately most people aren't interested in self-improvement. No, they are not. No, they are not, because every time on this channel I've tried to do a self-improvement anything, I'll tell you right now I get one viewer. People are into the sensationalism of tarot, they're not into the improvement lifestyle. So when you guys come on here, I kind of trick you to make you better. So I don't know what to do with my hands sometimes, but that's kind of it. But yeah, men have a difficult time showing their emotions. It does not mean necessarily that they don't have them, but women have emotions, right? Women are told they can express emotions, but then they're told they're too emotional. Kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. Men are told never to express emotion because it shows vulnerability and it shows weakness. And apparently we are monkeys and we will just murder each other over being sad because that's what people do, apparently. So men would rather keep everything inside, hold it deep, deep down, okay, and not deal with it than have to deal with it. And a lot of times when a woman is trying to help, and I'm using heterosexual relationships here, it can happen in any kind of relationship, but a lot of times women will try to help the man, and the man thinks the woman is nagging. Okay, the man thinks the woman's being annoying, when really the woman is saying, I want to be closer to you, tell me how to do that. And the man's like, this is as close as we're gonna get, and that's the whole thing. I'm telling you right now, we gotta deal with people that are emotionally open and people that are ready to take on a relationship. And I'm gonna say this as well, right? If we're talking about, hold on, I saw D-bomb and P-bomb or something. What does that say? You got to get some bigger D, bomb P, and then you're woke. I didn't need to read that one out loud. I probably could have read that one to myself, but it's out there for you guys to get some bomb D and bigger P, or whatever. However that saying went. But, okay, I'll put it this way. If we're in a situation where we felt ignored, I'm going to say it's probably going to be the same situation going back to it. Has it been enough time? No. Men mature at the rate that a snail moves at. But the snail, it's making progress at least, but the man kind of gets stuck. Kind of looks around a little bit. This is scary. And then they just kind of close up and they never deal with their shit. I've seen a lot of people like that. I hate it. I hate it. Real men, real masculinity is being vulnerable with people. It is not being unvulnerable. I'm telling you right now, there's a huge difference between stoicism and being non-emotional. Huge difference. One of them is emotional mastery. The other one is you're a slave to your emotions and you never want to feel anything, and then you're a grumpy puss all the time. All the time. Little grumpy bear, little mean son of a bitch. Whatever, there's all that whole thing. That's why I walked away, because I essentially put my foot down after so long of a back and forth. And another thing here is too, if we're ever in a relationship, I'm just going to throw this out there as kind of a thing that I throw out there. I feel like if we're more emotional with one another, we could relate more and get along. You have to do that. Emotion is the bridge to our islands. Each and every one of us is an island unto ourselves. Every time we're emotionally vulnerable with someone else and that's reciprocated, we make a bridge with people. That's how you make a connection. If that is not there, you have no bridge. You are just an island. You are isolated. Okay? And men apparently want to live that life because feeling is gay, and that's the worst thing you can be. Oh my God. Oh my God. I won't even touch my own dick because that's gay. Not going to do it. I don't even look down there. You know what? No. I'm just saying, okay? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous how men act in this world. Women, I feel like, can do a lot. I feel like women can do a lot. They understand the emotions. Men just don't. And they feel like it would kill them to open up and to talk about something. And I know that because I've had to do that with my own partner. She's had to drag things out of me multiple times. And it should have never been that way. But, yeah. You're curious to know my opinion as a man in a relationship. Yeah. We need Yoshi in these hard times. We do. And he's... Oh, actually, this one's Hazel. Hazel, she's a cutie. It's sexy when a man shows his emotions and feelings. Right. You're not, Queen. You're not too much. You just haven't met someone who can understand the volume at which you speak at without plugging their ears. A lot of people would rather be oblivious than to adjust themselves and to understand that someone can be good for them. There's a lot of... Unknown says, hi, Hazel. How you doing? Hazel? I know you can hear me. You're just not looking. All right. That's cats for you. Does your partner argue with you? And if so, do you think you're patient with her? I'm going to say sometimes. I feel like in a relationship, I'm still getting used to feeling my emotions and to understanding things with anybody, right? And it's hard for me to open up with people. With you guys, it's a little bit easier because I feel like I'm not being judged when I come on here versus if I went out to my local grocery store and just started saying the stuff I'm talking about now. I have a feeling I wouldn't live to see the next day. But I'll say this. With my partner, right? If we get in an argument, we try to do this thing where we take time and we take space away from each other, not to stonewall, not to ignore, but just to have space, just to think about the thing, right? And so I have time to think, she has time to think. When she comes to me or I come to her, we try to be quiet, let the other person speak what's going on with them, and we don't interrupt them. And it's hard to do that. It is hard to do that. But when someone is saying, I feel this way, I feel this way, it doesn't necessarily mean that that's how you are, but that it means that's how they feel. It means that's how they feel, and that's valid. You can never say, no, you don't feel that way, because that's gaslighting. You're telling that person their own emotions aren't valid. How they feel is valid. That is absolutely true. It may hurt, it may not be the funnest thing to hear, but how they feel is valid. End of story. And so I try to do that. I try to be there in that way. And my partner has taught me to do that. You know, she's taught me to have strength in that and to realize that no matter what kind of situation we get into, there's always something we can do to make it better. The only thing that makes a relationship worse is when we have an argument, we don't talk about it, we don't deal with it, and then we wake up the next day and we act like it's normal. It's not. We don't live in a sitcom universe where the next day it's a new episode and we don't talk about what happened before. No, we don't do that. We live in a universe that has a continuum. So the next day is the next day. And what happens the next day? Well, if you haven't dealt with your shit from before, you know what I mean? And I know that I myself, and I'm not saying this to get brownie points, but I'm saying I know that I myself can be patient, but I have my limits, you know, and the same goes for her. A relationship, even when a relationship is working and it's really good, there's going to be arguments that you have and you guys are going to butt heads, okay? That's going to be exactly what happens. Everyone in a relationship at some point in time, no matter who they are, they're going to disappoint you. And you have to understand that you need to be ready to face that disappointment. It could be, you know, maybe we find something out, maybe this, that, or the other. But even people that are in good relationships, there's things we have to deal with from the other person. Yeah, exactly. But yes, Arizona, I see what you're doing there. But not yet. You haven't met someone yet, Queen, but you can find people that are like this. You can find people that are like this, and you can make it something that becomes more commonplace. That's what I want to do on this channel, is I want to teach you guys what you're worth and bring you out of this confusion. I get it. I get that it's confusing. I get that there's things out there, and we feel like so-and-so. Like, I'm telling you right now, if you're a woman and you ever think a man is better than you, reevaluate. I mean, really reevaluate, because we are talking about the people that scratch themselves in public. We're talking about, you know, we're talking about people that could clip their toenails in the middle of a grocery store. We're talking about people that are generally gross, but women look the other way, all right? If I was a woman, 100% be a lesbian. I'm telling you right now, men would stay the hell away from me. I would live on an island. It would be a sapphic island. It would just be me and a bunch of ladies, okay? And we would live a good life. We would live a good life, no men. I don't need that shit. So, you kind of see how I feel about it. I mean, okay, I get it. You look at some men, like, you know, you have your Henry Cavills and you have stuff like that. And then you got your Freds or you got your Dirty Joes. And I'll swear to God, some of you women want to protect Dirty Joe with your life. No, you don't understand. He's my trash. He's my trash. I want to love my trash. And it's like, well, okay, it's still trash though, at the end of the day. I feel like arguing happens. It takes two people that are committed to learning, growing, to be better with themselves and each other. Yes. When you argue, you don't lose love for one another. That needs to be the whole thing, right? When you argue, you don't lose love for each other. In a good, healthy relationship, you don't lose that love. You're arguing, you're upset with the person, and there's an emoji for damn near everything unknown. I see that. But you don't lose love, and I try to tell that to my partner. We try to make that clear, that when we argue and we have our spats, it's not that we don't love each other, it's that we're upset. And the love doesn't go out the window. You want to deal with someone in a relationship that has conditional love, or you want to deal with someone in a relationship that has unconditional love, not conditional love. Like, you know what? I'm going to love you if you do this for me. I'm going to love you if you do this. I'm going to love you if you do that. And it's like, no, you should love me no matter what and encourage me to grow and change. And then if I'm not meeting that standard of growing and changing as the relationship is evolving and as you are evolving, then you should call me out on my shit and tell me, hey, you need to do this. You need to step up. Because that to me is evolution. That's growth. If your partner is spurring you to grow and you view it as nagging, you need to take a step back. He should be your king, but your queen ass is just as important. Yes. However you want to view that, there needs to be respect on both sides. None of the genders are better or worse than the other one. Both of them have equal value. Both of them can bring something to the table. And even if it's not a heterosexual relationship, both people can bring something to the table, always. But if they're not bringing their stuff, and you're setting the whole damn table, and you're putting the 4-course meal down, and they're just supposed to bring the napkins, but they get upset that they have to bring the napkins, step away, get out of that situation, okay? If you're doing 99% of the work and they bitch and moan that they have to do 1%, get the hell out of there. Okay, the most important love is self-love first. You cannot pour from an empty cup. You got to fill yours up first. Yes, absolutely. Samuel has a very good point there. Each day we wake up, we are filled with water. Then we go to the bathroom, and then we're fine. That's what you're talking about, Samuel, right? We're talking about taking a piss in the morning? I'm pretty sure that's what they mean. I have no idea how it relates to this, but yeah. Oh. All right, so let me do that. You said you sent on PayPal. Queen, let me look here. Let me see what we got. Oh, nice. Okay. Wait a minute. Okay. All right. All right, Queen, let me do this for you. And we'll do right down here. All righty. Queen 9, spent 10. So let's do that. Okay. Yes, drain yourself on the morning. Yes, you get it. You get it. You gotta water the plants to get the... I don't know. You sent $4.99. Okay, you sent $4.99. All right. So, what's your question, Queen? What are we wondering about? Oh man. Yes, we need to blossom. We do. And sometimes both of you are in alignment. Both of you will help each other blossom. And sometimes one of you is going to be really pushing for the other one to change. And the one that is not changing is going to blame you for nagging them. So it really depends on what you want to do. You wanted some advice on it beforehand. Okay, Queen. So you sent $4.99. Okay. Okay. Okay, let me do this then. So we had... Okay. So do you want to go a little bit more into it? Why is this person your ex? If you're wanting advice on it beforehand, I need kind of the full story. And you can write it to me in kind of like a Dear Abby column, you know? We can kind of do that. I realize that's kind of my job. I come on here and I'm a modern day Dear Abby. Okay. And then Samuel says, now love yourself enough to have standards and boundaries, but not walls. Walls keep everyone out. Standards allow you to know what you want, and boundaries allow you to keep yourself protected. Very good point, Samuel. Very good point. Okay. Absolutely. Absolutely, Samuel Clemens. Absolutely. True vulnerability is strength. True vulnerability is strength, but a lot of people, a lot of people don't have that. Or they're not able to give that, I guess would be the way. Him and I broke up about 3 months ago. Then a while after, he indirectly communicated with me, then said happy B-Day on my B-Day. I've been wanting to talk to him and get closure on some stuff, and we have. Okay. Okay. Mutual friends and I didn't want to run into him, so I wanted to make good. Okay. Sorry guys, no more free readings. No more free readings. Unless it's an absolute emergency, I'm not going to take any more free readings. But you haven't gotten closure. Hold on, let me read that again. Okay, you're wanting to talk to him and get closure. Okay, sorry, you're right. I was reading that wrong. Okay. So let me see here. Okay, Queen, can I ask you something? Is this someone you feel like you can have a conversation like this with, even after you've broken up and you've had that? Do you feel like this person will listen to you and give you the time and space to talk? Do you feel like this person will hear what you have to say, or do you feel like it's going to be a defensive phone call? How would you describe this? You think you will? Okay. You want closure. Yeah. Okay. Okay. You think he knows he was wrong the way he handled it, and you think he respects where you're coming from. Okay. Okay, if you're angry, when we're doing this, it's best to look at the emotions and take the charge out of the emotions, right? If we take the charge out of the emotions, it's going to make it so that it's easier for us to see the situation for what it is. And it's good that you're planning on doing this here in a little bit, and yeah. Right. And if you go in angry, you're never going to get your points across. Thank you, Samuel. I blocked him from the channel anyway. He's just upset because he didn't get a reading. It's okay. People like that, if they want to be that way, go for it. It lets me know who I get to block so that they don't keep coming around. So it's all right for me. Okay. You wonder why you're really seeking to talk to him. I'm sure you do, Sam. I'm sure you do with the places you moderate at. There's a lot of salty people out there, and they don't have anything better in their lives than to kind of shit on other people that are trying to make a living, instead of they themselves looking into self-improvement. They sort of want to stop other people from achieving their dreams, so they're kind of miserable, but, if that's what they want to do, good luck to him. It sounds miserable to me, but if you're angry, I question myself, so I'm going to try to relax and just talk. Salty is it is an understatement. You're right. You're right. If I'm angry, I question myself, so I'm going to try to relax and just talk. That's good. Okay, so Queen, you went from saying you want to set boundaries on not, running into him when you do stuff, and now you're saying you miss him and you want to be with him. This isn't about setting boundaries. This is about wanting to possibly be back together, which is okay, right? But why did you break up with him in the first place? Did you already answer that question? Like, what happened that made things fall apart in the first place? Oh, it's both. Okay, all right, it's both. Yeah, so what happened in the first place to make the relationship end? I agree with Arizona. If it ended on a good note, it's possible. I do agree with that. If it ended on a note that was like, well, not good, then yeah. Okay. He broke up with you. You were arguing a lot. Okay. Can you tell me? It didn't end on a good note. Okay. Can you tell me what the arguments were about? Queen 9 was like. Give me an example of what an argument would have looked like. Give me like 2 examples of an argument you guys were having, and then we can kind of go from there and see. You know. Sarifra, you're back on? You must be a night owl like I am sometimes. Most times. Every time. I've never slept. Welcome back to the chat, my friend. Unknown is back, and we finally have a name for the unknown. And it's Bree. I mean, it's Bree. Sorry. The demon likes to come out sometimes. I'm going to shove it back down. There it is. There it is. Right in the heart. Ah, there we go. I have been on for a minute. I really have. But it's been a good night. It's been a good night. So I'm kind of staying on here, trying to see what's up. I know I'm up, so that's not an issue. It was little things at first, not so much arguing but disagreeing, and those combos would go on for a while, and then there was one big argument where he didn't feel heard and lost his patience. Okay. Can I say this, Queen 9, when you guys would have arguments, and maybe I've asked you this before, but when you guys would have arguments, would you come together to try and solve them, to make it better, or would you guys just hold on to them and not talk about any of the issues and then wait till the next day? It got kind of explosive after that, and the way he handled it put me through anxiety, and it didn't feel safe in the relationship after that. We never talked about it after that. Little things added up. Okay, and then it was trust issues for me. Right, so, okay. Okay, and I appreciate you talking about this and being vulnerable with stuff like this, because this stuff's kind of difficult. I understand this stuff's kind of difficult to do. So I appreciate when you guys can do that. So he started losing his patience with you, and that made you feel uncomfortable. Okay. Yeah, trust issues do suck for sure. One second, guys. Smacking myself all over myself. Okay. Okay, hey, I'm currently staying in a hotel. It's horrible Wi-Fi. Don't wait for me if I'm not here when it's my turn. Maybe I catch you next time. I just don't want you to think I'm still in. And then there's a toilet, which I like. I can't express this enough. I love toilets. I just do. The porcelain on my fingertips, the way the toilet paper riffles through the air. It's amazing. Okay, and it was just arguing a lot between us over random stuff from me. I had trust issues and just not feeling good in the relationship anymore. Emotionally safe. Okay. All right, so it sounds to me like he knew I had abandonment wounds and trust issues. I need to feel emotional safety and patience in my relationships. Okay, it's been 3 months. It's been 3 months. I can guarantee you he hasn't changed enough to make you feel safe. You're going to get yourself in the same situation you were in before. Setting boundaries, I get, but if you're going to say, hey, either I want you back or this or that, it's going to be the same situation. I feel like you're doing this because you don't want to be alone. But you're going to feel frustrated. I'd rather be alone than frustrated, right? 3 months... 3 months is hardly anything like that. And you need to be able to talk about the things that were there. And I don't feel that this person is emotionally capable of handling you the way you would want them to. And I mean it like this. You're not too much to handle, Queen 9. Know that. I'm not saying you're too much to handle, but I'm saying this guy doesn't have the capacity to handle you. Doesn't mean you're too much. It means this guy lacks the capacity. Okay, I just want to make that clear. And it's... And I get it, the abandonment issues, the things like that, a lot of times in these relationships... You too, Ellie. Thank you so much for coming on here, my friend. A lot of times when we're in these kinds of relationships, we feel... like when they start going south, we have that fear of abandonment rise up again. And we have a fear of losing something. We have this kind of fear. But really, there's the fear of abandonment kind of stemmed from being in shitty situations anyway. And this person, being in a shitty situation with this person as well, also gave you the fear of abandonment. So I want you to see how similar that is. There is a feeling of what felt like safety, but it was because your home life when you were younger was chaotic. And so that feels safe, even though it's dysregulated. So the way this person handles you is not the way a normal person should. And yes, it does take two people in a relationship to, make it work or not. But in this case here, it sounds to me like this person just flat out gave up. And it sounds like they didn't want to make things better. And at a certain point, they just didn't want to hear what you had to say anymore. And I'm sure... There were some good points that you made when you would have your arguments that was not too much, but I'm sure this person just doesn't want to deal with that, so. Because Queen, when I'm tuning into your energy, I don't see you as an irrational person. I feel if you say something, there's a reason why you say it. You're not just flying off the handle crazy, being like, yeah. Right, he was patient in the beginning, which is good. That's good. But wasn't enough for me. Right. And so, yeah, it makes it difficult. Right, wasn't enough for you later, you mean? And I'm sorry to hear that, Arizona. And yeah, Bree, yeah. So, we need to look at this in a way that is us taking charge and realizing that I'm going to say this and it's going to be blunt. So, hear me out on this. If you get with this person, you're going to feel more alone than if you were alone. That's what I'm feeling there. And when you look at the person next to you and you feel isolated from the person that's supposed to be there for you, there's even a deeper sense of aloneness, right? And there's not going to be a sense of comfort with this person. Basically, on all levels, it's going to be you compromising, and that person's going to win. That person then ends up winning, you end up losing, because when you get back in that relationship, it's going to be a new dynamic where he gets to tell you to shut up. Because before there was a relationship, it was kind of mutual, but now you're going back to him and saying, let's get back together, and he's going to have control in the relationship from then on. So I don't see that going in a good way. Honestly. I do get that there's friends, I do get that there's that kind of dynamic, but yeah, the friend thing makes it difficult regardless. It's kind of like when you get a divorce and you have to split the kids. Half of Jimmy goes here, the other half goes there. I don't know how it works, but I assume the children get split in half. Probably, width-wise, I'm assuming. Yeah, your name is not your name for a reason. Absolutely. Queen 9 is definitely going to be looking for her King 8, all right? We're looking for the King 8 to the Queen 9. You don't need stinky people like that. Bree's absolutely right. As soon as you allow stinky people, no. I can just get closure and boundaries and tell him I'll see him one day, just not anytime soon. Yeah. Remain strong, though, Queen. I'm telling you, remain strong in those situations, because... And I'm not saying this to be mean. If I sound mean, guys, I'm sorry, but I've known a lot of women that say, I'm just going to talk to him. We're together again. And I'm like, oh, okay. But I'll help you regardless of whatever your choice is, Queen. So know that even if you get back together with this person, I'll still be here to help you. I'm not here to judge. Just know that this is kind of where I'm leaning towards, and either way, you're fine. But yeah, let's see what happens here. And I understand wanting to get closure, but we'll see. We'll see what happens, and regardless, I'll be there for you. Let's see. Maybe draw cards and see if Spirit wants me to go in with any other things to know. Okay. Remember, Queen, I want you to remember this. If we go into something and we're desperate for a connection, we're going to find people that are going to be desperate to leave that connection. When there's desperateness in these connections, it makes it so that we're chasing a constant moving target and there's never rest. And you're not going to find joy in those relationships. It makes such a huge difference. It makes such a huge difference when you start seeing yourself as being valuable versus seeing yourself as being lesser than, right? I hope I don't come back saying we're together. If you do, Queen, I'm not going to judge. And anyone else that's on here too, if you guys judge, no, we don't do that on this channel. If someone chooses to do whatever, they do whatever, and we help them regardless. Hey there, Jasmine. Okay, so let's do this here. That's the one thing on this channel is that, yes, some people do have these events happen, and I just help them from that point onward. What do I get by shaming somebody? You changed your name for privacy. You're good. Don't worry about it. I understand, Butterfly. Don't worry about it. Okay. Yes, it does. It definitely does, Arizona. This channel helps heal. Thank you. Thank you, Butterfly. That's what I'm trying to do here, and you guys are helping to be a part of that with your words of encouragement and giving people that strength. So I appreciate you guys coming on here too. It's as much of a me thing as it is an us thing, honestly, right? I start the channel, I start the video, you guys come in here and you give your support. And so this is a community effort, all right? Okay, so here's what I've got, Queen. Let me do this one here too. Okay. So we've got these cards. We have the Nine of Cups in reverse. We have the Ten of Pentacles in reverse. And we have the Page of Pentacles right here. Page of Pentacles I see as you standing and being yourself, having that strength, having that resilience. But then we have the Nine of Cups in reverse and the Ten of Pentacles in reverse. And there's a part of us that right there is a tootin' turtle. Sorry, Queen, I see something, I have to say it out loud. We have the Ten of Pentacles and the Nine of Cups. Basically, what I see here is this. When these cards are in reverse, it's other people give us a sense of value and validation that we don't give to ourselves. So what Spirit wants you to know is that you're complete the way you are, but you just need to work on the self-confidence, the fact that you are someone that's very valuable. The Page of Pentacles is here to say, this is you. You have strength, you have balance, you have that. There's still a part of you that's learning and growing just like anyone else, but we're not going to give that to just anybody. People have to show us that they've also learned and grown as well. And I feel like that's going to be something that when you learn that lesson, a lot of things are going to change for you. A lot. Like your whole life changes. You realize so much. I know it sounds like I'm exaggerating the fact. Trust me, I'm not. You realize a lot when you go through this. But it seems to me like there's just trusting your own value, primarily, is what Spirit wants you to know. And yeah. I heard something once, and it made a lot of sense to me, and it said, quit trying to translate your soul to those that are deaf, right? Quit trying to make a case of who you are, why you're important, and what you're doing here to those that can't hear you anyway. And when we've healed, we don't attract those people anymore. So that's, again, it all comes back to healing. It does. It all comes back to healing. Does that help, Queen 9? Does that kind of give you something there? Have you guys seen this? Okay, this is interesting. So you got this right here, and then you got that. So it's a folding phone. You guys have probably seen these already, but they're actually pretty cool. And then you have the front screen right there. Anyway, I like technology, so I have a bunch of weird little gadgets, but that one's actually pretty cool. You got a big display. Comes with a little pen. They're fun. They're fun to have. Okay. I have been on here for a hot minute. It is cool. They're really... So this is the Samsung Galaxy Fold 3, and then I got a case for it. The pen goes right there. You can kind of see it. It's right there. But when you open it, you can use the pen, and it's a nice one. And a little secret. Go on Amazon, buy anything that's renewed, and the price is slashed in half or more on a lot of stuff. So trust me on that. If you're looking at getting a new phone, you don't want to pay outrageous prices, look at Amazon Renewed. And this phone here was renewed. It came to me in almost brand new condition. Only thing that was different was the box. Haven't seen any scratches or scuffs or anything on this thing, so renewed is the way to go. Okay, people grow up in fear intimacy. Oh, hold on, I gotta do this first. People grow up in fear intimacy, actually fearing themselves, and I'm here doing a shit ton of inner work, and I want to feel safe to be me. And if you're ever in a situation where you do not feel safe to be you, you know that is not the situation for you. If you ever question what you're doing in those situations, you know to get out. And I want people to feel safe with me too, but I think because of my past trauma, I jump into things hoping they'll be that person for me, and I put those expectations on them. You bought a refurbished iPad and made you want to drown in a toilet. That can happen too. I take it wasn't a good investment. It sounds, Queen, like you know yourself pretty well here. And yeah, you will do that. You will do that. And what we can do to change that, I'm gonna go on here, but what we can do to change that is this. We can realize that a part of us understands that we are not going to be able to have everything from one person. It's a community. It's a community. And hey there, J Moon. I'm not taking any more donations tonight or any more readings, if anyone's wondering. But yeah, so. But I do feel like the best thing that we can do in these situations is to realize that we have to be there for us first, and then other people can be a supplementary bonus to that, being there for us first. We don't need them in our lives. We want them in our lives. I have a very naive innocence to me that I put myself in those situations. Right now, Queen, right now you have that. But as time goes on, you'll learn more and more, again, the value that you have. And the naive innocence starts to go away too. And it may sound like I'm being the pessimistic cop that's on the force and has seen too much shit, and he doesn't believe in humanity anymore. But, there's a reason why we develop boundaries, standards, different ways of being, and it's to keep out people that do not have our best interests at heart. I'm not perfect at all, but I just want the simplicity again in relationships. I love that innocence, though. Yes, and you should, Queen. That innocence is beautiful. It's a beautiful thing, but it's such a rare gift that you need to pick wisely who you give it to. I don't want you to never show that innocence. No, I want you to be able to show that innocence, but to the right person. That's the whole point here. If you show that innocence to anybody over and over again, you are going to start not being able to show your true self anymore. And it's going to be harder and harder to go back and find yourself, right? So we need to find someone that can see your innocence and be the right person and just be there for it. You're welcome, Queen. You're very welcome. Okay. So who else is here now that was on the list that I haven't read before? Because right now I have Natasha B., Amber DeWitt, just with time. No. I read a quote once and it made a ton of sense. I was watching this quote from House, right? I was watching this quote and the guy from House, he goes into a room and the person says, time heals all wounds. And the House guy, doctor person says, he looks at them and he says, no, that's not true. Effort does. So we need to put effort into our own journey and our own sense of understanding. Time will not fix this. Effort will. We need to look at where we are, what we can do, and what we can learn from that space. But time will not fix anything. It won't. It's not like growing up and we age and we turn into an adult by the act of growing up and time. No, this is through us taking effort and time out for ourselves and realizing the areas where we feel like we're lacking and giving ourselves that ability to unlearn the things that are not true, while learning the things that can nourish our souls and our... Yeah, Hugh Laurie is the actor's name. Yes, Hugh Laurie. And I'm pretty sure that happened in the show, the quote that I'm talking about. Maybe I'm paraphrasing it a little bit, but effort does heal. Time does not. Time is just a passing of the moment. Effort is to be in the moment and to understand it and to absorb it and to heal it. When you said to let certain people see that innocence, I don't know how to do that with time or... Okay. How do you do that? Yeah, butterflies kind of had it. The name is misleading because this butterfly bites, and it's not... It's an infectious kind of bite. Zombies, really big butterflies that smell bad, like not the good kind. So I don't know how to do that with time or... Okay, here's what you do. You get to know someone, look at videos, Queen, on establishing healthy boundaries and what those look like. I need you to understand that because the innocence that I'm talking about, you giving that to someone special, what I'm saying is simply this. You need to make sure this person deserves that innocence. It's not like you get to know them for 3 years and then you show them. No, it's that you get to know who they are as a person. You make sure that you don't just, and I'm not saying you do this, but you make sure you don't just jump into bed with the person and you get that going. I understand tensions can be high, things can happen that way, but as soon as that happens, you've given up your power in that relationship. I say this, set boundaries. Set boundaries, learn what self-love looks like, and then say, I'm not going to sleep with you, the person that you're going to be dating. I'm not going to sleep with you for 3 to 4 months. Like literally flat out say it to them. And if they have a problem with that, they are not the person for you. If they're okay with waiting, that's a good sign. And in that time, while they're waiting, you get to see how they are with other people, how they are with people in the service industry, how they are with their family, how they are with their friends. It's really important that we do not just give away that power right off the bat, because I'll tell you right now, that's what men want. Men want to have that, go in, just do whatever, and then emotionally, yeah. I know. What are you doing on here, Jim? It's 2 a.m. where you're at. So that's, yeah. You're welcome. You're welcome. Set boundaries, learn what that looks like, learn what self-love looks like, and then you can give that innocence to the person that deserves it, okay? Because that's how we roll on this channel. Not being able to sleep. I've got just the thing. Hold on. Oh, that feels good. Oh. And then we're going to do a crank that shoulder, boy. Woo! Nah, it's gone. Super appreciated this tonight. Really helped ground me. Awesome. I'm glad we could do that. I'm sorry, guys. I crack, therefore I am. All right. So, with that being said, I guess we could do a little bit of story time. Is innocence a keyword for a little something, or literal innocence? No, innocence is a keyword for innocence. We're talking about the innocence of a person's soul expression, right? The way a person expresses themselves, not the way the person expresses themselves. You know what I mean? You ain't crack-a-lacking. No, I'm not. I'm not lacking the crack, if you know what I mean. I ain't noping that dope. That wacky tobacco. I don't know. I don't know what we're talking about anymore. I'm kind of just drifting off here. People only get to see your innocence, your sweetness, your humor, in my opinion. Well, not your humor, but your sweetness and your innocence once you've gotten to know them and once you feel that they've deserved it. And I'm telling you right now, sex is not the same as real intimacy. And people that have been raised in dysfunctional households confuse those two things all the time. Sex is not the same as intimacy. Sex is, it's a sexual act, right? But that does not mean you're intimate with that person. And he got so mad. Yeah, J Moon, you've seen it too. Men act like entitled little bastards if you don't give them that. And that, to me, that shows you how men right now are messing it up. Well, I can do a little story time. It seems like Chim's wanting story time. Exact. Well, no. I mean, Butterfly, you're right. You're right to an extent. Sex with a partner that is emotionally open and vulnerable and with you 100% is the best thing ever, and it combines both of those two things. But just sex is physical pleasure, especially if you don't know the person. And every time we have sex with someone, we're giving that person part of us, all right? And you have to realize, who do we want to give a part of ourselves to, right? And that's going to be something that we can kind of go into here. So intimacy is vulnerability, it's openness, and it's willing to kind of be naked in an emotional way. Right? If we're naked in an emotional way, that's true vulnerability. But it takes a lot of time to lay down the armor and realize that this person isn't the person that abused us or hurt us when we were younger. This person is new. This person wants the best for us. Yes, absolutely. Sex and intimacy aren't the same, but people cross the words. The words these days. Intimacy is so much. Thank you, Samuel. I appreciate that. Yeah, so if he don't whoop, okay, if he don't whoop it out and show you, bruh, he walked away like, damn, she got me. Yeah, and there's a funny skit. I'm telling you guys to watch this. There's an SNL skit talking about, I mean, it's hilarious, but it's also disturbing. But it's talking about these men saying how great they are to these women. And they keep doing these things like, yeah, I'm a feminist. I'm into this, I'm into that, you know, and they're like talking themselves up. And then the woman says, hey, I'm sorry, I'm not interested. And he's like, you're not even going to let me nut? And then he just like gets upset. But that's how men are. I'm not even kidding you. They are nuts like that. And not that kind of nuts, but the other, the cuckoo kind. The coconut. The coconut. I don't know, guys. But that's the whole thing. You want to have a person who's going to be there for you, who's going to be a good influence. It was so irrational to me, wasn't it, J Moon? Wasn't it? I heard, right, hold on. Sex can be an intimate thing if you are emotionally invested and it's reciprocal. Yes, laughing together can be intimate. Talking can be intimate. Men can be sneaky sometimes, for sure. Not gonna lie, I was kind of reading that as one statement from Samuel Clemens, and it kind of shifted there at the end. So that was weird. But no, Butterfly 9 says men can be stinky sometimes, for sure. That, to me, was like, Samuel kind of shifted. Anyway. But like Jay Moon said, give a guy a boundary and see how he acts. And if he acts like an entitled little prick, I'm telling you right there, I'm telling you, step away. It doesn't get any better. Especially, hear me out on this, guys. Hear me out on this. When you're in that kind of space and the man is showing you, hold on, I gotta figure out how I'm gonna word this. When you're in that space and this is the man showing you their best foot forward, like you're dating them, you're getting to know them, this is their best foot forward. It's going to get worse from there. I'm telling you right now, if they act that way now, it's going to get a lot worse. It's going to get a lot worse. So I have to set those boundaries on my own first. You do. Actually, sex is incredibly intimate. I get that. It is a very intimate thing. It's a very beautiful thing. And it should be that way, right? Unless both parties or whatever understand what's going on. I get it. I do. But in this instance here, it needs to be something that we teach ourselves. We're missing some key parts of emotional understanding that we can start to put together ourselves. We can start to put those puzzle pieces together, but we have to see, what's going on. And a lot of times we get clouded by love, and we tend to think, hold on. So sex can be physical for some people, but there's a big difference between just bumping uglies and making love. Absolutely. We had a conversation afterward where I expressed myself, and I don't know if he really gets it, but I'm done doing what men want. Yes, J Moon, awesome. Awesome. Sounds like J Moon's getting fed up. And that's a good thing. A woman that gets fed up is a woman that she's got value. She's got value, guys. Look under your seat. Everybody gets a J Moon. You get a J Moon. You get a J Moon. Everybody. There's value here is what I'm trying to say. The bump and ugly thing, it's, yeah, if that's what you mean. You're okay, airhead. They're definitely not ugly, and they represent something that's far more powerful than we give it credit for. We've lost if you guys want story time, I can do story time. We've lost that connection to the greater point of what sexual expression should be. Sexual expression was meant to be a reciprocal energy exchange where both people are empowering each other over and over and over again. When there's that emotional openness, that's what it is. That's exactly what it is. When there is not, or one person is and one person isn't, it creates a sense of kind of like a toxic energy exchange where you're giving your all, they are not. Okay? And we do view sex as being an act of, like, I get it's vulnerable. I get that it's, it feels nice, it's whatever. But it's also something that I really do feel we give to people that show us they deserve it, right? And yes, men are easy. Cheryl has an absolute point there. You can go outside, grab a man by the genitals, and he'll probably follow you wherever you want to go. I can guarantee you that. You do the same thing to a woman. Women have more sense than men. Men just think with their downstairs parts. I'm telling you that right now. And I'm saying this like all men do this. They don't. I am overgeneralizing. I am. But there's a lot of men that have been taught really shitty standards because of the media that they consumed growing up. Why nowadays it is so detached, like men just want to have sex for lust reasons. It seems so empty. It is empty. I believe people can take your good energy from you and use it for their own, so you just keep giving in and, yes, getting nothing in return. J-Moon, have him sit there and watch you do yourself. Like, I got me. You know, I guess there's one way. Women are more neurotic and picky because they are the ones who run the risk of getting pregnant. Thank God, right? It'd be a scary world if men were the ones wanting to get pregnant. You know, if men were the pregnant ones. All right, we got her. Hi. Oh, all right. You don't want to be held. You sound like a squeaky balloon. True, is it good for men to retain? You mean seminal fluid? What are we talking about here? What are we talking about? There's a bunch of different practices, actually, when it comes to that. Okay, so with the seminal fluid, with not, cranking one out to the Beastie Boys or whatever people do nowadays, I don't know. It can be a good thing. It can be a form of expression of, like, building up the chi or the power inside of the body. So when you have these instances of, like, men not, jerking their gherkin, for instance. When we have these instances, there can be something that comes of that. And eventually men can kind of reach a state where they're more, Trixie, no. Eventually men can reach a state where they're kind of more, like they're not thinking. They're not thinking with just that. Kundalini also, yes. So when we're talking about that, if we're talking about Kundalini energy, you have, I don't know how far you guys want to go into this subject, but Mexican girls are raised to please a man. At 15, you have your quinceañera. Basically, you're ready to get God. Jesus Christ, that's horrible. But do you guys see how a lot of religions and a lot of different practices teach that women are below the man? Right? Women are underneath, right? The patriarchy society that I'm talking about here, this is what I'm talking about. Men view themselves as being up here. They have to lower women down. Women are actually either higher than or equal to men, right? And the reason I'm bringing that up is because Yeetus, the fetus, rinse and repeat. Chim, where do you come up with these? That's pretty good. That's a Harry Potter spell to get you pregnant, I guess. Eat the meat. These all work. Yes. Yes, no face, no case. Little higher. Okay, everyone apparently has a euphemism, an innuendo for something. No face, no case. My God. Okay, well. All right, so we're talking about Kundalini energy. Here's what we can talk about. Hold on. Slander your little salamander. Oh my God. I don't know why, but that one makes me cringe. It's just weird. It's like, okay. Reptilian brains thinking with their dick is an instinct. Preservation of their line. Oh, and what a line it is. Let me reproduce so I can make more of myself. Oh my God, I'm so great. Look at this. The thing I couldn't make by myself, but with a woman. This child shall grow up and treat you like garbage, but look, you've made 5 of them. Yeah, great. Fondle your daddy bundle. Oh my. Yeah, okay. I have a feeling, Jim, they're gonna get progressively more and more. Let's just say what it is. I'm not going to. Okay. Because it is stupid. The patriarchy thing is stupid. Women and men, yeah, tickle your... Well, that's an oldie but a goodie, right? That's like what you hear on the news, right, in the morning. It's like, do-do-do-do-do, tickle your pickle. 98.7, you know. Spank your crank. Yeah, I've heard that one. I've heard if you spank your crank or... I don't know, guys. Thank you. Thank you, Arizona. I try to smile as much as I can. Sometimes, though, it's... Yeah, you know, most of the time it's good. Slap the piddle stick. Ugh. That hurts. That literally hurts me. When I read slap the piddle stick, it hurts down there. Hiya, your papaya. That's good, too. Hiya, your papaya. That one's creative. I've never seen that one. And slap the piddle stick. It just sounds like your screen's fogging up. Everyone's doing stuff out there, apparently. Diddle your own fiddle. Okay, that's a good one. Diddle in your own fiddle. Yank the old semen tank. Yeah, that one's way too on the nose, though. Literally, it got everywhere. I'm so sorry. Oh, I shouldn't make jokes. I shouldn't make jokes like that. When you guys get me tired, this is the result. It's just me making horrible, horrible jokes. Awful jokes. Grab your burrow. I'm in a time I asked to a tree and walk 20 miles. I always thought there was that quote in the Bible, and it always made me laugh because I just thought a guy tied himself to a tree and walked 20 miles for some reason. Anyway, the phallic symbol, I'm losing touch here. Grab your burrito. Yep, grab your stuffed meat burrito because we're going in. We're going in for that fish salsa. You guys want some sour cream? I mean, if we're going to go all out here, do you want some guacamole? Some guacamole? I don't know. If you guys want me to go full evil, I will. I'll turn into the I don't know. Basically, men and women, sex wasn't just supposed to be sex. It was supposed to be something better, right? Pay attention to your little henchman. That one's good. Pay attention to your henchman. That's good. That's good. That's clever. I worked in a nursing home, most average size, rare to get large. Yeah, I have heard that's something that people that are that work in a nursing home, they walk in and the guys are, let's just say they're being aggressive with themselves. Did you come up with that one, Chim? Because that was pretty good. There we go. Butterfly's getting us back on track. Butterfly's getting us back on track. Everyone follow me on Instagram, okay? Hit that like button. Owie. Because it's important to me. It's important. Let's get this message of weirdness out there. It started, it was empowering, and now it's just becoming overtly sexually charged. You came up with all of them except for the second one. The hiya your papaya was good, and pay attention to your little henchman. That was pretty good. Okay. Back to the Kundalini. Yes. Let's talk about the Kundalini. So, all right. I'll stay on here and talk to you guys until I'm thinking about 2, so another half hour, and then I'm gonna get ready for bed. I gotta get up and start preparing my class for tomorrow. This is important. This is an important thing. Men and women, in a way, were meant to pair off, right? And I'm sure it works for other couples too, but in this case, it's like you have the divine masculine, divine feminine in these bodies. They were meant to come together to literally create something bigger than themselves, right? It wasn't just about getting pregnant. It wasn't just about having fun. It was the act of something much higher, much better. Because when you're emotionally vulnerable with someone to that extent and you are both psychically charged, it can create a powerful force, a very, very strong force. The Kundalini is it's the it's a serpent going up your spine. You have the Kundalini, which is, you're going to hit the Saku. Awesome, butterfly, awesome. You have Ida and Pingala, which are the twin snakes that go up the spine. Or you have Ida that goes up the spine. I think Pingala goes down. Can't remember for sure. Anyway, these snakes go up the spine. This is your Kundalini rising. And in some people, it's painful. In some people, it's like one person described it as their muscles tearing, right? When Kundalini is going through the body, it can have such a strong force that it can rip a person's muscles apart. It's rare, but it does happen. Other things that can happen are insanity, right? Some people go through a psychic awakening and they lose their shit when their Kundalini rises, because a lot of times someone can have their Kundalini neatly tucked away, right? And all of a sudden they have an injury to the base of their spine. And when that injury to the base of the spine happens, it can immediately spurt the Kundalini growth. And it makes it so a person can kind of lose stuff, right? And Kundalini is the start of the enlightenment process. If I can remember right, I need to look up some other things here, but the divine feminine and the divine masculine, when they are combined together, right? We've talked about this before. Here's what I think. I see you there, Samuel. You JK and all the way to the bay. But my theory is this. Our auras hold a lot of information inside of them. Our auras are kind of our spiritual DNA, right? And so in my opinion, and what's funny is that the twin snakes that I was talking about, they are a double helix shape when they're going up the spine, if I can remember right. I may be getting that mixed up a little bit, but there is a double helix shape that goes up the spine, right? The only person I talk to, you and everyone here are my only friends. Well, you know what? It's the same for me, right? I have a hard time making friends. And that's something that I feel is, if it comes this way, if we can make friends this way, I think that's going to be awesome. That's going to be the best thing we can do. And we're bringing together a community, and I love that. I love that more than anything. So my feeling here is this. The aura comes in a few different ways, but when we're first starting our psychic journey, I feel like the aura is very loose. It's very loose, it's very kind of wavy, it's foggy, it's misty, right? It's not formed in any way, shape, or form. Could have worded that one different, but there's no form to it. It's amorphous, it's a blob, whatever. Okay, it's like a fog. Then when you start exercising your psychic abilities and those start getting stronger, your aura becomes something that is, it's around you and it takes more of a definitive shape of a person, or more of an egg shape, because they say the aura is kind of egg-shaped, right? The aura does not have predestined colors the way we were taught it does. The aura kind of flexes between colors. Again, this is what I understand. If you guys understand it differently, differing opinions, it's okay. Nobody needs to fight about it. I'm sure I'm not going to fight about it. You can have your belief. But you have the different ways that the aura works, and it gets stronger and stronger the more our psychic abilities start to develop, the more our spiritual nature starts to develop. So, like for me, for instance, I'm taking these classes, and I can feel my consciousness getting stronger and what that feels like, and it's interesting. But it also feels natural. It doesn't feel like it's something I was never able to do. It just feels like something I'm now able to access easier, right? And if you guys are going through that journey, you can understand that too. It's a natural thing. It's like moving your finger or blinking. You don't really think about it. You just sort of do it. But then there's a much, much higher level of achievement here. And so you have the aura that has taken a foggy mist-like shape, and then you have the aura that has started to take a what would you call it? More of a humanoid shape, or more like an egg shape, right? And then you have the aura that starts to take on, instead of these kind of round shapes, the aura starts to take on more of these points to it. It almost becomes crystallized. When we've worked with the divine masculine and the divine feminine, that's when the aura becomes crystallized. And when the aura becomes crystallized, the amount of influence it has is immense. Let's say the average aura extends about 3 to 9 feet from a person, right? 3 to 9 feet from a person. That's kind of why you can feel someone standing behind you when they haven't even touched you or you didn't hear them. You can like feel someone looking or someone doing something. You're feeling their aura, or you're feeling like a tug of some kind. It's like you're feeling a pull, right? But when the aura has crystallized and it's reached its maturation, like it's matured, the aura has matured, one of the stages that it goes into is called the Merkaba, right? In fact, this is the highest stage that I know of. Maybe there's one higher, I'm not sure. But the Merkaba is like a spirit vehicle. The Merkaba is a phallic symbol triangle, okay, which is it's a pyramid that's floating this way, and it's going to be upright, so that's showing the phallic. And then you have the female version of that, which is a triangle that's upside down. It's like an upside down pyramid. When both of these come together, yes, and your heart puts out a magnetic field, absolutely. When both of these come together, it creates these shapes, like I'm talking about, this rotating aura shape. And supposedly, when someone reaches this state, their aura can stretch more than 300 miles, right? They have a dominion that's much higher, but they've also reached a state of enlightenment. And generally speaking, I never have either. Most people, Cheryl, I don't think most people in this lifetime will achieve Merkaba levels of anything. I'll be honest, I've never even heard of anyone achieving it. I'm sure it's happened. I'm sure it's been written in books. I'm sure it's, but I've never heard of anyone showing it to others or doing that. But Buddha talks about things too in a way that is, okay, let me put it this way. So when we're on the path to enlightenment, supposedly, we start awakening these things called siddhis, Siddhis. A siddhi is what's known as a psychic perfection. When there is this thing that's called a psychic perfection, there's about 20-something different ones. But it's basically a psychic ability that's been perfected to its utmost degree. Like it's perfect in its expression. And when we unlock a siddhi, we are getting closer and closer to enlightenment. But Buddha talked about something that was really interesting, and he said that on the path to enlightenment, there will be many gifts that are given to you, essentially, but these are distractions. The siddhis are distractions towards the actual enlightenment. Imagine, though, you're doing your meditations and you could manipulate reality, You could put your hand into stone, you could meld with different objects, you could do all this stuff. Part of you would be like, man, I kind of want to experience this, Like enlightenment's great and everything, but I can play with reality like it's Play-Doh, right? But that's kind of the whole thing. That's kind of the whole thing there. Hold on one second. What the hell? What is this? What? That's weird. Okay, I'm going to go back to this. Okay, so Jim was just sending me some funny stuff. Okay. You don't need to check. I did, though. I did. So we hit that level of spiritual enlightenment, and when that level happens, the divine masculine psychic abilities, the divine feminine, both of those have reached perfect harmony. Divine masculine, divine feminine, it's in every single one of us. We don't have one or the other, we have both, and we need to balance these perfectly. The alchemists had this too. The alchemists would take these different things and they would have it kind of flow together. This state, though, this state of enlightenment is very rare, but there is another state that's a lot more common that is more like the person is willing themselves to pass on versus someone reaching enlightenment while they're still physical and becoming a spirit and having a Merkaba, which is a spirit vessel, right? The Merkaba, when activated, supposedly, right, and I'm using terms like supposedly because I've known people who can do the physical side of psychic abilities, aerokinesis, telekinesis, things like that. I've known people that can do the subjective side, the light side is what it's called, of different abilities, which is like the divine feminine expression. That's going to be psychic abilities, mediumship, energy healing, chakras, things like that, right? But one of them warps the physical world, while the other one takes the subjective world and makes it its own. Neither one of these is, I feel, meant to be an expression unto itself, but generally people only develop one of these traits. Usually, sometimes people can get both, but from what I've seen, someone is either what's called a grounder. They can do aerokinesis really well, but they cannot do psychic stuff very well. And that sounds like a self-limitation, right? Or someone is light-based, which can do mediumship, which can do energy, different things like that. But they can't do the physical very well. They can't do the physical stuff very well. But you can bring those two together, but you have to have a pretty dedicated practice. I honestly think practicing meditation with doing some some chi exercises can be useful. There's one chi exercise that can really help, and it's called packing, energy packing. We may have to do that on one of the lives one of these days. If you do the energy packing enough time, your body starts to have a flow around it that feels crazy. You can make the blood in your body go to certain parts. For men, that's helpful. For women, it's helpful too, I guess. But you can control how your body works on a much deeper level if you do these kind of chi exercises. It takes time and it takes dedication, just like with anything else. But there's a lot we can achieve, but we've been kind of told it's impossible. And I'm telling you right now, it's not. I remember when I first discovered this stuff and I was in shock, but now I've met a lot of people that can do the aerokinesis, that can do all that kind of stuff, and it's legit. It's the real deal, and it's interesting. It's pretty fascinating. I was wanting to get a drone to put it up in the air and then have you guys on a live and show you the aerokinesis, because at one point I was able to do it. I was able to do it not super well, but it could be absolutely a still day and I could get a breeze start to go, But there's people that can guide it and manipulate it in a way, but it's like you're dancing with it, but you're becoming the lead in the dance. So you're not taking it over, you're still moving in rhythm with the wind. You guys probably don't want to hear this. I sound like an old man jabber. Isn't it kind of sad that if we focus on mastering one thing, we miss out on everything else? And if you focus on dedicating yourself to one thing, you miss out on everything. It can be, but what's really interesting, if you start understanding the spiritual world and the different abilities that there are, you develop almost all of them. If you're in that alignment, you develop a lot of spiritual abilities at once, but you have to be on that path, and you have to understand what that means. What do I mean when I say we have to be on that path? You have to reach a level of letting go that's far, far deeper than we've been told to do in the West or wherever. And letting go means having yourself be completely relaxed, your mind completely clear, and letting spirit kind of take over. In those instances, there's crazy stuff that can happen when we can reach those levels of relaxation, those levels of brain waves, right? You have the alpha, the beta, the delta, the theta, and gamma. Gamma is an interesting one because it's actually faster than your normal brain wave. That's the only one that I know of that's faster, right? But people that have the gamma brainwave are supposedly super happy people. It's a very positive kind of brainwave, and I'm getting all sorts of distracted here. So truth is literally subjective, but only to us. If we could observe everything objectively in the deepest depth it goes, we would still have all the same objective view, but guests are different. Yeah, so Chim, it's kind of like perspectives and experiences are what make us special. We're here on this earth, in my opinion, we're here on this earth to experience a sense of identity. And that identity tells us you're this, you're that, you're going to be brought up this way, you're going to have that. And that identity kind of forces our reality to be constructed in some way, right? But you're making sense. Truth is subjective. I used a weird analogy one time that is a horrible analogy, but it kind of gets the point across because it's so horrible. So imagine there's a dog, okay? It's walking down the street, and this guy takes that dog and he just throws it as hard as he can over a bridge. All right, your first thought would be like, oh my God, what the hell are you doing? But then the dog explodes. And that guy was trying to save people's lives. But someone watching that from a different perspective thought this guy was an animal abuser when really he was trying to save people. Truth is subjective. Absolutely, it's subjective, because each person in that scenario would have a different understanding of what the hell that guy's trying to do. Some people would even try to stop him from throwing off the dog bomb. You don't do that, though. You let that dog bomb go. I know it's a weird analogy, guys, but it kind of gets the point across. I tell my daughter when I pass, God is going to be like, I'm going to walk in there like, hey, so grab a drink because because we about to have the longest talk. It could have been Pavlov's talk. And also, Arizona, I'm sure you and the man, woman, the person upstairs are going to have the source center. I don't know. I don't know what the hell it is. You and love are going to have an interesting conversation. The only way anyone could ever actually know the ultimate deeper truth is if they had all the information, even the seemingly important information, because everything webs together. End of TED Talk. Yes. Yes, Jim. Even then, though, I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. Here's what I think. As soon as we know the truth of the universe, it ceases to be the truth of the universe. I don't think the universe, the deepest truth of the universe, is meant to be observed by human eyes. I think we're meant to take it and learn to go with the flow, questioning what it is, why it is, how it is. That doesn't give us anything. It kind of puts us in a tailspin where we're like, what is it? How do I get a hold of it? How do I keep a hold of it? No, it's meant to be this ever-flowing kind of force. Just like consciousness is. You're never going to master consciousness in this human body. You're never going to understand the truth, and that's okay. We have to be okay with understanding that there probably won't be a truth. And that has to be okay with us. I know, but it's sad. I understand, Jim. From what I understand, you have this. You have the physical world, you have the ethereal world, you have the astral world, you have the mental world, you have it keeps going on and on into these different places. But what I'm talking about is you have all these different spirit vehicles that are kind of like Russian egg dolls or Russian nesting dolls. I don't know what a Russian egg doll is, but a Russian nesting doll, god damn it. Let's see. We're all throwing wild guesses around based on alleged evidence, which is why people suffer. Exactly. Someone says, I need to kill you in the name of my God, and it's like, pretty sure God wouldn't want you to kill people. Pretty sure I've got a feeling here that, even if they were kind of jerky people, God would still be like, nah, I'm okay with that. Gays are cool too. I'm pretty sure that God would be kind of chill about things. He wouldn't be involved in being like, oh man, I'm so jealous. Everyone's worshiping someone else. Like, what's that about? No. Anyway, we have the physical world. We have the ethereal double world, right? That's the world supposedly that we go into right after we die, and it looks very similar to the physical. So you would be mistaken for thinking that it is the physical world, supposedly. But everything is imprinted differently. The house that I'm in now could look like this, but there could also be other items printed on top of it. It would look like shadows upon shadows of different furnitures, different things that have been in this space, right? And there would be an energy here that would hold all of that together. Then you have the astral world. That's where you astral project to. That's where you astral travel to. But sometimes people have an out-of-body experience, and what happens is they don't astral project, they mentally project. So instead of just projecting to the astral realm, they project to a higher realm, which is like the mental realm or even higher. And in those spaces, they have these heavenly experiences. They have these experiences, these bright lights and stuff like that. It's really interesting stuff. But the higher you go up into this hierarchy of these spiritual worlds that I'm going to be talking about, the more you lose your sense of humanity and you no longer have it anymore. Your sense of humanity starts to fade by the time you enter the mental realm. You do not know who you are. Supposedly, they say your sense of identity is completely gone when you're in the mental realm. You don't remember being a human. You don't remember what it's like. You don't have a lot of those memories. You still retain a sense of individuality, but starting from the mental on up, you become unity consciousness. You're no longer individuated consciousness. So therefore, a name no longer defines who you are because you don't need a name if you're unity consciousness. Names are to give a definition to the difference of individuals, right? I have a theory. Is science just the universe making sense of the universe? Like it's just a byproduct? Yeah, I agree with that. Science is the universe making sense of the universe, and spirituality is the universe playing hide and go seek with itself, right? There you are, and it gets excited every time. Humans created the concept of time, absolutely. Because supposedly in the spiritual realm, right? Supposedly in the spiritual realm, things happen simultaneously all at once. In this realm, though, we have a past, present, and future. In the spirit realm, everything happens all at once. You could literally do so many different things at the same time because time doesn't exist like it does in these other realms. Time here exists because it shows we have existence. We have to do something. We have to have experiences. We have to have a life. And if we were immortals, we would not do something like that. If we were immortal, we'd kind of become complacent. The fact that we age and we die is a poetic kind of way of looking at the universe, right? Chance, do we go somewhere or do we just go to sleep? Just to wonder. I think we go somewhere. Yes, time is a human construct. Gender is a human construct. Putting things in categories is a human construct. Feeling like we have to categorize. Again, human construct. All of that stuff. I honestly think that we do go somewhere when we pass. I don't know where, but I've connected with so many souls and so many different people and entities and beings that I know there's something there. I don't know what it is, but something, you know? Even I have no idea, and I'm not going to pretend I do, right? That's how cults get started. You know, I have all the answers, and you guys need to look to me for answers, because I have everything. I don't. I have no idea what some of this stuff is. Yet it works. So you don't need to know how a car works to drive it. You don't need to know how your soul works to use it. You know, it just works. It just is what it is, right? Do you think everyone has a soul? I think so. Cheryl, I think everyone has a soul. But I think some people's souls are... Let's say this. I think really, really young souls, if we want to mention age in this scenario, like let's say the universe pops out a fresh little baby, right? I would say that possibly young souls would be the ones that are irrational and do horrible things on this planet. Like the younger souls, they say they're psychopathic and they don't feel anything, and I'm wondering if that's the soul that hasn't evolved into an emotional connected soul yet. Because if you take the reptilian brain and how humans had that for so long, the progression of that would be to move into a bigger brain, to move into something else. And now humans are turning more into a spiritual race. It's going to take some time, but we're going to be going more spiritual and we're going to be discarding the reptilian. So, science says energy can neither be created nor destroyed. It simply changes forms. I believe we are all made of energy, therefore it must change forms at the physical death. What's interesting too about that is that they took somebody who was dying, who was passing away. They weighed him. He was on a bed, and when he passed, he was lighter. He was lighter, and the soul. They're thinking that's how much the soul weighs, and it was this very insignificant amount. But they're saying that the soul weighs this much. Like there's a thing where they measured it, and it was fascinating. Mass spiritual awakening is happening now. It is. Okay, you've seen it too, Samuel. So 21 grams, not even. Let's see. 28 grams is an ounce, right? So it's not even an ounce. That's like a 3/4 of an ounce. That's how much the human soul weighs, right? So Chim says, if energy never ends or begins, just changes, then why are there more humans now than before, and why not the same amount? I'm missing something. Think about it. Humans are living and dying all the time. There could totally be that. And yeah, it's interesting. All of this stuff, though, to me is theory. I really don't know. If you said, what do I believe in fully, completely, absolutely? I don't know. I want to be open to change my mind later, so I don't want to get stuck, because if I believe something to be true, by definition it means it's not true, because I have to believe in it in order for it to be true. However, the truth doesn't need to be believed, because it just is, but a lie needs to be believed in order for it to exist. So therefore, you know, is reincarnation real? I think so. Okay, I've got a little bit of time to talk here. Let's talk this, and then we're going to do this here. So here's what I think about this stuff. All right, so reincarnation. Humans have a different... Okay, this stuff gets me excited because I love spirits. Spirits are my favorite. And when we're mentioning reincarnation, I can mention something else. So let me grab this, and I'll tell you kind of what it is that I'm going to do here. First off, this is kind of freaky looking. I'm just really orange. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know what I was doing with this. Stars have energy. What if energy comes from space into little fetuses? It could be. It could be, Chim. It very well could be. Humans live like this. Imagine you have this kind of scenario. No, I grabbed this for a reason, damn it. I know I grabbed it for a reason, and now I'm remembering. Yes, I think so too. Kids have remembered details unfathomable unless they were really reincarnated. Yes, I watched that. I watched a show. There was a kid who remembered his past life and how he died. And he remembered his name. He remembered the name of the people that were with him. They went back, and it's like a 4-year-old kid. They went back and they tracked the records, and he was spot on. No way he could have known it, right? And he actually went back and he saw his daughter, but as a reincarnated child. And she was old, right? It's interesting. It's interesting. It's super. Yeah, and right there, the universe has consciousness because we realize it's quantum. Have you noticed that when we're talking about quantum reality, when you observe it, it changes? That means there's consciousness. That means that when there is observance, when we look at something, it changes. That is consciousness. That is consciousness right there. His name was James. Yep. Okay, so let me do this here and I can kind of go into this. So humans have this, right? Yeah, he was a fighter. Yes, you remember the story. Okay, so let's go into this. Humans have a lifespan like this, okay? And I'm going to draw this because I'm showing the periods in between humans and how they live. From what I understand, okay? Now imagine that each and every one of these little points that I'm showing right here, imagine that each one of the horizontal lines is a person living their life. Each one of the vertical lines is the veil of consciousness before death and also after life, like when we're born, right? Imagine that, okay? Now, that's a human spirit, or a mortal spirit, I guess you could say. Then we have these ones. So you have these kinds of creatures here, which are fascinating, okay? You have things that are called, you have your jinns, you have your dragons, you have your whatever you'd want to call them. These live all of their lives at once. They generally can live to be anywhere from, 0 to like 20 or 40,000 years old, some of them. But they live all of their lives at once, and they don't have the veil of consciousness separating them from remembering. So they know the afterlife exists. They know it because they're in it. They understand it. They realize that there's more to the world, and they're in that space. And because of that, they become very powerful psychic creatures, right? And so jinns, dragons, they live all their lives at once. And generally, they protect themselves. They're invisible to us, from what I understand, because we could do harm to them. Jinns can die. Dragons can die. If they were visible to us and we wanted to hurt them, and somehow we got through the psychic protections they had, they could pass on. They could die and lose their life experiences. And so that's why there's kind of that invisible world around them. But the one, and you can imagine the wisdom that can be incurred. I think incurred is the right word. The wisdom that could be obtained through living, 20, 30, 40,000 years. You'd be pretty smart, And even those beings don't know everything. They're not omniscient. But when we're talking about dragons, and when we're talking about this race of these kinds of creatures, right? They are very interesting. They're very fascinating. I still have it written down what a dragon told me when I was doing a live. This person came on, their name was Joseph. This person came on and they said, hey, I want you to speak with this thing. Can you tell me what it is? And I had no idea what I was walking into, right? I had no idea what I was walking into. I said, okay, yeah, I'll see what I can pick up. And as I'm talking about this now, I can feel the energy starting to pick up behind me. But I said, yeah, I'll see what I can pick up. So I tune into this energy. And it's, oh man, I still get chills about it. It's talking to me in riddles, right? And I'm like, there's no way. There is no way this is a dragon. And it's speaking to me in riddles, and I'm like, what the hell is this? And then, to make it even more crazy, my throat, from my heart up to my throat, it felt like I had fire coming up from my body when I was tuning into this energy. I could feel, I think it's called tumo, it's fire energy in the body, and it was intense. It felt like I had heartburn, but it didn't hurt, and it was severe. It was like, wow, this radiating energy is coming out. And then it tells me this, and it gave me chills because the next day I went over the evidence to look at what it gave me. I had no idea what it was showing me. Had no idea. And then the next day, I Wikipedia the stuff that it was telling me. Spot on. Spot on what this thing was. And it was incredible. And I've still got it written down. I've still got it written down what I did that day because I thought it was really cool. I can show you guys some of this stuff, or tell you if you'd want to know conversations from a dragon. Because amazing force of but at the same time I couldn't feel its energy too. I could feel the sense that it was powerful in a way that I couldn't even imagine. I couldn't feel its energy though. It's like you can see the ocean, but you don't know how deep it is until you step inside of it. That's what I felt with this. This thing could have given me an energy that would have, I feel like, wrecked me as a person. You know, it could have overloaded me, but it didn't. Instead it showed me what it was doing through a sense of kindness. And not only did it show me through kindness, I'm trying to find the thing here. There it is right here. All right. So this is what I have written. Okay? That right there in the red, it showed me that symbol. It showed me the symbol of Manez. And then it gave me a message. I didn't look up what the symbol meant until later, but what it gave me was chilling, to say the least, and how accurate it was incredible. To this day, one of the things I've connected with that was amazing. So I'll tell you what it says here. All right, so Manez, right? Yes, Blavatsky was really good. Helena Blavatsky, and then you have Charles Ledbetter, who were part of the spiritualist movement back in the, I think, early 1900s or 1800s, right? No. The dragon wasn't in me. It wasn't in me. I was feeling the presence of it, but without feeling a presence. But yeah, Madame Blavatsky, Charles Ledbetter, they founded the Theosophical Society, if I'm not mistaken. And then from there, people in the 1800s had abilities you could not believe. Like reverse donkey and dragon. Yes, I assume. Okay, so I'll do this and then I'm going to head off to bed for the night. But so I get this symbol, right? The symbol Manez, and then I'm hearing, so he told me, I'm hearing this. And he said, it's saying Terra Nova Sol Draconis, right? Each and every one of you probably knows what each one of those words mean, but I'll go over it right now. So it's basically New Earth Sun Dragon, right? New Earth Sun Dragon. How did this thing present itself to me? It was gorgeous gold. It was the deepest color of gold, and it was beautiful. I can't even explain it. And it was massive. I've never seen, in my mind's eye, I've never had something take up so much space in my head when I was focusing on this thing. And I still couldn't feel its energy, but I could see that it had this power, this absoluteness to it. And so I look into this and I say, he says, what's it trying to tell me? And the dragon's kind of speaking through me, but it's doing it through riddles, right? And when it's doing these riddles, it's telling me that it's not meant to speak to just Joseph, who I'm doing this for. I was seeing a book, I was seeing pages going through the book, and then I was seeing them becoming faster and faster turning, okay? And then it said this, unbridled knowledge, harness the sun. Unbridled knowledge, harness the sun. Now, I didn't realize it at that time, but since the dragon said this, the sun has been going nuts. And it was before this happened. It was before anything happened. The sun's been going crazy, the eclipses, all of this stuff. There's this knowledge coming in that's incredibly powerful, and we need to be a part of it, right? And so I got that message, and then I'm thinking, okay, that was a cool reading. That was cool. And then I went back and I looked at what this symbol was. This is in red right here, okay? That is the rune Manez, all right? That is the rune of Manez. That was the symbol this dragon showed me. And I will show you, or I will tell you what this means. Because this one gave me chills. Okay, rune of Manez. I just want to make sure I get it right. So, right here. Manaz rune. Manaz literally means mankind, esoteric humankind awareness, right? And this thing was saying harness the sun. It's talking about the awareness of humans. Rune of the divine structure of intelligence, in the human soul or psyche, rune of the horizons of human existence and collective potential. I told him, I said, this isn't just for you, Joseph, this is for everyone. And then I said, Psi, mind and memory, the difference between human and all other life, development of the intellect, rational mind, perfected intelligence. Energy, psychic order of the gods reflected in humankind, projection of self into time. And it goes on and on. Runes are a little bit more above my pay grade, but basically the Manaz rune is talking about human awakening, the potential that humans have, and the abilities that we can have moving forward. And I know for sure if I'm able to tune into the psychic world, a lot of other people are going to be able to as well. And so what's going to happen next is going to be really interesting, you know? But yeah, so that was the time I spoke to a dragon. That was fun, right? That was a trip. Fascinating stuff. Yeah, sometimes it feels like I should wear the tinfoil hat, you know? It is. That's above my pay grade. Absolutely. Basically means I don't know that much about it, but I need to learn. But yeah. So kind of Arizona, yeah, kind of like that. It was interesting. And they always speak in riddle and rhyme. You know it's a dragon because you don't get a straight answer. You'll ask it a question and it gives you a riddle, or it gives you a bunch of words that don't mean anything at first glance and you have to rearrange. Like when I say riddle, I mean like a puzzle. You have to figure it out. You have to understand. I've got a friend. I'll bring him soon. Awesome, Samuel. Awesome. Well, I'll be on again on Tuesday. I'll be on Tuesday, 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, guys. And then I'll be on Wednesday, 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Thursday, 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. Friday, 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. And then I'm going to take a little, a 3-day break. And then I got to get ready for my classes starting up again. So I'm going to be busy. But it's good busy. I'm learning stuff. But it's still busy. And I am a Taurus snake. I love to be lazy. Like, oh no, they posted some emojis. They must be a terrorist. I know, Chim. It doesn't make any sense. Google's looking for any reason to, I don't know, be Google, I guess. Okay, everyone. I think I'm going to get some rest. And Chim, you got to get some rest too. Yeah, and then Google is owned by Alphabet, which is Google's parent company. Like, there's a company owning a company owning a company. And then if you look up BlackRock owns damn near everything. And then if you look at all the presidents, and you can see that there is you can connect the genetics of all of the presidents to each other. Like, pretty directly. And no one's talking about that. A girl in middle school did this as a project, and all of the presidents in some way, shape, or form are related to each other. I'm just going to say freedom of choice doesn't seem so free after you see something like that. Yeah, it is, Jim. You get it. All right, guys. Everyone, toodaloo. And Jim, I'll probably see you tomorrow with the class. Or I won't see you. I will, how would I put it? I'll observe your presence from afar. And with that being said, Jim, thanks for coming on here and being awesome. Oh yeah, the Umbrella Corporations. We gotta make sure Resident Evil doesn't get us. But thank you guys so much for coming on here. I'll see you guys Tuesday, 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, and I'll see you. The class is here. Look, Jim, right here. Nope, I have it over here. 7:30 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. I think that'd be 8:30 your time, Jim, if I'm not mistaken. Is it 3 o'clock where you're at now, Chim? You're welcome, Chim. All right, everyone. It's 3 where you are. I think it's 3 where Chim is too. Yep. Okay. So 8:30 will be the time you can log on and get ready. And yeah, so I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll see Chim tomorrow. I'll see the rest of you guys Tuesday. Take care, guys, and thank you, Samuel, for being awesome and bringing in all your friends. I realize you have like a limitless amount of just people, and I'm impressed. The land of flowing maple syrup. Connecticut? Minnesota? All right, with that, I'm off.